In a family of Dragonslayers, strength meant one thing, a sword, and he didn't have it. Instead, he got healing. So they called him a failure, threw him away, and left him to die. But in his final moments, something awakened inside him, the soul of an ancient dragon. And when he opened his eyes again, he was back at the very beginning. Same family, same people who abandoned him. But this time, the failure they threw away is the one thing Dragonslayers were never meant to face. Somewhere in the snowy mountains, in one of the caves, the crippled Zeke was now sitting, and bandits were interrogating him about the location of an ancient relic. He smirked and called them idiots, asking if they would have told him if they were in his place. The guy was furious at his arrogance and was about to pounce on him, but his comrade told him to calm down. They needed to contact the main squad. He took out a communication crystal and said that they had captured the Northern Phantom. Let them confirm their coordinates. A voice from the crystal said that the coordinates were confirmed. They would have them soon. After that, the man told Zeke that he was so stubborn. He couldn't believe that he was still holding on despite his severed hands. But why would the Northern Phantom need the relics that the Emperor was hunting? His partner asked, did he need a reason? He was just getting on their nerves. They had suffered so much because of him. Maybe they would have some fun until the main squad arrived, so at least they'll pay him back for all their suffering. MC got nervous, and the man reached for his sword, advising the Northern Phantom to take a deep breath. They wouldn't stop until he begged for death. His friend took out a coin and said they needed to decide who would go first. He agreed, and he flipped the coin, saying that if it came up heads, he would go first. At that moment, MC grabbed his severed arm with his teeth and cradled it back to his shoulder, thinking that he wasn't going to just sit and watch them. The first unsuccessful awakening in the Draker family was him, Zeke Draker. Due to being born into a Dragonslayer family with a body incapable of using aura, he failed to awaken, which is common among knights. He was thrown out of his father's house like some kind of trash. That's why he tried everything to become stronger and survive. Someone once said that if all you strive for is power, then in the end you'll have nothing left, but that's complete nonsense. That's what those who already have power say, but the weak will be crushed and robbed of everything they have. That's the truth of this world. The moment the coin landed back in that guy's palm, MC had already regenerated his arm, grabbed his sword, and pounced on him, cutting off his head. It all happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react. That guy's partner quickly drew his sword, and Zeke turned around and attacked him. With just one swing of the sword, he cut through his blade and reached the body, finishing him off in an instant. Hearing quick footsteps nearby, he reattached his other arm and clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to escape. The newly arrived squad was shocked that he had regained his arm right before their eyes, and one of them asked, "Is he an irregular? What kind of abomination is this? But if you cut off his head, he will most likely die." MC rushed to attack, and they did the same and surrounded him. In the end, Zeke dealt with them, but each of them managed to plunge their blades into him. Realizing his situation, he cursed and, coughing up blood, thought that it seemed like the end for him. Even though he was unable to take revenge, he managed to steal the relic that the Emperor himself was hunting, so his death will not be in vain. He took out a crystal shaped like a dragon and, closing his eyes, prepared himself for death and apologized to Alicia. Drops of his blood fell on the crystal, causing it to immediately activate. His strong will awakened an ancient power. The soul of an ancient dragon is imprinted in the will of one who perseveres. A goddess appeared behind him, stretching out her hands to him and saying that an urgent measure had been taken. Does he agree? He opened his eyes slightly and thought that death was already so close since he was seeing all sorts of nonsense. The goddess repeated her question, and he told her to do as she knew. And she said that the consent of the awakening was received. The irreversible promise power was activated. The countdown began. MC lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he looked different, like a little boy. He looked at his reflection and thought, did he really return to the past? It was very difficult for him to believe it, but he still clearly remembers how swords were stabbed into him. He lay down on the bed. This place seemed very familiar to him. This was the cradle, the training center of the Draker family. As previously said, he was born into a family of Dragonslayers. Draker is one of the 3 greatest transcendental families, and Tarakam Draker is a hero who saved the continent by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut during a war a millennium ago. His descendants founded this family. All members of the Draker clan possess the blessing of aura. Perhaps because they are descendants of Terracon, they have the ability to awaken their high-level aura and become knights. Everyone except Zeke. Suddenly, a voice rang in his head. The administration system is rebooting. He immediately jumped out of bed and looked around wondering if he had misheard. The system informed him that the soul of the awakened one had been confirmed and configured 100%. The soul of the chosen one received the will of the ancient dragon and completely merged with it. He accessed part of the system and the status window began to activate. MC didn't understand what was happening. Had he really activated that relic? A status window appeared in front of him showing all his stats. Class Healer, quite rare. Title, one who has received the blessing of an ancient dragon. Class Skills, Healing, Calm Mind, Energy Recovery, and Heightened Senses. Basic Skills, Precise Strike and Slash at rank E and Critical Strike at rank D. He also has Dragon Skills, but first, they need to be unlocked for 10 Karma points, which he doesn't have right now. He tried to touch the system window, but his hand passed through it, and he also realized that he could move along it. He looked closely at the inscriptions and thought it was dragon language, which was not used in their time. His teacher had told him so. In ancient times, people divided themselves into classes depending on what they were good at. Each class trains in a special technique known as skills. Since his class is healer, he can use the healing skill. After he awakened, the teacher trained him constantly. In any case, judging by the status window, he is already a healer. He decided to test it to make sure what was written in the status window was true. In his past life, he became a healer when he was in his 20s, right after the etheric hall was opened. He closed his eyes and focused on his sensations. And when he opened them, his energy spilled out and he smiled, thinking that he knew it. His etheric hall was already open. Now he understood everything. Even though his trained body was no longer there, he returned to the past with his skills and memories. Compared to who he was before his regression, he was in a much more advantageous position. And in order to take advantage of this, he needed to find out what was at his disposal. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and a servant asked if he could come in. Zeke flinched in fear. He didn't have time to read anything and began waving his hand, trying to remove the status window, and the man told him not to even try to pretend that he isn't here. He would come in now. MC asked him to wait another minute, and the man who entered the room let out a heavy sigh and said he couldn't believe he wasn't ready yet. What was he thinking? It was his only servant, Decker. Zeke sighed in relief when he realized he couldn't see it and asked what he should be prepared for. Decker towered over him menacingly and asked, was he really asking him that? Zeke shuddered. He really used to be afraid of him when he was little. And now, even though he has the brain of a 32-year-old, he can't get rid of this feeling of fear in his child's body. And then the system activated his class skill, Calm Mind. All anxiety disappeared in an instant. Calm Mind is a skill that allows the user to remain calm, and their mental state will not change regardless of the situation. He quickly read the description and thought it was good that it activated automatically. Decker said that he had already told him more than once how important this event was. Was he even listening to him? He confirmed this and asked, isn't he talking about the evolutionary test, Pancration? All members of the Draker clan are trained at the Cradle Training Center starting at the age of 7. For 5 years, they undergo rigorous basic training. Instructors evaluate applicants every year in sword fighting and Pancration, a form of no-holds-barred combat. Opponents are assigned by the instructor, but there are times when students choose their own opponents as long as both agree. Due to the lack of rules, some people end up in a fight with injuries or don't make it out at all. But since this competition determines the class into which the academy students will be placed, the children have no choice but to fight with all their might. Afterward, he went to the stadium and the instructor, Panmark, said that, as everyone knows, today is Pancration Day. They all know that these are the final components of the evaluation. Right? They confirmed this in unison, and he said that they seemed to be in high spirits, so they would begin immediately. The students turned their attention to Zeke and began to mockingly discuss him, and he silently told them that he had actually heard everything. The instructor called Aaron and Goda into the arena, and as soon as they were ready, he waved his hand and announced the start of the fight. One of them immediately pounced on the other boy with his fists, and he kicked him in the lower jaw. MC, meanwhile, thought that the outcome of the fight was clear. This is what happens when you don't take the right position for defense. The instructor said that since Goda can't fight anymore, Aaron won. He sighed heavily and wondered why he was afraid of this before. These guys are nothing. Beyond widely meanwhile. A guy named Leon watched him with a kind of evil grin and flexed his fists. After that, they were both called into the arena. Zeke sleepily rubbed his eyes and thought that his opponent simply had to be Leon. The boy mockingly told him to look at himself. Here he was again. Wasn't he enough last year or something? He smirked back and thought that it didn't matter anymore. He was his opponent every year, and every year he beat him. He was sure he had set it all up. A member of his family believes that you need to be able to pull dirty tricks to become a real Dragonslayer. So why is this idiot his cousin? In his past life, his 4 siblings in direct bloodline never had the chance to meet, but there were more than a dozen cousins who took great joy in mocking him. Leon said that he should teach him a lesson. It was brave of him to come back here after getting beaten up, or maybe he didn't understand last time because he was inferior. MC was about to get angry at this mockery, but his calm mind skill calmed him down, and he thought it had been a while since he had to listen to this fool. He told him he wouldn't stand on ceremony with him if he didn't stop, and he responded by patting him on the head and asking what he would do to him. Zeke immediately hit him in the face, and the system activated a skill that deals critical damage to the enemy, which can be cancelled if the hit is missed. Feeling terrible pain, Leon grabbed his head and screamed, and MC thought he just wanted to knock him out. But the skill activated itself when he dealt him a normal blow. He still has trouble controlling his abilities properly. The instructor immediately ran up to the boy and exclaimed in displeasure. What did he do? He hadn't announced the start of the battle yet. He shrugged in response and asked who even announces the start of a battle on the battlefield. The advantage is the one who strikes first. Seeing his smirk, the instructor felt uneasy and wondered if he had just felt bloodlust. Leon said that everything was fine. He stood up and asked him to start the fight. He was going to kill this inferior idiot. Zeke's eyes flashed, and he said that he thought he was too stupid to learn a lesson. The instructor waved his hand, announcing the start of the fight, after which Leon immediately rushed to the attack and, blocking his punches, thought he had just gotten scared, but his fists did not hurt him at all. If he was careful, he would not pose a threat to him at all. What you should really fear is his left counterpunch. It's all too obvious. When MC wanted to hit him with his left hand, he immediately ducked and grabbed his leg. And with his other hand, he grabbed his torso and ran forward, wishing him dead. But suddenly, he felt pain and immediately retreated, wondering what just happened. Zeke clicked his tongue in displeasure, and the senior instructor wondered, is this some kind of joke? Could this really be the fighting instincts of a 12-year-old? When Leon dodged Zeke's counterattack and tried to knock him down, he thought he would win. However, MC punched him in the chin and broke free from his grip. It was Leon who had let his guard down thinking he had caught him, but Zeke was so calm despite the fact that his counterattack had failed. Concentration and precision are necessary to inflict such precise and effective damage. Was this really the Zeke Draker he knew? Leon cursed at this point and thought he couldn't do anything like that. First, he needed to create some distance between them. But at that very moment, he received a kick to the leg and almost lost his balance. He thought, how could this little idiot be so strong? He regained his balance and, calling him a small fry, pounced on him. While MC thought it was good that he was able to control his power this time. The system informed him of the activation of the class skill heightened senses. Everything in front of him seemed to slow down. He easily dodged his blow and, grabbing his arm, thought that now that he was used to controlling ether, he would put an end to this fight. After that, he threw the boy over himself, slamming him into the floor with such force that it shattered. Everyone present was shocked by what happened, but Zeke was not going to finish. He used the skill precise strike, hitting the boy's weak points and dealing him critical damage, and then swung his fist again and said that even an idiot like him should learn a lesson from this. Despite Leon's pleas to stop, he continued to beat him, and everyone else watched in horror and did not intervene. When the boy lost consciousness, the MC stood up and told him to remember this lesson for the rest of his life, and then sighed with relief and said that his head was a little clearer now. Looking at the others, he asked why they were staring at him. They should stop whispering and come down here one by one if they wanted to tell him something. Then one boy from the crowd stood up and said that he was challenging him to Pancration because he had something to say. Zeke thought it was Jake and Vardek, another cousin of his. He agreed and said that it would be too boring with him alone, so he wanted Liam Stone, his servant, to go with him. He thought that way he would at least have a chance. Jaken asked furiously. Did he just humiliate him? He confirmed it completely calmly, which made him even angrier and swore to beat him to death. He entered the arena, and this time, the instructor asked Zeke not to do anything ahead of time. He told them to get ready, while MC looked at Liam with a smirk and thought that he was interested to see the king of mercenaries here again. In his past life, Liam, as a servant of Jaken, studied at the Cradle and Academy. But because he was a distant relative, he was left without an education. He begged to enter the highest learning academy, Valhalla. But in the end, Liam entered the knightly order of a small state called Baranon. And as soon as Baranon fell, he became a mercenary. But in troubled times, people are drawn to the strong. After a long time as a mercenary, he became a Red Knight and founded his own guild called the Stone Mercenaries. Under his command, he united the largest mercenary groups, which is why he was nicknamed the King. When the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam entered the Continental Wars, and he, along with the Northerners, faced them on the battlefield. But now everything may turn out differently. As soon as the instructor announced the start of the fight, Jukin threw the first punch, but his expectations were dashed. Zeke caught his fist and irritably reminded him that he had told them to attack simultaneously. Jukin jerked his hand away, freeing himself from his grip, and then kicked him, exclaiming that he really thought he would play along with his cheap tricks, but the blow injured him. He immediately retreated, and MC showed him his reinforced elbow and said that he should have looked closely before punching. The boy glanced at his bruised leg, and at that moment, Zeke pounced on him, taking advantage of his distraction. He clenched his fists tighter. Chiquan put his hands out in front of him, trying to defend himself. But contrary to his expectations, MC kicked him under the knee and asked if he was too scared. He couldn't even predict his moves. That's why they should have attacked together. After a kick in the leg, he punched him in the chest, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth, and he said that he was nothing on his own. Chicken fell to the floor and loudly called out to Liam, asking him to kill this idiot, and he stepped forward. And Zeke thought, he's already 12 like them, right? The most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane swing. He can't do anything if he attacks first, so he needs to take the initiative. The moment he swung, he suddenly rushed forward and delivered several blows that he had to block, and then used a slash and unleashed a flurry of attacks on him, blocking his vision. The other students watching this fight said that this was just insane. Everyone was very surprised because they had never seen anything like this before. He uses the technique of Northern Fist fighting in the Middle Lands where swords reign. At this time, MC was already starting to get tired and thought that his body was so useless. He hadn't really done anything yet, and he was already out of breath. But it's not just him. It's also his incredible physical fitness. No counterattacks or dodges. He just endures without letting his guard down. When he was the king, he was more aggressive. Now his body is at its limit, and he realized how strong his opponent's body is. He must get him out of control. He moved his hand to the side, gathering strength in it, and Liam prepared to block it. After that, Zeke struck with all his might, but this time Liam dodged, which surprised him. He thought, how did he do that? He can't see the ether with his own eyes. Apparently, everyone here has insane senses. After that, Liam grabbed his arm and clothes, trying to throw him over himself. But MC quickly regained control of the situation and kneed him in the head, after which he grabbed his arm and used his heightened senses to perform a hold. He squeezed his thighs around his neck with all his strength and thought that no matter how strong his body was, no one could last long without oxygen. And then he felt pain. Liam started punching him in the chest to make him loosen his grip, and he thought this idiot was just crazy. He looked into his furious eyes and pressed on his neck even harder. The one who is more patient will emerge victorious from this fight. Liam continued to hit him, and he in turn squeezed his neck even harder. And this spectacle made some students uneasy, while others, on the contrary, enjoyed it. Even the instructor held his breath. In the end, Zeke won. Liam lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Reyna Tarun, watching this fight with a smile the whole time, thought that she expected nothing less from him. This was worth destroying him. After this, MC returned to his room where Decker immediately pestered him with questions. He was worried, having heard that he had been injured during Pancreas. He asked if he was okay, but even when Zeke replied that he was fine, he insisted on checking his pulse. Zeke immediately realized that he wanted to know if he had awakened his aura and, with a heavy sigh, extended his hand. The man thanked him, and as soon as his fingers touched his wrist, MC felt something different and wondered, is he the Blue Knight? When checking to see if someone is awake, they usually look at their dantian, but he approaches it more thoroughly. Granting someone else an aura is difficult enough in itself, but if a person is able to control their aura so precisely, they are most likely a Blue Knight. Not all knights are the same. They are divided according to their combat skills and ability to control their aura. White Swordsman Beginner Level. Most children before the Blessing Rite are White Swordsmen. Yellow Swordsman. This level represents those who have awakened their aura and opened their dantian. All participants in the cradle become Yellow Swordsmen after the Blessing Rite. Once they can freely control their aura, they can attain the rank of Knight. Purple Knight. This level allows you to strengthen your sword with aura, and at the Blue Knight level you can manifest an aura blade. And then there's the realm of those who have transcended their limits. The realm that the mercenary King Liam and Zeke reached before they regressed, the Red Knight. There are also Black Knights, but there are only a couple of such monsters on the entire continent. How did such an experienced person end up as his nanny? But it doesn't matter. He's unable to detect his ether, which only 2 people in the entire world can use. Decker finished, and he let him go and asked if it was possible he was hiding something from him. He asked in response why he would suddenly hide something from him, and he himself wasn't hiding anything from him by any chance. The man remained silent and waved his hand, saying that he was just joking. He was about to leave, but Decker stopped him with a question. Why did he change so suddenly? He said that his question was wrong. He should have asked why he changed only now. From now on, a lot will change. Everything will simply fall into place. So all he has to do is follow him. Decker bowed to him, saying that he understood everything. He also prepared the training room he asked for. MC said that he liked that he was so efficient, after which he sent him to rest. And he himself went to the training room and thought that he was assigned to keep an eye on him, so he needs to keep him close to him to extract information. But the problem is that he doesn't know who ordered to keep an eye on him. He doesn't think it was someone from his mother's side. Perhaps it was one of his siblings. Entering the training hall, he looked around and noted with admiration that this house truly lived up to its name. First, he decided to check the system. He immediately noticed that the cut skill had increased to expert and wondered if the skill's change depended on how often it was used. The skill activated automatically during battle. So he had all this before, and if he learned something new, will a new skill appear? What is the difference between skills and class skills? However, they activate in the same way. And what are these dragon skills? It says that 10 karma points are required to unlock them. He clicked on it and the system gave him a hint. He can earn karma points by destroying monsters. There are a ton of them in the dungeon, but he needs to become a purple knight to get there. However, he wonders why he regressed to the past and what this system is. This skill and class tell him that he must be connected to that ancient relic, but he has little information. He decided not to dwell on it for now and took up the sword, determined to train until he becomes stronger. And it doesn't matter how he trains, he is a Draker. 2 powers are known in the world, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthen their aura in dungeons, while mages control their mana using circles. These 2 powers are at opposite ends of the spectrum. So if you awaken one, you cannot awaken the other. However, unfortunately, Zeke was unable to awaken either the dantian or the circle. He was expelled by his family, and while wandering, he met a master. This master imparted many different knowledge to him, but the most useful things he learned were healing and the etheric chamber. Thanks to the etheric chamber developed by his master, he was able to manipulate the energy of nature, the ether. The master and he are the only users in the world. After that, he started training but eventually ran out of steam. To take a breather, he stopped and thought that he had only trained for 2 hours, but it seemed like he was about to faint. The system activated his class healing skill, causing the bleeding calluses on his hands to heal quickly. Healing is a very rare skill that he didn't even know existed until he met the master. If he used it in front of people, they would treat him like a madman. That's why he couldn't use it during the fight with Leon. He had to hurry to heal as soon as he returned to his room. Now that he felt better, he continued training. Evening came, he decided to call it a day as he was hungry. And looking at the destroyed floor, he wondered what he should tell Decker. A week later, the Cradle cafeteria, while everyone was serving food in the dining room, they started discussing Zeke. He had become a completely different person. Some even thought he had resorted to black magic, while others hoped he would displace the stronger students who, by the way, were currently dining in a separate room. Their table was set more luxuriously there, and servants stood nearby. Owen Zimmons noticed that Leon wasn't eating and said that perhaps he had no appetite, but he should eat something. He needed energy for sword fighting. He asked if he was making fun of him. He replied that he was just trying to be nice, but apparently inferiority complex was stronger. These words made Leon immediately jump up and slam his palms on the table, causing Reina to drop piece of meat from her fork, which made her very angry. Noticing her gaze, he immediately calmed down, and Ken asked, "So what are they going to do now?" Everyone was thinking about only one person right now, Zeke. Owen said that this penetration was brutal but quite impressive. However, when it came to swords, it would be a pitiful sight. What will he do when he can't even hold a sword properly? Leon agreed with him and said that he was so weak that he had to buy a special sword because a regular one was too heavy for him. There was no point in him losing to this worthless person. He was sure they knew it too since they saw them. He was just lucky to win against him in Pancration. Reina loudly put her fork down on the table and asked discontentedly, "He says he was lucky?" He immediately lowered his head, afraid to meet her gaze, after which she left the table and said that if they really thought that, then they had no right to be knights of House Draker. In sword duels, unlike Pancration, real swords are used, and this is the cause of most of the incidents in the cradle. Moreover, this is where the difference in student skills is most evident. A month after the current graduation exams, the blessing ceremony will begin, during which Draker awakens his aura. And then the day of the exam arrived, the instructor told Zeke to go into the arena, and he walked out with a proud smile along with his huge sword. Because of this, everyone started laughing at him. He thinks that a big sword will give him more power? Reina entered the arena. She decisively called out to him and furiously said that she chose him as her opponent. He smirked and remarked that it sounded good, then pointed the sword at her and said that he accepted. She mentally noted how easily he lifted the claymore, then drew her sword, and thought that now that she was looking at him up close, she could tell that this was not the Zeke she knew. He could barely hold the sword properly. Was it because he had grown? She immediately pulled herself together, wondering what she was even thinking. She can't let him intimidate her before the fight begins. She'll do well. Meanwhile, MC thought he could handle it, but a fight with the Lightning Knight is quite a tense affair. Reina Turon, known as the Lightning Knight, was one of the knights who made a name for herself during the Continental Wars. She was also noted as one of the greatest Drakers of the next generation as she awakened her aura even before she underwent the blessing rite. She must have awakened her aura several years ago, but she didn't use it from the start, saying she didn't want to violate her principles. As soon as the instructor announced the start of the fight, she lunged forward and he blocked the blow. And then she retreated and quickly moved behind him to deliver a thrust. He blocked it, but was thrown back due to the force of the blow. After that, he frowned and thought that she was better than he expected. One of the students told Reina to stop playing with him and finish him off already, and one of her friends called the man an idiot and asked if it looked like she was playing with him. Reina struck a blow which was blocked again and thought that despite the fact that he held up well, she felt a tear. But no matter how quickly she tried to seize the moment, his sword blocked her attacks as if it anticipated her actions. And immediately after, another gap opened. It looked like a training match meant for her training. She struck again. A loud clang rang out, and she immediately retreated to catch her breath. Zeke, meanwhile, was not the least bit tired and thought that now he understood how the Lightning Knight fought when she was in the cradle. She fought fairly as one would expect from someone who values her principles, but this is precisely what was holding her back. Why doesn't he help her break out of her shell? He crouched down, and Reina noticed that he had an extremely low stance, intending to close the gap in one go, but he shouldn't underestimate her speed. A second later, he was already next to her. She was surprised by his speed, but still managed to react and dodge a heavy blow from his sword, thinking that as long as there was distance between them, she could react to his antics. Without lifting the sword from the floor, he swung it, and she didn't even understand what he was trying to achieve until several rocks flew into her face. Despite the blow to her head, she immediately returned her gaze to her opponent and took a step back. And when she saw his sword right in front of her face, she knew it was time to finish. She momentarily released her aura and quickly disarmed her opponent, throwing his sword high into the air. A few seconds later, the sword stuck in the ground nearby, and the students exclaimed that Zeke had lost. As expected of Reina, she didn't use her aura as usual. The instructor was shocked at this time. The cadets did not notice anything, but when his sword approached her, she still resorted to using aura. It was barely noticeable. She promised never to use aura until she entered the academy, and he made her compromise her principles. Because of this, Reina was now upset. She looked down, and MC immediately ran up to her asking what she was doing. "It's not over yet." After that, he hit her in the neck with all his might, causing blood to flow from her mouth, and Leon indignantly exclaimed that this was a sword fight. What kind of cheap tricks are these? The other students agreed with him and began to shame him with all their might, but Leon paid them no attention. Noticing that his opponent was getting up, he asked if she wanted to continue. Reina remained silent, grabbed her neck, and thought that she had not lost yet. He hit her only because she let down her guard. But what guard? If he had held a dagger, she would have died. She closed her eyes and admitted defeat, which surprised her friends. Zeke, who was called Scum just a few days ago, defeated one of the most talented protégés of famous families, Reina Tarun, sometime later. Somewhere in the dilapidated castle, the aftermath of its capture was being sorted out. Bodies were being collected and thrown into a pit. Meanwhile, those very same invaders were now in the castle itself. William, with a pale face, looked at Abel and asked how he could drink tea in such a situation. They said that Zeke, that idiot, defeated Reina. Abel took a sip of tea and said that he was always so serious. How much time did they have left before the blessing ceremony? He answered him that they needed to wait until the next full moon, and he, going to the window, said that it looked like the best time to visit his family. William exclaimed in surprise he was going there alone. Abel said this only piqued his curiosity, curious to know what kind of awakening their little brother would undergo. Even though Zeke's victory had shocked the entire group, he simply returned to the training center and resumed training. About a month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, MC finished another training session and, wiping the sweat from his face, thought that he really didn't understand how he managed to become a red knight with such a body in his past life. He decided to check the status window, and as he thought, only his precise strike skill level had exceeded the expert level. He even managed to increase his proficiency in dashing steps, a skill he acquired during the duel. There was a knock at the door, and he immediately realized it was Decker who had come and asked what he wanted. He warned him that they were leaving in 2 hours, and he said that he would join soon, so let him prepare everything. Soon they set off on carriages, and he thought that it had been a long time since he had been to the main estate. It belongs to the Draker family and is located in the Duchy of Troy. Although the family's main residence is located in the heart of the continent, in the Fortress of the Four Seasons in the Middle Lands, the blessing ceremony must be held in the main estate where the legend of Dragonslayers originated. Soon they arrived at the main estate, the Dragon's Lair. Everyone was gathered in a spacious hall and lined up in several rows. Zeke glanced around and thought that he had never realized this before. But all the spectators were famous people who were often written about in the Continental Information Bulletin. He thinks his family sent someone to watch him. Whatever their intentions, once they see that he can't awaken, he is sure they will simply start ignoring him. And then he caught sight of someone who really angered him. It was Abel. He shook hands with some aristocrat and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. What brought him here? Perhaps someone from this class caught his attention? He answered with a smile that he had his reasons. It just so happened that his beloved younger brother was here. Abel Draker, the second son of the family, everyone calls him the Lion Blade, and Zeke, the Butcher Knight. As soon as he met his gaze, he immediately looked away and mentally told himself to calm down. Anyway, right now he couldn't do anything. In his past life, Abel would never have come during his blessing ceremony. Did his actions change the future? If so, then perhaps this was his chance. Finally, the ceremony began, and a boy named Aaron was called forward. He approached the statue and a huge bowl filled with water and dipped his hand in it. There was a needle at the bottom of the bowl. He pricked his palm until it bled, and then the aura activated and streams of energy began to rush up his arm. Through a blessing ritual, each Draker awakens their sealed aura when they leave the cradle at age 12. Compared to normal knights who awaken after age 20, this was incredibly fast. However, there are a few rare cases where, along with their aura, they awaken a Dragonslayer trait known as mana suppression. They will become at least as powerful as a yellow knight, though some have even rivaled red and black knights, and their pure blood will awaken within them. Now it was Reina's turn, and it was to her that this incident occurred. The mana lamps flickered, the aura took on a red glow, and the instructor asked his assistant to fetch the gloves. Due to mana suppression, everyone will need to use special gloves made by the family. Otherwise, they will not be able to live a normal life. When someone can prove they are pure blood, they are given the name Draker. Along with this, the proven one will be provided with unimaginable support from the family. It was Zeke's turn. The aristocrats were very curious about what kind of awakening he would undergo. Everyone thought he would awaken as a pure blood. After all, he defeated Reina. MC approached the bowl and smirked. He never thought he would stand before this statue again. The last time was terrible. Although the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed him through the cradle, he was disgraced. However, this time is different. He can not only heal but also manipulate ether. And on top of that, he didn't give up or give in. He stood up for himself with his own will. He looked at the statue, asking it to take care of him, then dipped his hand in the water and saw the statue's reaction. He smiled, but the glow that appeared instantly faded, and everyone in the hall began to whisper, not understanding what was happening. This had never happened before. Abel looked at him with a note of disappointment, and at that moment he became angry. He took his hand out of the water and thought that he knew it. He shouldn't have expected anything to change. Thanks to that idiot, he became overconfident. The other students began to whisper. He couldn't awaken, but how is that even possible? It seems that even the blood of the family head wasn't enough for awakening. How did he defeat Reina then? He must have pulled some trick. Everyone started chattering in unison about how he brought shame on his family, and he thought that people like that never change. But it didn't matter. There were many ways to become stronger besides awakening. And then a system message appeared in front of him, apologizing. Due to an error during processing, the message was sent with a delay. He stared at it in confusion, and the system informed him that the required information was missing from the identification terminal during class identification, and now his class information had been entered using the system's authority. His talent was determined to be healer, and now his class was unlocked and identified as rare. He immediately turned to the statue, thinking that this couldn't true, and saw a red glow. Everyone was surprised. This meant the awakening of a pure blood. The system informed Zeke that the terminal had established a connection, and the blessing of the ancient dragon sealed within the user's soul had been activated. Abel continued to watch as the golden aura enveloped him, and the system reported that the fighter's blood talent had awakened. All his awakened talents had combined, and a new unique class had been created, Immortal. Everyone was amazed by the golden glow. Is this how pure bloods awaken? There was a bit of red, so was he considered a pure blood? MC thought that, of course, they would have doubts. But if he said anything here, it would backfire on him. The nobles began to discuss it. The mana lamps were fine. Right? Was the sword statue broken? Someone even said there was suppression. This can't be a pure blood awakening. Abel clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, and asked why they were all so serious. They had 2 pure bloods awaken at once. Isn't that a reason to celebrate? They exchanged glances and, deciding not to contradict him, applauded, saying that 2 awakenings were a blessing. Abel waved his hand and ordered the instructor to quickly bring the gloves. And when Zeke put them on, he noticed that they were quite heavy. After that, the next student was called to the statue, and Abel watched his brother with a smile. MC thought that his intentions were obvious, but he would have to accept Abel's help. Although all this irritated him. After a while, the ceremony finally ended, and the instructor invited everyone to the celebration held in its honor. Everyone was very happy, and Zeke went to the exit and thought that he didn't care about this party. There must be a training hall somewhere around here, right? Suddenly, Abel called out to him. He immediately turned to him, and Abel asked with a smile, where was he going so early? What about the party? He bit his lip in anger, and his brother congratulated him on his awakening. He extended his hand as a sign of respect, and MC thought, a handshake? If he didn't shake his hand, he would perceive it as hostility. He would play along with him for now. He was about to do it, but remembered what happened in his past life and stopped. Abel looked at him in bewilderment, and when he lowered his hand, he smirked and remarked that it was somehow awkward. Zeke gritted his teeth and thought that even to save face, he couldn't shake this idiot's hand. Abel waved his hand and said that nothing could be done. He would have to be content with just meeting. He touched his shoulder and left, saying that they would see each other again. And he glared after him with fury, squeezing the shoulder he touched. Meanwhile, the feast had begun. Everyone was talking about Zeke and wondering where he was now, but he was already in his room. He pulled off his clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would suffocate there. He looked around his luxurious room and thought that none of this mattered anymore. What was wrong with him? All pure-blooded awakened have the ability to suppress mana. This ability proves that a person is opposed to dragons, the source of mana. However, since most mechanisms use mana as fuel, purebloods have to wear gloves. If he were a pureblood, problems would arise as soon as he took off this glove. He opened the status window and saw that he had new skills, and his karma points had also increased to 100. He thought that this was completely different from before. Not mana suppression, but mana reflection. He crouched down and decided to learn more about it. The skill, Mana Reflection, creates a distortion field that nullifies nearby mana potions. Mana lamps were fine because it is not a passive skill. Before the rite, he was a rare rank healer, and now he is a unique immortal. He tiredly touched his face and remembered that all the graduates had regular awakenings with a blue aura. Only Reina had a red glow during her awakening. Its glow was initially red but then changed to gold. The system informed him that the classification terminal had lost important information. Did the classification terminal refer to the bronze statue? As soon as the system entered the information, the standing bronze statue began to emit a red glow. He sighed heavily. Now he understood what had happened. The bronze statue does not determine whether you have awakened or not. It determines the user's predisposition, their class. Red is a rare class. Gold is unique. The bronze statue is an ancient relic used even before Terracon, the founder of the Draker family. In their days, the concept of class did not exist, so it was only used to check whether a person had awakened or not. They misinterpreted the red glow, which signifies a rare class and the awakening of purebloods. And not a single family head has ever realized this. Besides, he has karma points. Did he receive them during his awakening? He decided to use his points to view his dragon skills, and several system windows appeared in front of him with descriptions of new skills. Dragon Vision allows the user to view detailed information about a person or object after careful observation. Currently locked, it requires 20 points to unlock. Dragon Might allows the user to force enemies to surrender with an aura. It requires 30 points to unlock. Devour allows the user to consume and digest large amounts of food. It requires 50 points to unlock. He looked through the skills thoughtfully. Devour seemed the most useless, so he decided to spend his points on something he would definitely find useful. He bought both Dragon Vision and Dragon Might and decided that the second skill seemed too dangerous to use here, so he used Sight. As soon as the skill activated, one of his eyes changed and he looked around. He expected more because it said detailed information, but in reality, nothing changed. He decided to go out onto the balcony and laughed nervously, thinking this was some kind of madness. It seemed as if the statue standing in the center of the garden was right in front of him. This skill could really be useful. And then the system asked if he wanted detailed information about the detected object. He agreed and immediately surrounded himself with a dozen system windows describing all the objects in the room. The influx of information made him feel sick. He slumped in his chair and wondered if all dragon skills were like this. If so, he wouldn't be able to use them often. The system activated the healing factor. His energy immediately restored, and he came to his senses. He was perplexed since he hadn't intended to use healing, and then he examined the skill information more closely. All his class skills became passive, and their levels increased by 1. Now his body could recover on its own, and he really liked it. It might seem that healing had already been overcome, but it wasn't something that could be neglected forever, and its healing effect was limited. However, the healing factor was infinite. He decided to test this and took a knife from the table, then slashed his wrist. As soon as blood appeared, the skill immediately healed him. He thought in surprise that this couldn't be true. It takes 5 years to graduate from the academy, right? And he would graduate in 2. Draker Academy is a famous knight academy on the continent. Anyone is willing to sacrifice everything and anything to enroll here. The Duchy of Troy, the where Academy is located, is bustling with life in the spring when the new semester begins, and so Zeke arrived at the academy. He glanced at the other students and thought that the higher-ranked students were no different from adults, all of them trained to perfection. However, if he compared them to those who studied in the cradle, they would still remain the descendants of noble families. He glanced at Owen, around whom a crowd of boys crowded, and thought that it seemed he had already gained authority. This whole family was rotten to the core. Among the many different families supporting Draker, there are 3 that wield the most influence. They are called the Great Families. Turin is the epitome of strength, Zimmons is wisdom, and Vardek is wealth. Even the children of these 3 families take advantage of their positions. He grinned and moved on, deciding that it was none of his business. He went to a high-ranking dormitory called the Platinum Mansion. and seeing the luxurious tall building before him, he thought how nice it was to be a pureblood. This dormitory is equipped with a study hall, a library, and other amenities. All of this is available only to the highest-ranked students. Even from the cradle, it is very difficult to get here. As for pureblood awakened, they are granted a special privilege, the floor master, an entire floor known as the platinum floor. As soon as he entered the dormitory, a maid greeted him and said that they had been waiting for him and would now take him to the right floor. When he went up to the platinum floor, he was met by a whole crowd of servants, and he smiled wryly, thinking that even for purebloods, this was too much. One of the servants informed him that Sir Decker was already waiting for him in the room, and when he entered, he immediately inquired about the matter. The man replied that he had something to give him. He pointed to a box on the table, and it turned out to be new gloves. He immediately tried them on and said with a smile that they were much better than the temporary gloves. Decker said he was very glad he liked it, and he took the sword, saying that since he had new gloves, he should update his weapon as well. What did he think about that? He replied that it was an excellent decision. And he said that because the Duchy of Troy was close to the giant mountains, there were many high-quality materials and skilled craftsmen there. It even got to the point that, according to rumors, the first weapon of academy graduates is Trojan. Decker decided to look for a worthy craftsman for it, but he said he already had one in mind. He wrote him the address and name and gave him a note saying that he would meet with him, so he should arrange a meeting. Decker read the note and said that he hadn't heard of Galleon Halbert before and would contact him right away. By the way, his classes began tomorrow, so he should familiarize himself with the relevant documents in advance. He was upset that he had mentioned his studies again and finally was left alone. He began reading the documents and thought that given that the platinum floor was completely isolated, he would have much more freedom to develop his dragon skills. There was a knock on the door. He gave permission to enter, and a maid informed him that floor mistress Reina had sent him an invitation to dinner. He was embarrassed. It was strange that she invited him and then asked the servant to take him to her. Seeing her, he smiled wryly. She was sitting surrounded by several guys, and he wondered if they were some kind of southern cartel. Reina greeted him and said that the people in her family were rather peculiar, and she apologized to him. She waved her hand, signaling them to leave, and MC took a seat opposite her, thanking her for her concern. She suggested that they discuss everything after the meal, and while she was choosing what she would eat, he took a closer look at her. The Lightning Knight, she uses her lower abdomen to control her aura. Is she really training to become a purple knight? But why has her swordsmanship stagnated? Such a waste of potential. Soon, the dishes arrived, and they began to eat. Zeke ate several plates and was already full, but Reina ate twice as much as him, which surprised him a little. He certainly eats a lot himself, but this exceeded all his expectations. She dabbed her lips with a napkin and said that since they were finished, she could now get down to business. Let him accept her family's support. He frowned and said that she must have forgotten, but they were both pure-blooded awakened. She noted that it seemed he had the wrong idea about pure-blooded awakened. Indeed, they have many privileges. The platinum floor alone is proof of that, but they do not receive any benefits in terms of their development. The Academy has accumulated centuries of theoretical and practical knowledge, a personal instructor to effectively improve your abilities. If you don't have this, then no matter how wealthy you are, you will fall behind. That's why support is necessary. Even Abel Draker, as purebred as they are, the youngest to ever receive the title of White Knight and the current Black Knight, received support from his maternal family, the Zimmons. Although the head of the Turin family didn't explain the reason, he said that he doesn't receive support from his maternal family. So she will repeat it again. Let him accept the support of the Turin family, but he refused and did so with a face as if it were some kind of trifle. She stared at him in surprise and asked why. Her family's support was quite a profitable solution for him. He rose from the table and said that it was not about that. He didn't need anything more than what he had. He thanked her for dinner and was about to leave. But before leaving, he decided to give her one piece of advice. Her sword had too much power. He touched the tree trunk and, releasing his energy, shook it, causing the leaves to fall, and told her to listen carefully. Her greatest strength was her agility, which came from her flexible body. He waved his hand, swirling the leaves around him, and told her not to attack head-on and crush her opponents with force, but to smoothly deflect the enemy's attacks to the side and deliver single delicate blows. If she could do this, she would become several times stronger than she was now. The leaves scattered in all directions, and he left, thanking her for the meal. She clenched her fist in irritation and thought that the Turin family was the embodiment of strength. She was simply following her family's traditions, and it wasn't that she paid attention to others. But in fact, he was right, since she was obsessed with the idea of becoming a person worthy of bearing her family name. And this was precisely what unintentionally reflected on her sword, and he was able to see it. When she was little, everyone said she was a genius, but no one could give her any practical advice. Who is the Sikh? A new day dawned. MC left the dorm and stretched, thinking that all his skills in the modified class had proven incredibly effective. How well was he despite training all night long? The skill infinite stamina compensated for any fatigue with an endless supply of stamina all night. In his past life, this place seemed like hell to him. But now, having awakened as a pure blood, it was simply paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but there's nothing better than this. He passed by a group of guys, and one of them called out to him. Turned out to be Owen. He approached him and asked, "So he's also studying in a special class?" Zeke immediately remembered him. He's the third son of the Zimmons family, one of the three great ones. Since conning is Zimmons' specialty, he used others to intimidate him, cunningly maintaining his own image. Owen said he invited him to dinner last night, but he never responded. Maybe the letter never arrived? MC wondered why he was being so kind to him now. He remembered the unopened letter on his desk and asked with a smirk, "So that's what he had there?" The guy asked why he hadn't responded to his invitation, and he asked in response, "Is he kidding or something? Why does he have to respond to everyone he meets?" Then some guy stepped forward and said that he was acting rather rude despite the young master's kindness. He asked who he was, and he mockingly asked, "Doesn't he know him?" It seemed like the newcomer, fresh from the cradle, didn't really have much of a personality. Zeke sighed heavily and continued on his way, saying that he understood he wanted to appear tough in front of his master, but he shouldn't forget who he was talking to. He was about to leave, but the guy lunged at him and struck him, which he blocked, then immediately retreated. He glanced at him and noted that it turned out high-ranking students could already control aura. The guy said his name was Durbin Roswell, and here they call him Durbin the Mighty. He would teach him a lesson in place of young Master Owen. MC chuckled and said it was funny. A cadet who wasn't even a knight already had a nickname. Immediately after that, he abruptly approached him and called him a joker, then punched him in the chest with all his might, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and sending him flying several meters away. After such a blow, he never got up again, and Zeke asked who would be next. He looked at Owen and advised him to hurry with his choice, but he wasn't going to fight. He walked past him and said that he definitely enjoyed basking in the rays of his own glory. After that, they left, and he looked after them and thought that this was all nonsense. The Draker Academy is divided into two classes. The regular classes teach those who have no talent, so these cadets have to work hard to achieve something. They maintain a strict regimen from early morning until late at night, and there's also a special class that is free to choose subjects besides the basic ones. In the academy, the place where the greatest elites gather is the special class. MC came to class and looked around. He had some expectations about the special class, but most of the people here are just graduates of the cradle. Where is this special class? The teacher asked everyone to remain silent. To cheer them up, the first-year students of the special class, someone truly exceptional, had come today. Not only had he served as the supreme commander during the war with the Eastern Empire 20 years ago, but he had also become a hero for stopping the Empire's invasion thanks to his resourcefulness. The students understood who he was talking about, and smiles immediately appeared on their faces. Then the dean of the academy, Howard Draker, entered the classroom. He waved to the students and said with a sweet smile that he was glad to meet them. Zeke knew him, and they revered him as a war hero and tactical genius. But the truth is, the information he passed on to the enemy to save his own life simply shocked even the enemy. This man is a traitor who simply got lucky. He's a rat, not a hero. And because of him, he was expelled from the academy. He lost the only remaining place he could have belonged to, and he was forced to wander throughout the Duchy of Troy. And he was caught and sold to the Southern Cartel, and he will definitely repay him for this. After the dean gave his speech and left, the teacher said that he hoped everyone was listening. Now they will immediately begin basic lessons, so let them take their swords and head to the arena. They moved to the indoor special class arena. MC didn't think that even a special class should study the art of dragon slaying. In his past life, simply because he didn't know how to use aura, he spent 2 years learning what would take an ordinary person 3 months, and he hoped that this time everything would be much easier. The instructor entered the arena. He greeted the cadets and said that his name was Andre Draker and he would be teaching them the art of dragon slaying. Everyone immediately began whispering about who he was, noticing how young he was, and Zeke knew him. He was the Knight of the Rose. Despite not being a pure-blooded awakened, he graduated from the Academy and Valhalla with honors. He is a genius that only happens once in a century and has been given the name Draker. The teachers of the special class are on another level, and he is also known for his unyielding character. Since everyone was currently talking about him, he became angry and ordered them to remain silent. They immediately fell silent and became a little nervous, and he said that if they were done chatting, he would begin the lesson. Let them draw their swords. They drew their weapons, and Andre, seeing Zigger reaching for his large sword, asked, "What is that?" He deftly pulled the sword from behind his back and twirled it, answering that, as far as he could see, it was his training sword. Andre's gaze immediately became stern, and he ordered him to enter the arena. He didn't know that a sword is selected based on the capabilities of your body. He sighed heavily, thinking that he knew this would happen. So he took it on purpose to stand out. There was nothing he could do about it. It would be easier and faster if he showed him his skills. He replied that he was confident he could defeat him with this sword. His words immediately caused the instructor's gaze to change. He put a lot of pressure on him. But thanks to his training, he was able to withstand it without any problems. After that, Andre took out his sword and said that he understood everything. If he wanted to learn this way, then so be it. He waved the weapon threateningly and said that if he could at least touch his body with his blade, he would free him not only from punishment for his rudeness, but also from lessons in the art of dragon slaying. He told him not to worry as he wouldn't use aura against him. Zeke smiled and considered that statement. He could defeat Andre as he knew his weakness. But with Abel watching him, drawing attention to himself was quite dangerous, so he'd simply hit him and lose. At that moment, he confidently looked ahead and said, "Okay." With that, he rushed to his opponent and tried to hit him with his sword, but Andre managed to slip away. And Zeke thought, as expected from the Blue Knight, it wouldn't be easy. A struggle ensued between them, and the protagonist tried to approach Andre from various angles who remained motionless due to his incredible agility. The people around him began to comment that the official representatives of the Andre Knights were at the highest level. Zeke hadn't managed to land a blow on him with his sword for half an hour. As they drew a little further apart, the protagonist's hand began to shake. At that moment, Andre too was exhaling tiredly, wondering what kind of stamina this boy had, even if he was using his aura to think he was losing to a cadet. Truly, the existence of purebreds was unfair. With these thoughts in mind, he continued his fight, and Zeke realized his stamina was still just as poor, and suppressing his mana wasn't helping. Aura cultivation is known for its peculiarity. Aura activates during training, performing everyday tasks, eating, and even sleeping. This state becomes an integral part of life, just like breathing. Roughly speaking, Andre had practically stopped breathing. This unconventional use further reduces his stamina. At that moment, the protagonist almost collapsed, realizing that losing like this wasn't quite right. When he landed, he frowned and thought that perhaps nothing could be done about it. He should force him to use his aura. At that moment, he pounced on his opponent again, realizing it was pointless to attack him with attacks that could be easily countered. Their fight continued to intensify, and he knew he needed to do something that would force him to use his aura unconsciously. He would deliberately create an extreme situation. At that moment, he leaped back and, moments later, moved with incredible speed. Andre was stunned and realized it was a dash skill. The system reported that the dash skill had been activated, and Andre stood there confused, unsure what to do until multiple bright beams of light appeared around him from the protagonist's incredible speed. He considered the impossibility of this, and at that moment, the system reported that he had activated the critical strike skill. Zeke instantly appeared behind his opponent and lunged at him with his sword. He couldn't understand how the cadet knew about dash steps. At that moment, he sensed something was wrong behind him and was startled when he saw the tip of a sword nearby. Zeke landed nearby and pointed several swords at him. The Art of Dragon Slaying Chapter 1 Verse 1. Hill used the skill Piece of Sky. At that moment, when Andre used his magical powers, Zeke smiled at him and prepared to attack. A bright flash of light erupted between them, and they parted. The surrounding people watched the battle with incredible pleasure and interest. A moment later, the protagonist's sword was destroyed, and he began to think that it really had been difficult. The system reported that he had used a healing factor skill, which had been activated. Now he could pass out. At that moment, he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Andre sheathed his sword and silently looked ahead. He understood that this cadet might no longer attend classes, and with that, he turned around. Then he asked if there were any others who wished to receive an exemption. The cadets fell awkwardly silent, and no one answered his question.
Andre tørkled.
Apparently there were none. Let them raise their swords, and now they will see the true technique of the Draker family. Sometime later, Zeke found himself in the hospital, lying in a hospital bed. He thought he had to admit it had worked out quite well. He might not have hurt Andre, but he had forced him to use his aura and acknowledge his abilities. In the end, he was punished, and now he had free time and he was winning. Andre's last attack was the most basic technique in the art of dragon slaying. Chapter 1: A Piece of Sky. However, since this technique was used by the Blue Knight, its power was simply incredible. Regardless, he could still defeat the Blue Knight, and given his boundless stamina and healing ability, it wasn't enough to live freely. Therefore, he didn't know how, but he needed to acquire unstoppable power, a power that will not allow anyone to subjugate him. At that moment, an unknown man approached him acting strangely and holding an alcoholic drink. He chuckled and said, "So he is Arthur, the youngest son." Zeke looked at the man in bewilderment and asked himself, "Who is this?" The guy said with a smile that his eyes were identical to those of that arrogant jerk Arthur. Zeke realized he couldn't smell him despite the strong smell of alcohol, and that was odd. Wait, what does that arrogant jerk mean by Arthur? Is he talking about the current leader of Draker? Zeke asked, "Who is he?" The stranger replied, "How did he do that, kid?" Zeke was dissatisfied with the man's overindulgence, and at that moment the man began drinking again, the alcoholic beverage dripping from his mustache. Zeke reluctantly asked, "What is he talking about?" He replied, "Oh God, let him not pretend he doesn't understand." He loudly placed the bottle on the table and said he recently suffered a serious blow. But how did his wound instantly disappear? Zeke realized he had felt the effect of a healing factor, and at that moment the system reported that the indomitable mental defense class skill had been activated. Zeke clutched the blanket in his hands, thinking only that he needed to control himself since no one at the academy knew anything about healing. He panicked and replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The man smirked and asked, "So he was going to continue this act?" Zeke was dumbfounded by what he saw when suddenly the man abruptly pulled his hand toward his face. Zeke immediately shielded himself from the bright beam of light, ducking and realizing it was a hired killer. He fell out of bed and onto the floor, covering the man with the blanket. As he tangled himself in the blanket, he screamed that the kid had tricks up his sleeve. Zeke felt his instincts screaming. At that moment, he activated Extreme Steps, Precision Strike, and Critical Strike. If he didn't kill him, he would, and then things would get worse. At that moment, he tried to destroy his opponent with his sword, but the man grabbed it with his hand and said that his ability to adapt to the situation impressed him just like a mercenary. Zeke was terrified when he heard this and again wondered who he was. At that moment, the unknown man pulled the blanket off himself, and Zeke moved to the far corner of the room. He continued to wonder, what was he talking about mercenaries? Did he mean he knew anything about his past life? The man looked away, holding his sword with only one finger, and said that Draker dropped his sword and retreated. He snapped his finger and thought that he was more suited to the role of a mercenary than a knight. At that moment, the main character realized what he was talking about. He hadn't experienced this since his training with the master, and he realized it after their brief fight. There was a huge gap between their abilities, so big that if he wanted, he could easily finish him off. He was at least on par with the Red Knight. The man pointed at him and spoke with a terrifying aura saying, "That's a claymore from the basic set, right? He's talented. And what's he doing with such a weapon?" He knew he was far stronger than the Red Knight. At that moment, Zeke noticed the door wide open, and Andre entered the room and said, "So that's where he is." Zeke was surprised by his arrival, and Andre looked at him silently. He didn't understand why this guy was here. Andre turned to the garden caretaker, Dexter, and Zeke realized he was the caretaker. Dexter asked how he knew he was here, the freak. Andre replied that he'd seen him in the training room. He said he was annoying with his intelligence. At that moment, Andre said that if he was done with treatment, he should go back to his studies. Turning to the cadet, Zeke, frightened, replied that he understood everything. And as he grabbed the door, they called out to him, "Kid, if he has time, let him run into the academy's western greenhouse. He'll teach him something useful." This was said by Dexter, who smiled as he watched him go. Zeke paused, lost in thought. They looked at him questioningly, after which Zeke smiled and replied, "No. Thank you." Dexter became very angry and shouted, "Just let them look at this guy. He's as much of a bastard as Arthur." When the protagonist stepped out into the hallway, he wondered if this garden overseer really was Dexter. Seriously? Who was he trying to fool? If he had the rank to call the current head by his first name, then he must be the same man who had only had one student in his entire life, and that was Andre. That's Duke Draker. He's a Storm Knight. He's one of the Black Knights, so powerful that he can single-handedly take on an entire kingdom. Rumors had it that he disappeared without a word. Who would have thought he'd secluded himself in the academy? Perhaps Andre came here because of him. When they talk about someone named Duke, do they mean a man with frightening tenacity? Rumor has it that he only achieved the status of a Black Knight because he liked the color black. But that's all a lie. Right? Everyone is showing great interest in him now, but receiving easy training out of simple interest is what he needs. If he's going to learn anything, he should at least learn his secret technique. He needs to turn this interest into tenacity. Sometime later, he arrived at the academy where Fanon, the academy's professor of magic theory, asked if he knew what happens in cases like this. Did no one know? All the cadets were incredibly bored, yawning, and sleeping right through class. The professor replied, "Okay. When creating a mana form, you can take damage due to resistance." The protagonist was the only one listening attentively and, raising his hand, said he didn't understand the law of energy transfer he'd mentioned earlier. The professor asked again, "What?" At that moment, he was stunned that someone had paid attention to him and looked at his student with admiration. He replied that he apologized. It was the first time he'd been asked a question, so he'd explain everything now for the transfer of mana to explain this concept. He also wondered what mana was. He continued to answer the students' questions for far too long. After some time had passed, the lesson ended, and the boys asked why they were studying magic theory at a night academy. They needed a break. Zeke reflected that the lecture had been fairly easy to understand and that he was no ordinary professor. As he stood up, someone called him over and asked him to wait. It was the professor who had barely caught up with him, and Zeke asked what happened. He tried to catch his breath, saying that it was nothing special. It was just that, for the first time in a long time, he had a proper lesson thanks to him. So if anything interested him, he could come to his lab anytime. He graduated from the Delft University of Magic, so he knew a lot. At that moment, Zeke was stunned and realized that he thought he was unusual, but he hadn't even guessed from the Delpho University of Magic, the country where magic originated. He replied, "Okay, professor," and smiled at him goodbye. The professor even left his office to wave. Zeke thought there was nothing wrong with getting close to a mage. Magicians who are good at mathematics are usually flexible thinkers, and they make much better colleagues than stiff knights. He thought about Fauna and realized he needed to find out if he would be of use to him. At that moment, he noticed something else, and seeing Duke lying on a bench outside, began he to wonder if this gardener was less patient than he'd thought. Only about a week had passed. When Duke noticed, he asked, "So are you ready, little one?" Zeke asked again. What brought him here? Duke misheard his question and asked why he hadn't come to the greenhouse. He understood what he meant when he said he'd teach him something useful. Zeke lowered his gaze and replied that he wasn't interested. Dyack became incredibly angry and jumping up, exclaimed, "But why?" Zeke replied that he understood that they were incredibly good, but he had a lot of private lessons right now. He replied, of course, he shouldn't be distracted from his lessons. Did he really think he'd say that? At that moment, he moved right behind him, and Zeke was dumbfounded when he noticed it. He turned around abruptly, and Dyack struck him squarely in the back, causing Zeke to cry out in pain. He easily knocked him out right there on the street. And when Zeke woke up sometime later, he thought, just think. He knocked him out. Apparently, waiting a week had been too much for him, so he was now in the western greenhouse. Duke noticed him waking up and asked, "So kid, are you awake?" Zeke asked again. Did he kidnap him? He continued drinking and replied, getting closer and closer, that was exactly it. He was very interested in him, kid. Zeke realized he wasn't even hiding it. He seemed very impatient. At that moment, he used his fast step skill and activated it to escape. He knew it wasn't time yet when Duke easily overtook him and grinned. ZK stopped immediately when he noticed him and was dumbfounded by the surprise he felt. Duke pushed him to the ground, nearly knocking him over, and realized he still wasn't taking him seriously. He had to somehow start a fire between them. At that moment, Zeke asked what had caught his attention. Dyack asked again, had he really forgotten about it? He wondered how his internal wounds had instantly healed. Zeke was dumbfounded by what he heard and smiling, realized, so that's what it was. If he was so interested, he better force him to answer. Dyack looked at him in bewilderment, then vanished from his spot. Zeke was surprised that he had disappeared and looked around wondering where he was. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and suddenly saw the tip of his spear above his head. He tried to shake it off with one deft movement and grabbed his sword, then stopped and looked around, asking what he was doing. Too much dust had accumulated around him, and Dyack approached him, saying he told him to force him to answer. But that was too easy, so he offered to make a bet. If he could even touch him, he'd grant him one wish. But if he refused, he'd have to reveal everything he was hiding. After a while, it began to get dark. Duke still didn't understand who this boy was. 3 hours had passed, and he didn't just have good stamina. His stamina healed wounds instantly. Their fight continued, and they fought in the thick dust. You realized this kid was special. Zeke tried to catch his breath and again used his healing factor class skill, activating it like his infinite stamina class skill. He knew he could hold out like this all day, but he wouldn't win. Dragon's Might was a skill he found rather dangerous, so he hadn't used it before. Unlike the Black Knight, he thought it was just what he needed. At that moment, he used this skill, and Duke was stunned by what he saw. His entire body glowed with a bright blue light, and Zeke tensed. He decided to continue the fight. Duke noticed his gaze and suddenly shouted, "This is what he should really be like." Zeke stopped in a special defensive stance and used the skill dash steps. Then he tried again to strike his opponent, who immediately jumped up. He broke the path, sending numerous stones flying in all directions, but Zeke couldn't keep up with Duke, who darted from place to place with incredible agility. Duke thought about how he was repeating the same move. This guy might be fast, but compared to that freaky Andre or the girl from Turin, he was nothing. However, the malice in his gaze outweighed his tenacity, and he liked it. Maybe he should use a little aura? The protagonist tensed, clenched his teeth in anger, and continued fighting when suddenly his opponent's hand glowed with magical light. He used his dragon skill, Dragon Might, and activated it. A bright golden eye appeared at Duke's side, stunning him. A moment later, the protagonist snatched the weapon from him and tossed it aside. Duke wondered what he had just done. He tried to shield his face from the strong wind with his hand and turning around, wondered if it had really blocked his vision. But then, it would be difficult for him to find him. At that moment, the protagonist was already behind him and swung his sword using the dragon skill, Dragon Sight. As the sword approached Duke's face, he froze and tried to cut his opponent, but he immediately vanished. All that remained was a trace on the ground, and an incredibly powerful whirlwind rose in the air. Zeke realized it was Duke's secret move. A simple dash had created a gust of wind, so that's why they call him the Storm Knight. Duke appeared right behind him and asked if he could do it now. Zeke panicked and asked himself, "What's going on?" His opponent stood right next to him and said, "He considers it a draw, kid." At that moment, he slashed his sword straight at the protagonist, causing a profuse flow of blood. Duke unleashed incredible force and destroyed his opponent, and the system reported that his fatigue had exceeded the acceptable limit due to excessive skill use. When Zeke came to his senses, he reflected on how this reminded him of training with his master. The system continued to say that for his own safety, his consciousness would be forcibly shut down. At that moment, he gradually closed his eyes from incredible fatigue and began to lose consciousness, cursing as he realized the situation. Sometime later, he woke up and immediately grabbed his head as it was in severe pain. Looking around, he asked, "Is this really his room? Did Duke bring him here?" He said he'd almost won as expected of the Black Knight. He lay down on the bed in a comfortable position and thought, thinking that he'd done all he could at this point, but it wasn't enough. He tried to lower his guard by repeating the same attack over and over again. And at the crucial moment, he tried to strike him with his Dragon's Might and Dragon's Vision, but it wasn't enough. The skill Duke used at the end was definitely his secret move. He did lose consciousness due to overuse of his dragon skills, but he was able to see this secret move, a senseless and incredibly fast movement that he was able to use thanks to his extremely trained body. Must have been this secret move that allowed Andre with his weak stamina to rise to the level of the Red Knight. He regretted missing the opportunity to learn the technique, but it was worth it. The dragon's power exerted such immense pressure that it made even a Black Knight hesitate, and most small fry would have given up immediately upon encountering this skill. Suddenly, he noticed a system window above him asking if he had any unread messages. Should he open them? He was surprised by the unread message, and the system informed him that D-rank swift steps had been changed to C-rank high-speed movement. His soul had evolved through the exercise of his strong will, and as his soul evolved, so did the functions of his system. He could activate the next function using karma points. He was surprised and asked again, "What?" The system informed him that the mini-map, which allowed him to see geographical features of the terrain, was locked and required 20 points to unlock. His inventory, which he could store as many items as he could fit, was also locked. He needed 20 points to unlock it. The entry-level quest book, which includes a guide and tasks for the effective development of low-ranking administrators, was also locked, and he needed 45 points to unlock it. His current karma point total was 40. He realized how much was there, and the inventory description seemed interesting. He decided to take a closer look and activated the inventory. The system informed him that he had activated this function and could select the items he wanted stored in his inventory. To retrieve an item from his inventory, he simply had to think about it. The amount of space an item takes up in his inventory depends on its weight and size, and he could use karma points to increase its size. The protagonist asked if he needed to select the desired item. He could activate skills simply by thinking about them, so placing items in his inventory should work the same way. He wanted to keep several items he had already equipped, including the sword. He realized the claymore had disappeared, and it had taken up 2 of the 28 available spaces in his inventory. So that's what the message meant about the space an item occupies depending on its weight and size. To retrieve the item, he needed to think about it. When he thought of his sword, it appeared right in his hands. He smiled and thought it would be some kind of subspace storage, but much better. Sure, this artifact was expensive, but finding something like that for storage wasn't easy, and he could also increase his inventory space using karma points. This operational function only performs the functions of a low-ranking administrator. The system reported the status of a low-ranking administrator, class Immortal Unique, title, one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. What would happen then when he reached a higher rank? If the value of these points was so high, he couldn't mindlessly throw them away. Well, it seemed he would have to change his plans. At that moment, someone knocked on his door and asked, "Can I come in, young master?" He looked surprised and replied, "Let him come in." It was his servant, Decker. And Zeke asked, "What is it?" He replied that he had a message for him. He said he would understand who it was from if he said it was from the gardener, Dexter. The protagonist realized what was happening and smiling, thought about how it couldn't be called a complete failure. He wrote down on paper, "My boy," that if he wanted to fight again, he could come whenever he wanted. Then he told him they would call this duel a draw. Was that what he meant by a draw? So it seemed he still had the opportunity to find out about his technique. He smiled and was delighted by this development. When suddenly Decker said he had something else to tell him, Zeke turned to him questioningly, and the servant said he had found the blacksmith he had spoken of. Zeke asked again, "Is that true? And when could they see him?" Decker adjusted his glasses and said that was the problem. The blacksmith had refused to meet with him. Zeke didn't expect to hear this and asked again, perplexed, "Why?" He replied that he no longer crafted weapons. It turned out he'd been drinking too much and wasn't in the mood. After a while, the protagonist found himself near the forge and realized he hadn't been there in a while. The forge was called Papner's Breath, too grand a name for this workshop. When he entered, he asked if anyone was there. The shining sword, Graham, was a masterpiece crafted by Galleon. He said it was the price he paid for saving his life. People said his nickname, the Soulsmith, stemmed from the fact that he read the souls of his clients before crafting their weapons, and he lived up to this title by creating a sword that possessed the ability he needed most, the ability to replace ether with aura. He was the greatest blacksmith on the continent who forged this sword, and now he drinks incredibly heavily. The protagonist asked what had happened to him. He asked again, "What's going on?" He asked, "This is no place for children. Let him get out of here." Zeke reflected that although he was quite picky, it had never come to this. What had happened before he met him? At that moment, he picked up a bucket of water that was standing nearby and dumped it all on Galleon, who was stunned by the cold and surprise. The bucket rolled away, and Zeke smiled and asked, "Well, has he come to his senses?" Galleon was dumbfounded and did not answer him, which caused Zeke to ask him why he had rejected his offer. He reached out and asked, "Is that Draker?" He immediately began banging his head on the table and screaming that he was sorry for the disgrace he had witnessed. Let him forgive his insolence, but he wasn't taking orders now. How could a freak create what someone else wanted if he couldn't create what he wanted? He was in a terrible state of mind, and the protagonist realized that even he had experienced a similar period in his life. His hands were shaking, and Zeke reflected that, come to think of it, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith when he met him, and Galleon had never told him what kind of life he'd led before. He probably didn't want to share such a shameful past, but he couldn't give him 10 years to come to his senses. Galleon continued to scream and sob, asking why he was so useless. Would he ever be able to make weapons again? He was just a blacksmith who couldn't do anything. At that moment, Galleon apologized to Zeke again for appearing like that. Zeke stepped back, looked around, and said, "Oh well, let him show a couple of his works." He replied that he'd take him to the backyard now. Zeke figured it couldn't be helped. He'd have to set him straight. When they reached the backyard, Galleon scratched his head and apologized again for leaving things like that. Zeke replied that it wasn't so. He'd actually done quite well. The entire courtyard was filled with various interesting swords crafted by Galleon himself. He thanked him for this, and the protagonist entered the clearing and began to look around. Galleon warned him to be careful. Although these swords were far from perfect, they were still quite impressive. Zeke immediately grabbed one and examined it carefully. He knew that this one and this one, none of them were failures. They were no different in quality from those he forged when he became the best on the continent. The system reported that the dragon skill Dragon Vision had been activated, and Zeke wondered if everything was as he thought. He was silent for a long moment, then asked if he was having problems with the brazier. At that moment, Galleon was dumbfounded by what he heard, and after a short silence asked again how he'd guessed. Zeke replied that he'd asked a question. He has his own unique smelting style, right? He used several types of metal to create lighter, more refined materials. He tossed his sword aside and shattered several others with a single swing, declaring that its durability had weakened. This happened because impurities in the materials weren't properly removed during the smelting process. Galleon realized he was spot on. He had not only recognized his smelting method, but also found its main flaw and the cause. What if this guy, but before he could fully consider this thought, he suddenly clenched his fist and shouted, "Sir, don't take this as rude, but I'd like to ask him something." Zeke turned around and asked, "What is this?" They entered his room, and Galleon pulled open a drawer and asked if he could take a look at this. He pulled out a canvas with various drawings, and the two men stared at it in silence for a long time. The protagonist realized that this was Galleon's secret, which he had uncovered many years later. The blueprint for a magical brazier. He laughed loudly and said, "How could he hide anything from the one who saved his life? It's a magical brazier, the temperature of which is maintained by magic. That's his secret." Zeke replied that with this invention, his smelting method would be flawless, and Galleon confirmed that this was indeed the case. He knew he valued it. Zeke continued, "So he has the design, but why hasn't he implemented it?" Galleon was dumbfounded and replied that he needed a schematic of the law of mana energy, but the magic tower's commission was 10,000 gold coins. At that moment, Zeke was dumbfounded by what he heard and realized that the average family of 4 spends 10 gold coins per month, which is 1,000 times more. It would take him 10 years to save up that amount. It was so absurd. That's why Galleon decided to turn to him. He was a Draker and a pure-blooded Awakened at that. So if he helped him with the brazier, he would carry out any of his orders as long as his heart beats. The protagonist thought it was quite difficult. It would be more realistic if he were a knight guarding his family. But even for him, even a purebred, it was impossible to receive support in the amount of 10,000 gold coins. But he also couldn't give up his true self even less than Galleon. He had problems with the law of mana energy. And at that moment, he realized something and asked himself again. The law of mana energy? At that moment, he rolled up the package from the table and said everything was fine, and he agreed. Galleon asked again, "Is that true?" Zeke replied, "Yes." He'd find out some information from a mage he knew and would let him know once he found out. And by the way, he should stop drinking right now. Galleon thanked him with tears in his eyes and said he would faithfully serve his savior. He held on to his leg and wouldn't let go. The protagonist shouted for him to let go, and Galleon continued to shout words of gratitude, which angered Zeke and made him stop immediately. He'll contact him as soon as he learns anything. Sometime later, he found himself in the research building of the Draker Academy. He wondered why the freaks from the magic tower had such high prices. After all, the design was quite simple. Fanon specializes in developing the laws of mana energy, and his research lab was somewhere around here. He looked around and realized the lab was somewhere in this alley. When he entered, he encountered many students. One of them grabbed another's leg and shouted for forgiveness, saying it was all his fault. So he was asking for forgiveness. The protagonist was dumbfounded by what he saw and asked again. What? The guy screamed with tears in his eyes and apologized to Leon for the fact that such a worthless person like him dared touch him. He yelled that it was well said and slammed the guy's head into the ground. As a reward, he would allow him to clean the ground he had already soiled. The guy thanked him for this, and the protagonist was deeply enraged by what he saw. He gritted his teeth in anger, and Leon said, "For heaven's sake, parasites like him are a burden, even just existing." He continued to beat the guy, and the protagonist began to wonder what a freak he was. At that moment, he grabbed the guy's body and asked, "A previously unseen golden glow? The awakening of a pure blood who surpassed the others? What kind of nonsense was this?" He slammed the guy's head right into the ground and realized he'd lost to this freak because of his sudden attacks, which he'd never expected from him. But the thought that this trash was a pure blood awakened couldn't wrap his head around it. He was so angry at that moment when suddenly the protagonist came from behind and asked, "What the hell is this?" He really found a replacement for him so quickly. He smiled, but the smile disappeared. The protagonist said he had 3 seconds to remove his hands from this guy and looked ominously at his opponent. Leon asked him again what had he said. He'd become excessively arrogant since he'd awakened Zeke, and he was absolutely certain that was exactly it. But before he could finish his sentence, Zeke suddenly interrupted him and told him to shut up right now and kneel before him, or he'd do something to him. Leon was terrified and rolled back, not understanding this terrifying pressure that was affecting him so. Just a couple of months ago he was crawling at his feet, and now he is in his place? He became extremely angry and shouted, "How dare he tell him what to do? You inferior freak. Why were everyone else just standing there? They should punch him right now." With these words, all the guys rushed at Zeke to beat him up, but he grinned and said, "Let them not blame him for what happened later." He immediately dodged the sudden attacks of all the guys, grabbed one of them by the body, and slammed his head into the floor, causing blood to pour from his mouth. At the same moment, he destroyed the second attacker in a similar manner, punching him right in the face. The third guy flew past him, and the protagonist grabbed his arm mid-flight, then threw him toward the remaining attackers. He fought all his opponents so deftly that a lot of blood and dust appeared around him from his actions. With each passing second, more and more guys were beaten. And when Leon saw this, he was dumbfounded with horror. He couldn't believe it was possible. Could this freak really be the Zeke he knew? Zeke grinned and told him not to be afraid because he thought he knew he'd only be in pain for a moment. At that moment, he drew his sword from its sheath, and Leon screamed in fear, telling him to stay back. His entire body shook with fear, and he screamed that he would shatter him into pieces if he moved any closer. The protagonist frowned at him, then asked again, did he really find his sword outside the arena? Does he even understand what that means? Leon was dumbfounded, and the protagonist continued to say that he needed to counter Leon's malicious intent by drawing his sword outside the sacred training arena. Before he could finish, he suddenly shouted at him to wait. Zeke continued to say that he would gladly take all necessary measures. Their fight would only end with the death of one of them. All responsibility would fall on the loser, and their opponent would be freed from the burden of conscience and any persecution. Leon shook with fear and terror, and the protagonist turned to Liam and said that he would be a witness. He was dumbfounded, and the protagonist said, "Now I will get down to business." Suddenly, Leon burst into tears and fell to his knees, begging Zeke to let him live. He begged him to let him go. Zeke touched the tip of his sword to the asphalt and remembered how he had begged him for forgiveness and pleaded for mercy. That stupid freak had mocked him back then. And at that moment, the protagonist had turned his powers on him to destroy him. He said he would take his ear as payment. At that moment, he actually swung at Leon and cut off his ear. Blood spilled, and Leon, sobbing in pain and horror, screamed, "His ear." The protagonist replied that, if it remained, the next time they met, he would be left without a head. He glared at his opponent, then grabbed him by the hair and slammed him to the ground, sending Leon falling into a pool of his own blood. A young man watched the whole thing and approached him, asking why he'd helped him. He told him to think of it this way. He wasn't helping him. He'd helped himself. As he walked away from them, he wondered if Galleon had really affected him. He almost said it out loud. Sometime later, When he arrived at the Academy's research lab, he asked the professor if it was possible. The professor decided to get to the point, and in theory, he thought it should be possible. Zeke asked hopefully, really? Then he'd like to leave it to him. Fanon adjusted his glasses and asked him to wait. It would be better if he listened first. As he said, the design was basically quite simple, but the problem lay in the core responsible for the power output. The core is the heart of this machine, but the circuit has extremely complex limitations. The core may be small, but it must be incredibly powerful, and they also needed a way to regulate the output. He'd never encountered anything like this before. Zeke asked again, but isn't that possible? He confidently replied yes, and they had two options. Given the core's position, he could slightly adjust the design. However, all of this would probably take 10 years, maybe even 15. Zeke was stunned and asked again, how long? 15 years? Fanon replied, yes. It would take quite a while. Regarding the second option, they could avoid making any changes and resort to some alternative. That would also take quite a while, and the item they needed was a high-density mana stone. At that moment, Zeke shouted loudly, what did he just say? Isn't that an ancient artifact that couldn't be created with modern technology? He replied that was true. Ancient artifacts were rare relics, but finding other artifacts was much harder than the mana stone they needed according to the current designs. This can be purchased for 3,000 gold coins. Zeke was dumbfounded by this, realizing he could be kicked out if they found out he couldn't use aura, and he couldn't wait 15 years either. But 3,000 gold coins was too much. He couldn't even believe he had to give up the shining sword, Graham. Most people thought he was using aura because of what happened during the blessing ceremony, but it was simply the statue's reaction to the ether and healing. He still couldn't use aura. Ether is considered a force difficult for humans to control. He couldn't use any swordsmanship skill that requires aura except for the spirit soul skill. But even that, the most he could do was strengthen his body and change the sword's position in space. In this regard, it was much easier to use and more versatile, which is why he needed the shining sword, Graham. He cursed and asked, where the hell was he supposed to get that stinking stone? Fanon admitted he had to admit the creator of this blueprint was an amazing person. Even considering the complex core of the design, it was quite effective. Something like this is very difficult to find even among relics from the Golden Age. At this point, the protagonist was dumbfounded and asked himself, a relic from the Golden Age? Exactly. Why hadn't he thought of that? At that moment, he stood up and said, please let Fanon take care of the blueprints until he returns. Fanon looked at him in surprise and asked, what does this all mean? Was this a hint that he should spend 15 years on this project? He laughed and replied, of course not. He'll get him a high-density mana stone. With a wide smile on his face, he left the office. The Golden Age, a war of liberation during which people tried to break free from the dragon's control. It ended with the victory of the Terracon Draker over the evil dragon Bahamut, bringing centuries of peace to humanity. Then the ancient relics discovered in the dragon's lair were remnants of the Hero King era, the heyday of magic. All the discovered relics, both technical and magical, surpassed modern standards. Among them was a high-density mana stone capable of satisfying the mana needs of an entire village. This was a relic from the Hero King era sometime later in the Draker Academy's Central Library. Although the Central Library was rarely used, it was maintained because it was believed to have been founded by Terracon himself. During the expansion of the archives, relics from the Golden Age were discovered. Because of this, a magic tower and the Nirvana Archmage, a member of the three great families, soon joined. Within a few months, countless relics from the Golden Age were discovered, and news of this was spread in the Continental Information Bulletin. This would happen in 10 years. The protagonist wandered through the Central Library archives, musing that no one had yet discovered the relics or even knew about them. He could search for the entrance all day and still not find it. He used his dragon vision skill and activated it, continuing through the long corridors. Suddenly, he noticed something and realized he'd succeeded. If he tapped the floor tile, it should produce a dull sound. He did so and realized this was what he needed. He used magical powers, Spirit Soul and Slash. This is the only use for Ether, the Spirit Soul skill he learned from his master. Since Ether materializes the user's will, certain properties can be applied to it. But everything has its drawbacks, and the user must expend a large amount of Ether to perform any action. He understands that using Spirit Soul is difficult. Sweat began to pour from fatigue on his face, and suddenly, he was able to crawl through the tunnel under the tile and slam it shut behind him. When he entered, he lit a torch and remarked that the information bulletin didn't say it would be so deep. He noticed something amiss and froze. To his right, in the corridor were skeleton monsters approaching him. He realized it would be at least 10 years before anyone found these ruins. Could anyone have found this place sooner? He peered over the wall, noticed the skeletons, and realized they were holding shovels and pickaxes. Okay, so it looked like it wasn't a lich. In that case, he'd use his critical strike skill and activate it to attack the skeletons. It should be pretty simple. Suddenly, the system window informed him that he'd received 2 karma points for destroying 2 skeletons. He was surprised by this result and smiling said, yeah, right. He can get points for destroying monsters. He'd completely forgotten about it, focused on the artifacts. But maybe now was the time to get those points. He was already chasing them, his sweet karma points. He continued to destroy one skeleton after another, and the system reported new points. After some time, he destroyed a whopping 20 skeletons and declared it was a piece of cake. The system reported a status window for a low-ranking administrator named Zeke. Class Immortal Unique. His title is one who has received the blessing of the ancient dragon. System functions include an inventory, 25 slots, a minimap locked, requiring 20 points to unlock, and a beginner-level questbook also locked, requiring 45 points to unlock. He has class skills and a shooting factor, a calm mind, energy recovery, and heightened senses. Skills include Precise Strike, Critical Slash, Swift Steps, Mana Reflection, Mass Enhancements, Dragon Skills Level 1, Dragon Sight Novice, Dragon Might Novice, and Devourer, which was also locked, requiring 50 points to unlock. He realized he should see what else he could unlock. The entry-level quest book costs 45 points, and the minimap costs 20. The Dragon Devourer skill and 2 levels of Dragon skills cost 50 points each. Okay, now he'll take the minimap and activate its functions. When the map appeared in front of him, he noticed a bright red trace and realized it looked like a magic map. He saw a strange function and wondered, what is this? The system reported that the minimap had been converted from a 2-dimensional to a 3-dimensional one. Suddenly, the map appeared incredibly large right in front of him, making it much more convenient. The protagonist rejoiced and said it was simply wonderful and amazing. But why was this command highlighted in a different color? The system asked again, do you want to know how to get to the selected location for storing the Dragonslayer in the storeroom? He asked himself, storeroom? It took the search party several days to find it, but he easily pinpointed the location of the storeroom. He found a button on the system, and it said it would now offer him the fastest route to his destination. A moment later, the map was laid out, and he exclaimed that he simply could not believe it. How could they have gotten lost in such a place? In an instant, he found himself at his destination and realized he'd arrived. But how was he supposed to get in? He found himself in front of a huge gate and didn't know how to open it. As he reached for the handle, he chuckled at the thought that it wouldn't open when suddenly a bright red magical force appeared around his hand, and the protagonist realized it was a security spell. The reason the magical tower and supreme nirvana had been drawn must have been because of this door, and he would have lost his hand if not for the gloves. Smoke emanated from his hands, and he realized he couldn't handle the spell, so he contacted the system and asked if it could open the door for him. The system reported that it had received an administrator request and was connecting to the security device. The security spell was deactivating, and he hadn't been able to activate the automatic device, so they were activating the manual device. He was surprised and asked again, what? Wait, is this reacting to my words? The system said, yes. He has any other requests? Administrator Zeke. He was surprised to be able to communicate with the system and then asked why it had caused him to regress. The system replied that it couldn't answer that question. At that point, Zeke asked again, what kind of administration system is this? The system continued to reply that it couldn't answer that question, and the protagonist asked again, who created this? The system replied that it couldn't answer that question either. Do he have any more questions? He clutched his head and realized it hadn't answered a single important question. He sighed in frustration, then simply asked to open the door. The system reported that the administrator's request had been confirmed and the Dragonslayer's burial vault was open. The doors swung open right in front of him, allowing him to enter. When he entered, he looked around and was surprised. Were those really all treasure chests? Treasure chests filled to the brim with valuable relics and treasures. Finding even one of the relics would be a near miracle. When he opened one of the chests, a bright light began to glow from within, and he exclaimed at how much goodness was in there. There was an incredible amount of supplies and gold, and he decided to take it. He'd really struck it lucky. He wanted to give it all to Galleon. He'd finally found what he was looking for. The high-density mana stones were in his hands, 4 of them, and it was simply wonderful. He will expand his inventory by 4 slots for 1 point. There wouldn't be enough room for everything. Would he really have to come back here until he finished school? But for today, that was enough. Suddenly, something alerted him, and turning around, he saw dark magical forces before him. He felt a little frightened and wondered what that ominous feeling was. When he grabbed the door, red magical forces appeared around his hand again. He pulled his hand away in alarm, and magical seals immediately began to coursing through his body. He wondered, what is this? The spells continued, and numerous chests were opened and raised. A moment later, a bright spark rose straight into the sky, and the protagonist was transported. He asked the system where he was. The system replied that the administrator's current location was the Dragonslayers' house. The protagonist looked and said, the Dragonslayers' house. The information bulletin didn't mention anything about the room filled with coffins. He opened the minimap and saw his location. He knew he was close to where he'd been before, but there was no direct route to the Dragonslayers' house. If so, it might be a hidden area they'd never discovered before. Well, he couldn't leave this place like that. He immediately opened the coffin and saw armor inside, which surprised him. The system reported that he had found 22 exclusive Dragonslayer equipment. When he picked up the armor, he said it was exclusive Dragonslayer gear and thought it was different from the Golden Age armor. But what was it? There was something like a hole on the back. He was stunned and horrified, realizing he couldn't just pass up this opportunity. Then he struck the armor, and the system announced that he had installed a mana battery into the exclusive Dragonslayer gear. The gear activated, and at that moment, eyes lit up the armor. The protagonist smiled and looked questioningly at what was happening. He exclaimed, "What happened?" Moments later, a bright green explosion thundered, and the system reported an overload caused by a gear failure, which led to an activation error. They estimated the explosion would occur in a few moments and advised him to take cover. He responded with displeasure that the system had warned him in advance, and at that moment, the system apologized to him. Zeke said, "So the power source for this ancient armor is a high-density mana stone. What properties did they possess that required such a large power source?" Okay. He'd find out from Fanon later, but for now, he'd continue his search. With that, he set off pacing around the area, remarking that all the other rooms were empty and that this seemed to be the last one. This glass cube was the only thing in this large room. He looked around and suddenly screamed, "What? Therakin Draker, you crazy idiot." The creature was right in front of him. The system reported finding Therakin Draker's legacy, the heart of the cursed dragon Bahamut. He'd left the slain dragon's heart as a gift. That explained the ominous feeling he'd experienced upon entering the storeroom. But now he had completely different feelings. The system reported that the heart of the cursed dragon Bahamut was reacting to the administrator. He replied that he could hear it. Yes. He had no choice. And yes, he understood everything. Yes. He would kill them all. At that moment, the protagonist froze, and the system announced that he'd activated the indomitable class skill Mental Defense. He kept hearing voices. Kill everyone? Why him? What was happening to him? Suddenly, he noticed dark magical forces enveloping his body and began screaming. What was that? Dark energy continued throughout the room, and suddenly it glowed bright pink, and he screamed again. What was going on here? Then the system announced an urgent quest, the Trials of Therakin Draker. He must rid himself of a powerful curse emanating from Bahamut's heart. The reward was the right to possess Therakin's dying gift. The protagonist was stunned again when he read this and couldn't move. He then used the indomitable class skill Mental Defense, and the system reported that he had successfully activated it. At that moment, the monster began approaching him, screaming that it wanted to kill everyone. It would be its subordinate. The protagonist abruptly moved and told the monster to stop mumbling. It was annoying. Would that grant him freedom? Freedom is freedom for a reason. He a dumb idiot. At that moment, a feud developed between them, and the system reported that he had overcome the dragon's curse and completed the urgent quest. As a reward, he received ownership of Terracon's dying gift. He knew it could have been worse, and he never thought his skill would fail him so badly. But what was that? The system reported that the healing factor had been activated, as had the infinite stamina skill. He began to absorb the heart of the cursed dragon Bahamut. The protagonist looked questioningly at this creature, and suddenly saw the magical heart begin to revolve around him. He exclaimed in surprise, not understanding what was happening. He felt a pure, dense source of mana penetrating directly into him. A bright beam of light pierced him, but he had no mana receiving circles. Without a place to store all this mana, his body would be destroyed. He had to do something urgently. At that moment, he extended his magical hand and cast the Spirit Soul spell. He became so angry that he began to seal it. Using the ether, he would conceal the mana and seal it in an etheric hole. He clenched his teeth in anger and continued to exert himself with all his might. And moments later, a bright flash of light from a fiery explosion occurred. When the dust cleared a little, the protagonist began to make sounds. He tried to get up from his seat, but he had no strength left. When he opened his mouth and exhaled, smoke appeared. He looked at his body and asked himself, is it possible he's alive? At that moment, he silently looked around and realized that the heart was gone. It seemed that the mana really did belong to Bahamut. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong and looked questioningly at the strange shard, asking, what is it? He felt something inside his body and realized that it appeared because he sealed the mana. He opened the system window, and the system reported that he had absorbed the heart of the cursed dragon. When he realized this, he stood there in a daze. The system reported that the absorbed mana had altered the administrator's body. His physique had been transformed into a divine body and revealed a power beyond his control, 95%. Part of this power had been compressed and sealed. As the heir, he had the right to open the protected library of Terracondracker. A basic quest book had been unlocked. A low-level administrator's manual had also been provided. The protagonist pondered, divine body, protected library, manual. What did all this mean? He scratched his head and decided to study it later. Could the system minimize all system windows now? He suddenly asked for a minute when he noticed a system window that was important to him. It seemed his ancestor was in a generous mood. The system asked if he wanted to open another dying gift from Terracondracker. The system reported that the administrator's request had been confirmed. They would now open the second dying gift. The protagonist was stunned and saw that this was something special. Sometime later, he found himself in a new mansion. After he locked all the valuables in the cabinet, he said that this should suffice for now. Now he wanted to check the status of the low-ranking administrator. He had acquired a dragon skill, a spell imbued with power when cast. It was locked. Administrators currently lacked experience. The protagonist asked power and constitution. That was something new. It seemed the spell could be unlocked once he became stronger. The system reported power, dragon command, and the mouth of dragons. He could summon dragons under his control, and they would carry out his orders. Constitution, divine body, and his body were capable of operating at the highest level. The speed of combat preparation and the speed of ether transfer within the body had increased. He realized the description honestly wasn't particularly helpful, and a status window had appeared linked not to the second item gift, but to Terracon itself. He asked the system to open the system window associated with it. The system replied that to open the protected library of Terracondrake, he needed to update the information. He asked again, protected library of Terracon? The system told him to move to a location where he could update information. He wanted to see a mark on his minimap. He asked again, does he need to go somewhere? Fine. Let it show. When he looked at the map, he realized it was Valhalla and felt a little scared. It was the most prestigious training facility for knights. Outsiders except administrators were forbidden from entering that territory. Even he would have trouble getting in. He hadn't planned on enrolling there. But since it had something to do with Terracon's dying gift, maybe he should change his plans a bit. Well, it seemed he'd have to continue being part of this damned family. The system reported that a beginner-level task book had been activated. Low-level administrator training would begin soon, and at the end of it, a quest would be given to further the administrator's development. Once the quest was completed, he would receive a reward. Zeke realized he'd receive a reward as soon as he completed the quest. It sounded a bit like an Adventurer's Guild mission or a mercenary quest. But what kind of training was this? The system informed him that training for a low-level administrator was beginning. He looked at it questioningly when suddenly he turned around and found himself in an unknown space. He looked around and wondered what this place was. Had he been teleported again? This time everything was different. Felt like this place was different from the last time. He felt a strange energy around him and continued to look around when suddenly he saw a huge monster with a club in front of him. There were several of them and they were orcs. The protagonist looked at the system, which informed him that this was a training quest. He must defeat the monsters within the allotted time using 2 or more different skills. The reward was karma points, unlocking the system storage, and 60 minutes of time. The sudden appearance of orcs and the corresponding quest. Was the training trying to create situations in which he could take advantage of the system? It would be nice if he had something like this in his past life. When he decided to discard all the monsters, a flash of light erupted, creating dust. The system activated rapid footsteps and a slash. The protagonist began fighting all his opponents, eliminating them one by one. The body of one of them began to shake, and he realized it was a claymore, feeling as light as a feather. The system reported that his physique was a divine body. His body was capable of functioning at the highest level. The speed of his battle preparation and the speed of ether transfer within his body had increased. Was this the result of his divine body? With this, he would easily defeat the Purple Knight. The system reported that he had completed the training quest, and suddenly he was back where he was. Could it all have been an illusion? Everything that had happened seemed incredibly real. The system reported that he had received a critical bonus and a time bonus. As a reward for completing the quest, he received 40 points and access to the store. Zeke asked if he could buy items through the system. Giant's flesh, fire giant's breath, rare relics can be purchased here, the purchase of which costs a fortune. Maybe he could make some money by reselling them? System told him to please post the item he wanted to sell in this system window. He can also sell items in his inventory. This item can't be sold in the training play market. Elven dagger, does he want to sell this item? Costs 4 points. He thought that it seemed he could only sell ancient relics. Is it only worth 4 points? At the auction, you could get 100 gold coins for it. Well, he probably won't use this function. He put it away and decided that today had been a long day, so he stretched. Looks like he'll get a good night's sleep today. Sometime later at the Draker Academy in the professor's research center, he arrived in Fanon's office, who said he managed to find a high-density mana stone in just 1 day. How did he do it? He replied that it would take a long time to explain and suggested they forget about it. How long will it all take? He replied that everything was ready. The protagonist asked again, already? That was simply unbelievable. Bannon replied that it was even more unbelievable that he managed to bring it. Zeke thought that he didn't really trust him. Every time high-density mana stones are found on the continent, they are registered using various ancient texts and assigned a title. Thus, by checking the registration number, one can find out where and when the mana stone was found and its current owner. But the stone in his hands isn't registered anywhere. It came from the Central Continent's high-density mana stone registration encyclopedia. That's because he was the first to find it. He has the ability to doubt rather than blindly believe, and his judgment and skill are astonishing. Now that he's looked at the registration number, can they go? Bannon asked again. Did he know? He's too talented to rot in a place like this. After a while, he arrived at the forge, and Galleon said he'd try to activate it. A moment later, a green magical seal appeared around his hand and spread throughout. Bright colors illuminated the entire room, and Galleon rejoiced at what was happening. Fanon, observing these actions, was also pleased and smiled, as did Zeke. He said he had to be at a lecture so they would see each other later. The protagonist thanked the professor for his help. GRY turned to him and said it was amazing that he would see a finished magical brazier in his life. He thanked him, and Zeke replied that it was part of the deal, so there was no need to tell him. He hoped he hadn't forgotten their agreement. Galleon shouted, "Of course not. Just tell him. He'll do anything." The protagonist handed him a special material and told him to turn it into a sword. Galleon was stunned, realizing it was a dragon fang. It was the sharpest fang of the cursed dragon. Never seen fangs of such size before. Where did he get it? It was Terracon Draker's second dying gift. Terracon was a terrible collector to the core. Zeke replied that he didn't even know what to say and remained silent. Suddenly, he saw Galleon wilt and his whole body tremble. Suddenly, he shouted that he, Galleon, would create a blade for him even at the cost of his own life. He spoke so inspiringly, and the protagonist thought that, of course, he would. After all, he had saved him. He recalled his earlier words and said that this was too much. He realized he hadn't changed since the past. This made him happy, and Zeke responded well. He trusted him. When he emerged from the Martin, he asked what kind of sword he would create this time. He was simply burning with anticipation. Sometime later, he found himself in his room in the Platinum Mansion. He exhaled and said, God, he spent so much effort creating the sword. A week had passed since the duel with Duke when he received the note from him. Something was bound to happen sooner or later. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong, and the unknown asked again, why? It turned out it was Dayak who had arrived in his room and asked, why didn't you come to him, kid? The protagonist smiled and shook, and Duke shouted at him to tell the truth. The protagonist realized he wanted to kill him. He waved his hand and replied, he himself told him to find him if he wanted to challenge him again. So he didn't show up because he didn't want to. But as soon as he said this, Duke grabbed him by the clothes and told him to tell him the truth. He continued to unwind him from side to side and pointed him straight at the window. When Zeke fell out of the window and was falling down, he got scared and realized that it was very high. If he fell from such a height, he would die before he could heal. He grabbed the broken part of the house, but suddenly, Duke grabbed him by the throat from another room and dragged him along. He asked if he had any desire to challenge him again. He would never believe it and didn't think he knew his intentions. Most likely, it's exactly the opposite. He didn't show up after his proposal back in the ward, nor now after receiving the note. He gets the feeling he's doing this out of spite. Zeke realized he was just playing with him. Dayak replied that he had 5 seconds to confess everything. He started counting from 5, and Zeke replied that he was very funny. Dayak continued counting, and Zeke said he hadn't even said who he really was. Right, Gardner Dexter? Dayak smiled, then threw him back into the room, causing the protagonist to hit his head on the wall. He clutched his head in pain, and Duck said he was right. He had once been the Black Knight Draker. Zeke repeated in his mind, once Duck said his name. After which Zeke rose and said that for disrespecting a member of the family, a thieving Black Knight, he offered his sincere apologies. He bowed, and Duck asked what he was thinking. He replied, not at all. But Mr. La Dayak, he said he had once been a Black Knight. Duke walked toward the exit and replied that it didn't matter anymore. He had once been one, but not anymore. Zeke asked again, is that even possible? He knew it was possible to rise, but to descend like that, no. Duke answered, little one, he's asking him to finish this. He stood opposite him and grabbed the table with a shaking hand. Zeke noticed and replied that he understood everything since he had confessed to him, Master Duke, that he would also tell him the truth. He replied that he already knew who he was. They sat down opposite each other, and Duke asked, is he swearing because he wanted to become his apprentice? That's exactly it, Duke asked. He has no shortage of impudence. At that moment, he pulled his hand back and shouted that he would accept him as student. Zeke asked again, will it be that easy? Okay. Before he changes his mind, he must act. At that moment, he bowed at his feet and said, Duke, most noble of knights, I declare my intention to become your apprentice. With his help, he will gain wisdom and strength to glorify the name of his mentor. He vowed to do everything possible, but before he could finish the sentence, Duke suddenly grinned and replied that he knew, eyeing his student. Few took advantage of that these days. Zeke bowed and said that culture was a necessary virtue for a knight, and Duke called him a cunning snake. Zeke decided to take this as a compliment and then asked his master if he could ask him anything. Dayak sighed in surprise and said it was a little awkward being called master, but let him continue. Zeke asked what made him take him as an apprentice. Duke was famous for accepting no one. Only Andre, a genius of his century, became his apprentice after many years of persuasion. So why had he so readily agreed? Although he had a hunch during their duel, perhaps he had seen potential that surpassed Andre's abilities. He knew he had a keen eye. Duke asked with a smile, what do you think? Let him try to guess. Zeke asked again. Isn't it because he's the family genius? Duke clutched his head and replied, my God, his self-confidence is amazing. If that were the case, he'd have been better off taking a girl from Turin. Zeke turned away from him, and Duke replied that he admired his tenacity. Talent alone isn't enough to reach the level of a red or black knight. Since talented people have never faced challenges, they crumble in the face of real adversity. He began to think he was right. The most celebrated geniuses predicted to be at least red knights not only failed to achieve that title, but remained blue knights for the rest of their lives. Duke stood up and suggested that they stop chatting and let him go with him to their first lesson. Zeke exclaimed joyfully, "Yes, sir." They arrived at the gym of the Western Greenhouse, and after looking around, Zeke realized he hadn't even known there was a gym under the greenhouse. So what he is up to? He told him to run almost as soon as they'd arrived, but that had been 3 hours ago. Suddenly, Duke shouted, "Stop." Zeke returned and asked if he needed to stop. Duke replied that he wanted to ask something, and Zeke asked again, "What?" At that moment, he said nothing in particular and appeared behind him, grabbing his small hand and trying to move him back a little with a sharp movement. When they were a good distance apart, Duke looked at his red hand and said he was having trouble checking his pulse. Zeke frowned and remained silent. He'd known something was wrong from the start. When they'd grappled in the tent, when they'd dueled in the greenhouse, and even after he'd run 500 laps, he hadn't felt a drop of his aura. And now he'd prevented him from checking his pulse. Let him speak, kid. Does he really not know how to use his aura? At that moment, the protagonist was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Juk continued to say that he saw the bronze statue and then caused a fuss over the unprecedented golden glow. If that's true, why doesn't he let them check his pulse? He turned away from the awkwardness and realized that he didn't suspect him. Draker being unable to control his aura was an unusual situation, but he was rather curious about what was going on. He was lucky that Dahook was in front of him. If he could obtain the gram, no one would suspect his aura, so he still had to be careful. He had no need to lie anymore, unlike in his past life where he was the first awakened failure in the family. He turned to his master and said he was right. The mana reflection skill had been activated and he had the ability to reflect mana, proving his pure blood status. But for some reason he couldn't use his aura. Duke was surprised and Zeke apologized for not telling him about it sooner. If it turns out Drake can't use aura, he'll be kicked out of here and he's terrified. He thinks this kind of performance should work perfectly. At that moment, Duke looked at him carefully and Zeke asked again, "Well, what's wrong?" Duke didn't answer and Zeke wondered if he was harboring a grudge beyond his age, but he thought he was just a child. However, why couldn't he sense the aura of communication despite having successfully awakened? Duke continued his thoughts and Zeke remained silent. He knew everything was right. Even after checking his pulse, he couldn't be sure how accurate the blessing ritual had been. Even if it was true that he couldn't awaken with aura, Duke thought it was all because he was fickle. He himself was denying everything. The protagonist was dumbfounded and thoughtful, but, of course, that was to be expected. If you don't know the concept of classes, it's perfectly natural to think that way. After that, he asked, "What is this master?" He replied that such a term is used to describe people with anomalous abilities, such as the ability to use aura and mana simultaneously or the ability to see into the future. Frankly, he's not very particular about permanent abilities, so he shouldn't tell anyone about it. Zeke replied that the reason his master considers it temporary is because, but Daijuk himself added, it's because of his incredible stamina and resilience. Regardless of the damage, healing internal wounds takes time. However, he recovered almost instantly, and he's sure it took quite a while. What did he think that energy was? Zeke asked again. Aura? Since it's constantly being consumed by stamina and healing, there's almost no energy left to perceive. That's the only hypothesis he has. Zeke considered that it sounded plausible. If so, would he never be able to use aura? In that case, he wouldn't be able to live up to his expectations. At that moment, Duke laughed loudly and shouted, "Don't think about it. His storm art is a special art that doesn't use aura. Essentially, a special art is a special technique created by a knight who has reached great heights. This skill is usually used to slay dragons, so it would be more appropriate to use aura, but his storm art utilizes his trained body. He'll show him, so he should watch this carefully." Zeke sat silently and watched the unfolding scene. And at that moment, Duke suddenly kicked off the ground, shattering it and moving to numerous other places around the protagonist who watched in bewilderment. When Duke returned, he asked again. "Did he see it?" Zeke replied. "Would he mind if he did it again?" Duke asked again. "Would he mind if he didn't do it again?" He replied that that was enough, and Duke shouted, his confidence at least equivalent to a black rank. Forward, Zeke prepared himself, looked ahead confidently, and began his journey. He left a large mark on the floor from the force of his repulsion and began to repeat the same movements around Duke. He turned around in surprise, and Zeke thought that now, by mimicking his movements, he could see things he hadn't seen before. Obviously, these steps were made as if he were fighting someone. These to attack and to return. Here, he shortened the distance, and there he widened it. Each step had a specific purpose. When he completed this path, Diok thought he couldn't believe it. It's not that he lacked talent a week ago, but he wasn't this good. What had happened this week? There was a huge difference between their steps, but the difference was nothing. He was simply perfect. Zeke turned around with a smile on his face and said that this would be enough to gain the confidence of a 4th rank. Dyke thought if only he would stop acting so arrogant, he would be priceless. He called him cute and said that he was just crying recently, but now he should just look at himself. He hugged him and started stroking his head, and Zeke asked again, will he tell anyone about this? He replied that everything depended on his behavior, and Zeke shouted, who is this black knight with such a loose tongue? Sometime later, delicious dishes were prepared in the academy cafeteria, which Zeke ate. He was eating and thinking that it had already been a month since Diok began training him. He was eating like crazy because of the training, a huge plate. Something surprised him, and he looked back at Andre, who asked if he could spare him a little time. Zeke was surprised by his arrival and said he was a little busy. But if he was okay here, yes.
Andre replied, okay.
He sat down at the table with him and asked how he managed to convince Dexter. Zeke was surprised that he was asking such a direct question. Since he hadn't yet become Duke's apprentice, the news that he had succeeded unsettled him a little. Honestly, he hadn't done anything special. Duke himself chose him. Andre frowned and remained silent. Observing his actions, Zeke's face twisted in confusion, and when he finished his meal, he said he had a genuine inferiority complex. Andre fell silent, his hands shaking as he asked, is that all he wants to say, cadet?
Zeke replied, no.
That wasn't even half of it. He might have initially been interested in him because of his pedigree, but did he really think Dexter was the type to choose a student for such a simple reason? The fact that he'd managed to intrigue him and use this intrigue to become his apprentice was a testament to his abilities. Instead of wasting his time trying to feed his ego with an inferiority complex just to be chosen, maybe he'd put in a little effort. Sometime later, in the Western Greenhouse arena, the protagonist was training with Duke. Andre ran past, and Zeke asked, what's wrong with him, master? He replied that he was also curious. He doesn't know what came over him, but he came and begged him, declaring he wouldn't mind being even a servant just to be by his side. Duke replied that he'd take him if he could run 300 laps without an aura, something like that. Zeke asked himself again. 300 without an aura? This surprised him, and Duke said he was stubborn. Zeke thought he was just a self-willed idiot, but did he really have a strong backbone? After some time, all the students gathered in the square and began whispering, what's going on? Why were all the students gathered? Idiot, how could he forget? The leader is arriving today. At that moment, a carriage stopped in the square, and a man shouted, the leader has arrived. Howard walked forward and told everyone to get ready. He adjusted his mustache and his subordinate shouted, yes, sir. The next second, the knights approached the carriage and opened it. The leader walked forward and said that it was good to see him again, Howard. In response, he bowed and said that he welcomed Leader Draker. The knights present also bowed their heads and shouted that they welcomed Leader Draker. The next second, the clock hand moved and a dark aura spread around. Arthur Draker, the leader of the 3rd Transcendental Dragonslayer family, placed his hand on Howard's shoulder and said that he had worked hard as always. He replied that it was nothing compared to what he was doing. He replied that he was the only one who truly understood that. Then Howard opened one eye and said, the sun is really hot today. Maybe they should pass. Before he could finish speaking, shouts were heard from the crowd. It's the leader. What? Where? After that, Arthur turned to the students and said, young Dragonslayers, they are the hope and future of Draker. They must train long and hard. Their development is the development of Draker. The students bowed and shouted, yes, sir. Leader Draker. Then Arthur turned around and said that they should go now. Howard bowed and replied, of course, sir. After a while, the protagonist said, he, Zeke Draker, greets the leader of the Knights and Guardians of the name of the Dragonslayer with all respect. He bowed, standing behind Arthur, and he, holding cups in his hands, laughed and said that no one else greets like that. It's okay. He should sit down. He'd heard he liked tea. He prepared some and hoped he'd enjoy it. The protagonist thanked him, and then they sat down at the table. Looking at him, he wondered if they were even reporting on the food he liked. There were rumors once that even the Emperor hadn't seen some of life's joys, but there was nothing Draker hadn't seen. He then looked at his reflection in the drink and thought that it didn't seem like a rumor anymore. After that, Arthur said he called him because he'd learned the Duke had taken him on as an apprentice. He thought he hadn't beaten around the bush. He'd said he'd done him a great favor. Arthur said yes. It was true. He didn't know what his goal was, but if he continued to study under the Duke before he could finish speaking, the MC said to become the strongest man on the continent. He would become stronger than anyone else so he could live freely. The next second, Arthur placed the empty cup on the saucer, and the protagonist added, "This is his goal." He looked at Arthur with a smile, and he said, "Then he will surpass even him." He then released a powerful aura, and MC gritted his teeth and thought, "Is this an astral sword? They say it gives power over all living things. They say among humans, making it the pinnacle of aura use available only to Black Knights." Sweat began to roll down his face, and he looked up at Arthur saying, "Of course." The next second, the aura dissipated, and he said that this was the most interesting thing he had heard in recent years. The protagonist thought, so this is the head of the Draker family. Then Arthur reached into his inside pocket and said that he came to support the academy and him, but he doesn't think it's enough. The protagonist thought, a true Black Knight. He thought Duke was incredibly strong, but this man is on a completely different level. Then he was surprised to notice an item on the table. Arthur said it was a gift for becoming a Duke student. It was a black card. The protagonist shouted in surprise, and he said, "It seems he already knows what it is." He thought it was a credit card that is given only to a select few. He never thought he would ever see it in person. Just having it on you can gain incredible benefits, but it doesn't end there. Arthur said it was registered in their names so he can use it freely. In response, MC stood up and bowed, saying that he was grateful to him. He would only use it if absolutely necessary. Then he looked at the card in his hands and thought, he's pretending to care, but his intentions are too obvious. After using a credit card, a record is left. He just wants to keep an eye on things, but it's better this way than resorting to the help of the Black Combat Squad. For now, in his opinion, he doesn't pose a threat. Then Arthur folded his hands in front of him and said, "Okay." He won't distract him anymore. He's sure he's busy training to become the strongest on the continent. He waved his hand and added that he could go. In response, the protagonist bowed and said, "Yes, head of Draker." After that, he left the office and closed the door behind him, walking into the hallway. Arthur sighed loudly, leaning back in his chair, and Duke, standing behind him, remarked that he was disgusting. He asked why he was so angry, Duke, and he asked why did he suddenly start acting like a dad when he'd been neglecting his child all this time. He turned his gaze on him and said that he knew that as the head of the family, he had no choice, and his words were slander. Then Duke sat down on the sofa and told him to take him away from here in that case. He said that he was the only one with whom he could talk calmly. Then he took a bottle from his inside pocket and asked if they could have a drink to complement their conversation, and he shouted joyfully, "Dragon's breath, a wonderful drink." And then Arthur asked, did he know that the atmosphere on the continent had been rather strange lately? He replied that he was locked in the academy. How would he know? He said that he had eyes and ears everywhere. Then he took a few sips of alcohol and then blushing from it he asked, is he asking like that? Although he already knows the answer? What a viper. He said that the emperor had gone crazy with the idea of immortality and was spreading it across the continent. He replied, such a thing exists. Do we think it's possible? And Duke cried out, if only magic can rejuvenate but grant immortality. Never. Arthur pulled the glass with the drink towards himself and said that he thought so too. However, what if the relic he was looking for was somehow connected with an ancient dragon? Then Duke looked at him in surprise and shouted, what? Meanwhile, MC stood in the corridor and hearing echoes, thought for a moment, used the listening artifact. He continued to listen in on the conversation. Even with the help of the ancient dragon relic, that was certainly possible. Duke told him not to say he'd managed to find out its location. Arthur replied, possibly. Judging by the Black Stage report, it's most likely located on the northern continent. Duke took another sip of his drink and said, northern continent. This information hasn't reached the Empire yet? He answered, that's right, but it's a matter of time. He remembered the past. That crazy emperor had started a war just after ascending the throne, supposedly with the goal of uniting the continent. If only the relic could remotely grant immortality. He thought he'd already abandoned that ridiculous dream, but apparently that wasn't true. If it could, Arthur said, the continent would be engulfed in flames again. For such an important matter, he wanted to personally go north. He was surprised. Why? If he abandoned his position, the emperors would start acting more recklessly, wouldn't they? Arthur looked at him and said that was precisely why he had come to him. He replied, "You cunning idiot." Afterwards, they clinked glasses, and Arthur added that he had no one to rely on except him. He said that he always gave him the most difficult tasks. At that moment, the protagonist, quite tired, sank to his knees and thought that he had been using the artifact for too long. After absorbing Bahamut's heart, he couldn't avoid the side effects. The ancient dragon, the statuette he had managed to obtain before regressing, an ancient dragon relic, the voice that had been ringing in his head just before his death, and the system message he had seen after regressing, everything fell into place. He had stolen a relic capable of using the Emperor's wish, so he mobilized the hunting dogs, an elite squad, to capture him. At that moment, he was consumed by revenge. He didn't care what the statue actually was, but now he'd found the key. The admin system that sent him back in time was a function of an ancient dragon relic. But who created something like this and why? He sighed loudly, sat down on the floor, and thought he still had many questions. Meanwhile, Arthur walked to the exit and said they'd had a good time. Duke smiled and said that he, his lord, would begin the task today. He replied that he was counting on him. After that, he walked into the corridor. At that moment, MC looked thoughtfully at the system window and wondered if this really was the relic the Emperor was looking for. Then how was returning to the past related to eternal youth and immortality? Then he looked ahead in confusion, hearing the door open abruptly. Arthur went out into the hallway and asked, "Did I imagine it?" At that moment, the protagonist jumped out of the window. Sometime later in the training hall, MC said that he had asked not to disturb him while he was in the hall. Decker. In response, he apologized. "Young master. He has a fellow student. Should he tell him he's busy?" He thought, a fellow student? But he has no friends at the academy. Then he said, "Let him come in." After a while, he scratched the back of his head and thought that he didn't even know who it could be. But Liam, why would he be his friend? At that moment, he was on his knees and shouting that he was asking to be accepted, and he sighed and wondered if he should have just passed by. He asked, "Accept? Does he mean that he is ready to be his subordinate?" In response, he shouted, "Yes, master. He will give him his all." He asked, "What about Jaken? Where?" He clenched his fist and replied that he was thrown out. He looked up at him and shouted that he wanted to get to Valhalla no matter what. The protagonist looked at him and thought that the same thing had happened in his past life. Why was he so obsessed with Valhalla? And Liam kept shouting that he was asking for him to accept him. After that, the protagonist raised his hand to him and asked, "Is he an idiot? He should have gone to the Turin or Zimon's family, not him. He didn't have family support." With these words, he turned and waved his hand, then took the sword from his hand and added, "Therefore, there's no way he can help him get to Valhalla." His words, how could he trust him? He could be a spy for Jaken? Then he took out the weapon and reaching for his ear, made a cut. He spoke. His doubts were understandable, but he would prove that he was telling the truth no matter what. If he wanted him to shut up, he would cut out his tongue. If he wants him to limp, he'll cut off his own shin. At that moment, he inflicted another wound on his finger and added that he entrusts his life to him, "Sir." At that moment, MC remembered how he had said in the past that he would take his worthless life in exchange for his loyalty, and Liam desperately repeated that he was asking for him to accept him. He wants to become stronger than anyone. He wants to become stronger. He asks he must teach him, "Master." He repeated again that he was asking and begging, and then the protagonist threw a sword in his direction and said, "One move. If he can withstand even one move during the attack, he will accept it." In response, he smiled and thanked him. Sometime later, they met in the arena, and MC asked before coming, was he fully recovered? He confirmed it in response and thought, frankly, he thought it would be easy to withstand one movement since he also uses Draker's aura. But were they really the same age? At that moment, he felt a terrifying energy and thought he was even having trouble breathing. The next second, they both ran into battle and their swords crossed. Then one of the swords flew upward and then plunged into the floor. Liam fell to the ground. The protagonist asked, "Is this all he can do?" What a pity. He slung the sword over his shoulder and added that he respected his determination, but it would be better to give up Valhalla. With these words, he turned around and Liam, rising to his feet, shouted, "Zeke." And at that moment, the protagonist thought perhaps Jaken really had abandoned him. If he hadn't been his servant, such a distant relative wouldn't have been able to even pass him in cradle. Even he, a direct descendant, was expelled from the academy. It wouldn't be surprising if Liam was expelled now too. He had plenty of reasons to worry, but was it really worth suffering like this? At that moment, he turned around in surprise, noticing that Liam had grabbed his leg. He thought that in his past life, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and his knightly order had fallen apart. But he had reached the Crimson World and been called the King of Mercenaries. At that moment, tears were streaming down the boy's face. He was begging, please. He had to give him another chance, and MC thought he wasn't going to give up. He said, okay, he'll give him a chance, but on one condition. If he needs to shut up, cut out his tongue. If he needs to limp, cut out his leg. He put his hand on his shoulder and added, then he must cut off his right arm. He looked at him, perplexed, and the protagonist asked, is his arm that valuable? He thought that this meant he would no longer be a swordsman. No one in their right mind would agree. Liam said he needed to train more. He should leave if he didn't agree. He took a stance and thought that he didn't know why he was so desperate, but he shouldn't be too upset. If he didn't get to Valhalla, he could reach the Crimson World. The next second, he was surprised when he saw Liam pull a sword out of the ground. He swung it to strike. The protagonist thought madman. He swung his weapon as well, then knocked the sword out of Liam's hand. He looked at it in surprise, and then the protagonist grabbed him by the clothes and said, hey, crazy. What if he changed his mind? He replied, it's just that he could lose something more important than his hand. After that, the MC turned around again and said that if he pulled something like that, he would throw him out the door regardless of whether he was loyal to him or not. You should keep that in mind. Liam looked at him and then said, Zeke. So before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said, quick. What will people think if they see his subordinate has only one ear? Liam shouted, okay, Zeke. He gets it. After a while, they were sitting at the table and Liam, adjusting his ear, asked if he could really use it. The protagonist, sitting across from him and holding a cup in his hands, said that he was investing in him. He shouldn't worry. After that, he put the cup on the saucer and asked, so what's the matter? His right hand? No. What's more important than life? And he placed his hand on his other hand and said, Mom. A couple of days after Jockin abandoned him, he received news that his mother had come down with a fever. Fortunately, the fever quickly subsided, but her entire body was covered in red spots resembling roses, and she was getting weaker with each passing day. The village doctors didn't even know what kind of illness it was. He asked, so is that why he was going to Valhalla? He replied that Valhalla students and their families possess the best medical knowledge on the continent. MC then picked up a brush and, dipping it in ink, said, red rose-shaped spots. He took notes and thought, periodic fever, rose-shaped spots all over the body. This is a symptom of the red bloom that will sweep across the central continent in 5 years. Highly contagious and highly fatal, the disease claimed many lives until they developed groundbreaking medicines that ended the epidemic. He then handed over a note and said it was a recipe for a cure for his mother. It was simple enough to prepare, so even a village healer could handle it. Liam took it and, thanking him, asked how he recognized the disease that even healers had failed. He thought, the brilliant alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. They developed a cure to save the shattered central continent, but a money-hungry alchemist guild exploited desperate people to make exorbitant profits. When the brothers learned of this, they made the recipe public and spread it so widely that even a mercenary like him knew. He then said that they would assume he knew the alchemist. Now he had the cure, and there was no need to go to Valhalla to continue being his subordinate. But Liam rose from his seat and said, this can't be. He had already dedicated his life to him, Zeke. He clenched his fist and, bowing, knelt, swearing to serve him faithfully for the rest of his days. The protagonist smiled and thought, an oath of loyalty. It's nice to have the king of mercenaries as your subordinate. Then he said that he would fall behind, so he must catch up. In response, he shouted, okay, I understand, my lord. After a while, Howard sat in his chair and asked, what's the matter? Cadet Owen. He bowed and said, yes, headmaster. He has a proposal. How would he like to increase the difficulty this semester? He was surprised. Why? He'd said he might consider it presumptuous, but the current first years were very capable. They were members of influential families, even pure-blooded awakened. If this year's exam was as easy as last year's, wouldn't they be able to prove themselves? He responded, that's reasonable. Well done, Owen. He'd think about it. He thanked him and bowed. After that, he left the office and Howard turned in his chair, looked out the window and thought, blood doesn't lie. He thought the same way. But given the future threats, it was better to nip this in the bud. The day of the Dungeon Exploration Exam. The Dungeon Exploration Exam, a unique test at Draker Academy, during which students divided into pairs must complete a dungeon within a certain time limit. The dungeon's difficulty is determined randomly for each pair and has a significant impact. At that moment, the MC looked at Liam and asked if he was nervous. He replied, yes, a little. Then the protagonist smiled and said it was natural. Too much nervousness leads to mistakes, too little to arrogance, but a moderate amount of nervousness prevents everything. Then Liam took a deep breath and the instructor shouted, next up, Zeke and Liam. The protagonist said they should go, and Liam followed him and said, yes, my lord. At that moment, the guy in front of them held out his hand and said, stop that way. With that, he pointed his finger at a dark passage. Then he asked, what are they standing there for? They should go in, cadets. After that, the MC walked forward and said, yes, as he says. He thought that the difficulty of each dungeon varied, but since this was the Draker dungeon test, there wouldn't be much danger. The main thing was to get out within the allotted time. Each team was given a timer that started upon entering the dungeon. Everyone had 96 hours. Basic combat skills were also part of the assessment. Bringing the heads of defeated monsters would earn bonus points, but the main thing was to get out on time. If you didn't make it, you'd fail the exam. After some time, the protagonist said they ate so he can rest. He said he'd set up camp and cook dinner himself, so he should go to bed first. He replied that he could go without sleep for 4 days and that he shouldn't worry. He said that in that case, he'd go to bed if he didn't mind. He replied, okay. If anything, he'd wake him up. He remained sitting by the fire near the tent and looking at the timer in his hand, realized that 16 hours had passed since entering the dungeon. He hadn't slept for 3 days before the exam training. That meant he'd been awake for about 90 hours. Infinite stamina only protects against physical fatigue, but not against mental fatigue. You never know what's going to happen in dungeons, so you need to minimize risks. Then he heard the sound of bells and thought that they would change when Liam woke up. The next second, his eyes closed, and he saw a snowy expanse and a dead girl lying on the edge of an icy cliff. He opened his eyes abruptly and thought, damn, this dream again. Wait, he clearly heard the bell. He covered his face with his hand, then put out the fire and shouted, he must wake up. There are enemies here. He will look around. He must not turn on the light. And Liam peeked out of the tent and shouted that he understood, my lord. Then the protagonist walked forward and thought that using dragon vision after 4 days without sleep was too risky. Better to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. Then he inhaled and thought, the smell of sulfur? Could the creature that smells of sulfur and hunts in packs, the third most dangerous monster, really be a hellhound? In a past life, Reyna had brought back orc heads, but he hadn't expected hellhounds. At that moment, he grabbed his sword and hid behind the wall, then looked away in surprise. He thought, wait, something's wrong. Even the pack leader weighs no more than a couple 100 kilograms, but the vibrations were like a couple of tons. Then he extended his sword into the passage and looking at the reflection, thought, a mutant? He clenched his teeth and thought, damn. The next second, he was thrown back by a powerful attack and skidded to a stop with his sword on the ground. Liam ran up to him and shouted, is he all right, my lord? He thought, damn Zimmerman's idiots. He knew they were up to something. But at that moment, a huge monster with a spiked mace ran at them, and the protagonist thought they were going to kill him. At that moment, Liam asked, a troll? And he thought, a troll. The most dangerous monster, which can easily deal with hellhounds or orcs. Their blood is a key ingredient in healing potions. They have incredible regeneration. He looked ahead in surprise, noticing that Liam had stood in front of him and said that he would be bait. My lord, he must run. Then MC tapped him on the shoulder and told him not to say such terrible things. What kind of lord would abandon his subject? They stood back to back and he added, it's not about him. He believes in him, Liam. He's not weak. He will support him, so he should do as he sees fit. Then he smiled and said that he was grateful, my lord. The next second, they both charged and landed several slashes. The protagonist thought, not bad. The fact that he was able to wound the troll is impressive. He's aiming precisely for the joints. Had he studied monsters too? But at that moment, a huge club flew at Liam, and MC abruptly pushed off the wall standing in front of his subject. He swung his weapon, cutting through the troll's weapon, and Liam turned and apologized. He replied that it was fine. After all, this was his first real fight. It had been wise to aim for the relatively soft joints, but he had underestimated the troll's regeneration. He shouldn't forget, his scratches heal instantly. They won't be able to deal with his regeneration with regular attacks. Then the troll suddenly pointed its hand upward, and the protagonist added that it must be too difficult for it yet. He'll finish it off. After a while, the troll lay on the ground, and the system reported that he had defeated the troll. He received 30 karma points. MC said that this should give a nice bonus. He must collect it, Liam. With these words, he placed his hand on the troll's head, and Liam, taking off his backpack, approached him and replied, "Okay, my lord." After that, the protagonist stepped aside and looked at the system window in surprise. It said a surprise quest, 2 birds with 1 stone. He must defeat 100 monsters of 10 types in a dungeon. The deadline was 72 hours. The reward was double the amount of karma points for the task, 2 random boxes. He thought in surprise, what? Double karma points? The system window said the quest status was 2 types, 14 monsters. Non-aggressive monsters don't count. Time remaining, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 52 seconds. Then the protagonist looked at the timer and thought, 79 hours until the end of the trial, 100 monsters, no problem. But 10 types, that's a problem. Even if the dungeon is large, usually there are a maximum of 3 or 4 types of monsters in one. But if this is a trap set by those idiots, Simmons, if you search hard enough, 10 types can be found. Completing the quest and exiting won't be easy. Then Liam said, "Done, my lord." In his hands, he held the head-collecting bag that was given to him along with the timer. The protagonist thought it was worse than the subspace bag, but it was enough for carrying the loot. He said, "Okay, they should go. Liam mustn't fall behind." He followed him and replied, "Good." They fought monsters again and again, and the time inexorably decreased. Then the protagonist asked, "So Liam?" He stuck his hand into the huge bag, and he asked if they'd killed a couple of monsters. Was he used to real combat? He replied that he couldn't say yet. The protagonist smiled and said, "Okay, takes time to adapt." Then the system reported the remaining time, 50 minutes, 54 seconds. Quest status, 9 species, 99 monsters. MC pointed to the system window and thought, even after killing the tiny bloodsuckers, there was still 1 species left. There was nowhere else to look. Simmons hadn't helped. Couldn't he have added another species? He glanced sharply to the side, and the ground in front of him opened up into a long crack. He grabbed his sword and shouted, he has to drop the bag, and he looked at it in surprise. The next second, a huge monster burst from the ground, tearing the bag with the monster heads. Liam shouted, Before he could finish, the protagonist told him not to worry. It was monster blood. Then he looked ahead anyway, and MC told him to watch now, Liam. A huge, toothy worm appeared in front of them, and he said he doubted he could keep an eye on it this time. He thought, a worm in the dungeon, a dangerous monster that would take a dozen purple knights to defeat. Those damn Simmons idiots did a great job. Then Liam shouted, Lord. The worm began to attack, and Liam quickly looked away and started searching for something in his backpack. At that moment, the protagonist held his sword in front of him, blocking the toothy maw. Then he swung it, and the worm flew on, burrowing into the ground. He thought even the Blue Knights would avoid encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this. Because of its ability to explode and move underground, if the fight dragged on, he would be buried alive. The next second, a huge toothy maw appeared behind the protagonist, but he quickly dodged the blow. He held his sword in front of him, then plunged the weapon into the monster's body and drew a long slash. He gritted his teeth and thought he would cut it in half. Then the worm's tail appeared. The protagonist, still holding on to the sword, thought, damn bug. The worm began to rise higher and writhe, and then squeeze the protagonist's body. But Liam stabbed his weapon into the monster's body, and the worm suddenly rushed upward. And the protagonist thought, the pressure has eased. He jumped out of the grip and slid along the monster's body. Liam shouted, Is he all right, my lord? And he asked, What did he do? He showed him the vial and said he'd coated the sword with anesthetic. But MC looked at him and thought, I see. The main ingredient in anesthetic is belladonna. It dulls the senses slightly in humans, but for a worm, it's like a deadly poison. In a critical situation, remember that belladonna is poisonous to a worm and improvise using the anesthetic. Such prudence and adaptability live up to Liam's reputation. Then he said that when he gave the signal, he should strike again. He thought bringing him along was the right choice. After that, he ran along the monster's body, and approaching its head, he plunged his sword into the monster and concentrated energy using the soul and body technique, delivering a powerful slash, causing the worm to split in two. Then the system reported karma points 780. Earned karma points doubled. He received 2 random boxes as a reward. Karma points 780. After some time, everyone gathered near the entrance to the dungeon, and the man said, cadets who managed to escape the dungeon, they should come to him. After their points are counted, they are free to go. Well, here they go. He looked at the list, and the students who approached him shouted, yes, sir. He said, dungeon clearance, 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc. Total points, 180. The crowd began to whisper. They had almost reached the record-breaking 200 points. Of course, purebreds always have higher scores. Then the man said, Reina, well done. Her total score is 130 points higher than the required score. She placed her hand on her chest and bowed, thanking him for the praise. After that, he added, well, they'll continue. The next cadets approached, and he announced the total score is a 120. Their total score is 70 points higher than the required score. The guys shouted that they were thanking him, and at that moment, Owen thought, Reina, someone will definitely knock her down a peg or two. If they don't succeed, they can get rid of her like they did with Zeke. At that moment, he heard a voice. He had already forgotten the last time he had seen sunlight. He was surprised to hear it, then turned around abruptly, noticing how MC and Liam, holding a huge monster, were walking forward. He thought, how is this even possible? The people present started whispering. A dungeon worm? But wasn't an orc the highest-ranking monster? How? They both managed to defeat a dungeon worm. After that, Liam threw the monster's head to the ground, and the protagonist looked at Owen and asked, I think he's surprised. Was he really that happy to see him? And in response, he frowned and pursed his lip thinking, what an arrogant bastard. The protagonist leaned over, looked at him, and asked, where's that indifferent face? It even suits him. What? Is he leaving already? And Owen stepped aside, still angry, thinking, damn purebreds. They'll pay for everything. The protagonist said, how scary. Then the examiner asked, are the cadets completely exhausted? And the protagonist said, a little, Instructor Andre. He took some notes and said that in that case they would begin the evaluation. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said they have nothing else. So what's the point of evaluating them individually? And Andre put on gloves and said he couldn't change the evaluation procedure. Have they lost the head-collecting bag? The protagonist replied, unfortunately, that's true. He thought, well, this was their lucky break. A dungeon worm had attacked them unexpectedly, causing them to lose all their heads. They couldn't afford to fail the exam, so he decided to get the worm's head. Who else but Andre would carefully examine the monster's dental samples? After a while, he removed his gloves, stained with the monster's bodily fluids, and said that the samples belonged to goblins, gremlins, hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and finally, trolls. Those present murmured in surprise, a troll? There were even trolls? And then Andre added, judging by the amount of blood, there were several dozen of them. But counting them all wouldn't be fair, so they'll only count one monster of each type. Trolls and dungeon worms aren't included in the evaluation criteria, but according to their data, there were 3 and 6 orcs, respectively. They'll count them as 90 and 180 points. Total points, 368, they passed. At that moment, one of the instructors looked at his colleague and asked how many points they had when they were cadets themselves. And he said that back then, even hellhounds weren't on the monster list. And the cadets started to wonder, 368 points? Is that even possible? Then one of the cadets shouted indignantly, this is nonsense. They only brought a worm's head, and the guy next to him said that one worm is already worth 180 points. He asked, what does that mean? They should think, gentlemen, if they encountered a dungeon worm or a troll, would they even be able to survive? Zeke, how did he do that? MC thought they seemed confused. They won't laugh at him now. Not bad. But he managed to do something extraordinary again. Zimmons went too far in their manipulation of the dungeons just to get rid of him. Could Owen organize all this alone? No. He wouldn't dare do that. Perhaps it was Zimmons himself and they were watching him more closely than he expected. If he hides his power for too long, it could backfire. For now, he should just watch. Then Reiner came up to him and called him. He looked at her and was surprised. She passed by him and noticed that this time he won. She walked forward with her people, and he looked after her in surprise and thought, did he win? What does she mean? Sometime later, the protagonist was sitting in the training hall and asked, is this what he wanted? Right? A system window appeared in front of him saying, Dragon Skill Level 1 Devourer allows the digestion of large quantities of food. Cost 50 points. Current Karma, 780. He said he'd long ignored the skill because he considered it useless, but now 50 points was a paltry sum for him. The system asked, "Dragon Skill Devourer?" He answered, "Yes." Then he looked ahead in surprise, wondering if the skill description had changed. The system window said, "Dragon Skill Level 1 Devourer. Using this skill, any object can be converted into energy. By absorbing a monster with the Bloodline ability, he gains the ability to use it." He wondered, absorb monster abilities? He should have acquired the skill before the test. Then he took out an item and said, "It's worth trying to combine it with energy conversion." The system reported Dragon Skill Devourer activated. He was surprised when the energy snatched a piece of meat from his hand, and then he spun around noticing clumps of dark energy. He wondered what it was. It was sucking him in like a swamp. He pointed his hand at it and thought he shouldn't make any sudden movements. Then the system reported that the energy absorption would compensate for the loss. He clutched his head and thought that his head didn't hurt as much anymore. Perhaps it was just exhaustion. Felt like he'd been reborn. The mental fatigue had passed. The physical fatigue had passed. He felt renewed in every cell of his body. It was a very light sensation, but he definitely recovered. Then the system reported that the Dragon Devourer skill had been activated. MC pulled out some more meat and throwing it into the dark energy, looked at the system window. He thought, well, this skill was definitely worth the price. With it, he could negate the negative effects of other skills. Mental fatigue can be reduced with insatiability and physical fatigue with infinite stamina. He can train for 24 hours without food or rest. He should start right now. Then he said, "Decker?" He asked. He shouldn't disturb him during training, and he replied that it was very important. He asked, "Important?" He answered that his sword was ready. He smiled and thought. Finally, after some time, the protagonist asked Galleon, "Is his sword ready?" He answered, "Yes." Just a second. At that moment, the protagonist looked thoughtfully at the counter in the forge and thought that in his past life, the sword he received from Galleon was forged from mithril and steel, the legendary sword, Grem. Anyone can understand that this was an unusual sword. Even though this time he used a dragon fang as the material, he thought it would be a lot like Grem. Wow. But what is this? With these thoughts, he looked at the sword given to him from which dark energy emanated. Then he took it in his hand and picking it up, thought that it seemed dull. He asked if he had sharpened it on purpose, and Galleon replied that it was supposed to be like this from the start. The protagonist looked at him and then placing the sword back in the box, said that in his opinion, this is what suits him best. He answered yes. He thought that many would be confused, but he understood everything perfectly. If it is him, then Galleon extended his hand forward and said, "My lord, the sword does not have a name yet." He wanted to name it, but he could not think of anything. Maybe he will name it himself? And he pointed at himself in surprise and asked him. He thought Galleon had called this shining sword Grem. And now he says he has not come up with a name. He thought Grem just looked different, made from a dragon's fang, but this is an entirely different sword. Then he said the name. At that moment, Galleon cried out in surprise. "What are you doing, my lord?" He began concentrating the energy in his hand and thought, even if the healing factor was simply active, it was still his skill. He had to control it. The system reported that the administrator's request had been accepted. The healing factor class skill has been temporarily disabled. He thought, great, it worked. Then he turned his wounded hand over onto the sword and thought, and now this. A drop of blood fell on the sword. And Galleon wondered, was this a ritual? A sword naming ritual? A traditional dwarven ceremony that bestows a name on a sword. The wielder pours mana or aura into the blood. And when this touches the sword, the ritual begins. The wielder of the weapon plunges into the unconscious and endlessly travels until they find a suitable name. He thought that he was so dangerous that he was almost forgotten, but they knew him. How was this possible? At that moment, MC was in his own space with many names. He thought among the many names being brought, he needed to find the one with which to live and a new name for a new path, a new name. The next second, he thought, the Black Sword Bahamut. The system reported, the Black Sword Bahamut has been added to the equipment. Then the protagonist looked at the sword and thought that of all the names, he had chosen the name of the Golden Dragon. After a while, Galleon said, amazing. My lord, not every dwarf knows about this ritual. They bandaged his hand, and the protagonist looked at his hand and thought that he learned about it while studying dwarven history. Then Galleon placed his hand on his chest and asked, my lord, could he take a break? Does he want to give him something? And he looked at him in surprise. In response, he told him not to rush. He said that he was grateful to him, and then the protagonist remembered disabling the healing factor and thought that it was very important to be able to manage the passive skill. This way, one can prevent the ability from being exposed as happened with the Duke. No need to reveal your cards. He apologizes. Galleon, he will remove the bandages later. Then he said, besides, we need to check first. With these words, he looked at the sword, and a system window appeared in front of him, which said, the Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master with mystic vision using a fong from the cursed dragon Bahamut and purified by the blue flame of mana.
Unique ability, indestructible, aura translation.
Skill properties sealed, unlocked as users develop. MC looked at it and thought, as they develop, he'd never heard of such a thing. An indestructible, forged from a dragon's fong, so strange yet. He took the sword in his hand and thought, the main thing is aura conversion. He went through great lengths to ensure Galleon acquired the magic circuit and forged the sword, not only because of his outstanding skills, but also because of Grimm's primary ability, aura conversion, a unique ability to convert mana, ether, and any other energy into aura. He can't see aura, but this allowed him to reach the level of a red knight. With these thoughts, he concentrated the energy in his weapon, and Galleon smiled and putting his hand to his head said, finally found it. He apologizes, my lord. Then he looked at the protagonist in surprise, and he slung the sword over his shoulder and asked, he's back? And he cried out in surprise, aura. He thought the sword was surrounded by a pure aura. My lord, he had reached the level of a purple knight. As the protagonist thought, the sword was truly incredible. He said that he had done well, Galleon, and he handed him the scabbard and said that it was nothing compared to the furnace. Will he take a look? He thought, scabbard? He said that his teacher had personally made it. The protagonist looked at it and thought that even in his past life he had never heard of Galleon's teacher. He read the inscription and thought, what, Golan Yolber? Renowned as the best blacksmith? He thought he was the continent's greatest blacksmith whose skills couldn't even compare to those of the dwarves. His works were nearly perfect and possessed special abilities, so collectors fetched tens of thousands of gold. Then MC looked at Galleon and said, so he's Galen's apprentice. He replied that he knew he could read Dwarven. He said, if Galen made it, it's no ordinary scabbard. But he smiled and said, of course. Then he moved the mechanism and said that if he lifted the switch, it would transform into a shield made of mithril and wyvern bones. Could withstand almost any attack. If he released the switch, the shield would return to its scabbard. It still wasn't enough to repay his kindness, but he asked him to accept this gift. The protagonist cried out in surprise. He could sell it and make a furnace, but he smiled and said that he couldn't sell his teacher's work to who knows who. He said it was worth tens of thousands of gold. He cried out in surprise. Really? Then MC added that he'd still happily accept it. He thought the sword sheath was small, but if it was Galen's work, then it was definitely his. After that, he placed the sword in the sheath and it took the shape of a sword. He looked at it and smiling thought he knew it. Exceeds all expectations. Then he said that he had received a truly valuable gift. He was grateful, Galleon, and he smiled and said that he was glad he liked it. Sometime later, the protagonist was sitting in the training arena. He looked at his hands and asked, meteorite iron, an incredibly rare material. Then the system reported information about the glove. The glove is made of durable yet lightweight meteorite iron, a unique ability. No. Special properties. A unique property is activated when a full set of meteorite iron is equipped. He thought about the random box he'd received for the quest. He thought it was some kind of treasure chest, but this one was much more valuable. Then he glanced at the next one and said he'd look at the second one. After that, he opened the box and wondered what it was. He pulled out a map and a system window appeared, saying he'd discovered Grandmaster Kaiser's travel map. He was surprised. Kaiser, isn't that the hero King Kaiser? King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower. These are popular characters on the continent of books who, during their journey, managed to destroy the kingdom of Kronos, one of the great civilizations of the past. However, there's no evidence to support this story, and everyone believes it's fiction. Then his hand trembled, and he said, so King Kasia really did exist. The system reported that map restoration and analysis were in progress. Analysis complete. The desired point is marked on the minimap. He looked ahead in surprise and said, is this place a giant mountain range? He thought it was barbarian territory. Could all be much simpler than he thought. He continued to stare thoughtfully at the system window and said, judging by the user's level, the system reported, training completed. He asked, finish the training. The system reported that they had discovered an item related to his quest. Quest unlocked. Kaiser's legacy. He must find the ghost of King Kaiser. There is no time limit. The reward is an administrator level increase. Current rank, junior administrator, mid-level administrator. He thought now everything is clear. The training was necessary to level him up. He said that these were only the first steps and the real game begins now. He thought that even the rewards were now much more valuable. Then he rose to his feet and said that he would not bother choosing. He would spend all the points he had accumulated. The system reported that 50 points have been used to unlock Tier 2 Dragon skills. Tier 2 Dragon skills are available for purchase. Show Tier 2 Dragon skills. Tier 2 Dragon skills. Dragon skills enhanced. Dragon skills provide magic resistance. Lock. Unlock 80 karma points. Dragon claws. Powerful claws that allow you to destroy enemies in a single blow. Lock. Unlock 80 karma points. He thought he still had enough points, but he didn't know when he would be able to get so many again. Now he shouldn't spend everything but save about 400 points for a rainy day. The system reported that the dragon skill Dragon Scales has been activated. The dragon skill Dragon Claws has been activated. He looked at the clawed hand that had formed and said, and so, he will start with the dragon claws. Then he stood up and swung his clawed hand, leaving streaks on the floor. He said it was even better than he expected, and now the dragon scales. He coated his hand with it, swung his sword, and struck. The sword then flew off. He thought he hadn't even used aura, but this powerful blow didn't harm him. Simply reflecting off the scales, it was as if he were wearing a full suit of armor. Then he flexed his shoulder and said, claws for attack, scales for defense, that's enough. He'd warmed up. Now they could begin. After a while, the Draker Academy, the central training hall, Andre spoke. And so before they began testing their aura skills, they should allow the rules to be explained to them. Behind him, they could see training dummies. These were specially crafted. A normal blow wouldn't leave a scratch on them, but if they struck with aura, these would also shatter into pieces. If they fail to destroy their dummy, they will fail the test. And unlike previous tests, this time if they fail, they will have to start from the very bottom. Those present began to whisper, from the very bottom so they can forget about promotion, and then he shouted, silence. They are to come when their name is called. Next, Aaron. He ran forward and shouted, yes, sir. And watching him, Owen thought, the newcomers are nervous as always. As for him, this training method is no different from the aura training used in his family. Moreover, the aura use course itself was developed by the House of Zimmons. No matter how talented a pure blood or awakened one is, no one can compare to him in the ability to control aura. Then the instructor said, next up, Owen, when he is ready, he can begin. He reached for his sword and assumed a stance releasing energy. Those present cried out in surprise. Wow. Sword resonance? He's only 13. He already knows how to use sword resonance. Not bad. And the instructor folded his arms and said that it would be strange to expect anything else from a member of a noble family. Then Owen pushed off the ground and delivered several blows to the dummies, hitting a huge number of them at once. Then he stopped and one of the instructors said, amazing. A real Zimmons. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and said that with this, he could even outshine Lord Abel. And he waved his hand away and the instructor started whispering. Who does he think he is? What's wrong with him? And he clenched his teeth in irritation and walked in the opposite direction. After that, the instructors called the next ones again and again. And at some point, one of them said, it seems this test is difficult for everyone. His colleague said, Owen must have demoralized them a bit. He thought about it, but still, not a single cadet has ever failed. Everyone manages to inflict at least a small cut on the dummy. Consequently, no one has any trouble using aura. But even in an academy that houses the most elite students, there's one who stands out. At that moment, Reina stepped forward and placing her hand on her chest, declared that she was ready. Instructor, she has a suggestion. He told her to speak. Then she said she'd like him to evaluate her Dragonslayer technique. He extended his hand and said, she understands that these criteria are for senior students. She replied that she knew. He thought, even for a purebred awakened, she thinks too highly of herself. Channeling one's aura into a sword and being able to use Dragonslayer techniques are two completely different things. After all, simply channeling aura into a sword and maintaining it for a long time is monstrously difficult, requiring maximum concentration. And Dragonslayer techniques make combat even more challenging as she'll have to very precisely determine the amount of aura needed for each move. Owen thought she'd swing her sword a couple of times and immediately lose control of her aura. Reina, she was digging her own grave. Then the instructor folded his arms and asked, "The criteria here are much more complex. Are you sure?" She answered decisively. "Yes." He said, "Well, that's her business." She bowed and thanked him. Then she drew her sword, enveloping her entire body and weapon and energy. After that, she began delivering powerful blows to the dummies, cutting them into several pieces. Clouds of dust rose around, and those present began whispering, "Wow, but they don't stand a chance here." He thought Owen had the best control over aura, but he couldn't even compare. At that moment, he pursed his lip and thought in irritation, "Damn it." Then Reina pointed her sword forward, and he thought, "What the hell is this? Was she kidding me?" No. He wasn't the target of this demonstration from the start. With these thoughts, he turned back to look at the protagonist. Then the protagonist scratched the back of his head and thought that this was starting to bother him. He was staring at him so much that it was impossible to ignore him. Okay. He thought he should live up to his expectations. Then he raised his hand and walking forward asked, "Instructor, can he ask him to evaluate his Dragonslayer technique?" The instructor looked at him indignantly and asked, "Isn't his name Zeke?" He figured that if Reina had managed it so easily, he would be able to do the same. Then he approached the first instructor and said, "Cadet Reina is a pure-blooded awakened," but he raised his hand in front of him and said that he would too. "The conditions will be the same as Reina's." Okay. And the protagonist smirked and said, "Of course." After that, the guy asked why the instructor had allowed him to do this. He replied that he was noted for attending all classes, but he had never seen him. He replied that it was the result of a bet he won with instructor Andre. He's new here, so it'll take a long time to explain. A unique purebred awakened, a newcomer who managed to break Lord Abel's dungeon clear record. The system reported detection, the Black Sword Bahamut activating the unique aura conversion ability, converting mana into aura. The protagonist looked ahead and thought it was more difficult than he thought. He hoped everything would be alright. He smiled and then swung the weapon. Reina, looking at it, thought this the Dragon Hunter technique. The first strike, the ritual of the heavenly strike, she thought compared to her, no way. He's perfect. Even compared to instructor Andre. The next second, MC struck, splitting the dummy in two. He thought the Dragon Hunter technique he'd trained for 2 years before his regression. The correct direction of the strike, the position of the working leg, and even the flow of aura. His body was moving on its own without his control. He then stepped back and thought that he'd wasted a lot of time practicing this technique, but it never hurt to go over the basics again. It would be enough to motivate Reina. At that moment, there were whispers all around. Wait, did he wrap his sword in aura? Yes. He definitely saw that. So he's already at the level of the Purple Knights? Then the protagonist turned around and thought maybe he overdid it. He noticed the destroyed mannequins and thought that the flow of aura was too strong. He was trying to show off Reina-level strength. Damn. It seemed like he'd attracted too much attention again. At that moment, the guy shouted in surprise, a first-year cadet already at the level of the Purple Knights? And at that moment, Owen looked at him with irritation, and Reina clenched her fist and smiled. After a while, Howard put a cup of tea on the table and said that he had been informed of his results on the midterm exam. Amazing. MC was sitting on the couch and said that he was just lucky. He asked, lucky to reach the level of the Purple Knights at 13. So doesn't he want to graduate from the academy early? He took a sip of tea, and the protagonist said, earlier, does he mean skip one of the courses? He replied that maybe they would let him skip a few. That was only possible for gifted cadets like him. And he looked at the tea and thought that they had taken the bait much faster than he thought. He had stood out too much during the test. Apparently, it was inevitable. Then he smiled and said that he was ready. After a while, he left the office and closed the door behind him. He walked down the hallway and thought, I think he has some kind of plan. He walked forward and said that he prefers to act alone. At that moment, Howard looked out the window and reaching into his inside pocket said, Reina and Zeke, both awakened, had decided to take the exam. Yes. He understood. Well, he would arrange everything necessary. Things were taking an interesting turn. Sometime later in the Draker Academy's Aura training hall, Reina looked at the protagonist. He looked away and thought that she should try to pretend she wasn't staring at him. Then all Draker entered the room and asked, did they have to wait long? And the instructor said, this man will be taking today's exam, the senior knight from the main family, Sir All Draker. MC thought, isn't that a silent sword? In his previous life, remembered walking while carrying a body and then putting it down. Then he asked Draker, what is the mangy dog of the Empire doing here? Then he looked in surprise at the guy's body and all who was sitting next to him in the cemetery. After that, the protagonist handed him a shovel and holding a second one asked, can I help him? Even if he refused, he would help him. He began digging and said that Zeke was from the United Northern Forces. He was a Draker, right? He replied that it wasn't so. He had rejected that name. He noticed that they were similar in that. And what should he call him? He told him to call him his silent sword. In the present tense, he thought all a fitting name for such a stern man in any case. Then the cadets bowed and greeted him. He wondered if it wasn't too humiliating for a man of such rank to administer an exam to first-year students. Senior knights are some of the most important pillars of the Draper family. They combine strength, popularity among family members, and experience. It's a very prestigious position. Then the instructor said they'd known the rules of dueling since childhood. They could keep fighting until they passed out or gave up. They had to give it their all. Then Reina reached for her weapon and said she'd better start, but all said no. They shouldn't act alone. They had to attack him together. She screamed, wow. And the protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to let him fool her. She knew the difference in skill between him and them. By the way, the exam had already begun. If she didn't control her emotions, she could easily lose. She looked at him silently, then sighed and asked, what are they going to do, Zeke? He looked at her and, smiling, thought that he hadn't expected anything else. She got her bearings very quickly. Then he said he had the perfect plan. He suggested delivering one powerful blow. After that, they stood on either side of all, and MC, looking at his weapon, thought a sword from the Eastern Empire with a single-edged blade, a curved blade. For as long as he could remember, he had always used this stance. It seemed Reina's pride was about to burst out. But what use for pride and honor to someone who was weaker? Simply had to focus on the plan. The next second, they both charged simultaneously and all began to parry their blows with his sword. They tried again and again, but all knocked them aside. Reina ran forward and thought, so this is what senior knights are like. She tried to aim for the weak point Zeke mentioned, but she couldn't even touch him, let alone strike. Then she used the Dragon Hunter technique, Chapter 3, First Strike. She thought she must be prepared to kill the enemy. She appeared behind all and then swung her sickle. He dodged sharply to the side, then struck her with such force that she flew back crashing through the wall. One of the men ran to her and asked, Reina, are you okay? She held on to the broken wall and said she was fine. She was on one knee and remarked that it was dangerous here, that he should move away. She thought she'd lost concentration for just a second. Create a breach in his defense? She didn't think she could do that with her skill. He thought he could do that? They'd been talking not long before, and Reina had said she wouldn't use that tactic. Was he trying to break the rules of the duel? He'd said he wouldn't feed on her honesty, and this wasn't a duel. It was a test. He patted her on the shoulder and added that this was testing whether she was ready to kill enemies. Then she sighed and said, oh well. She was just asking for advice. Did she really think it would work? After all, they were fighting the Elder Knight, and he said they needed to create a situation where it would work. Last time they fought, why couldn't she dodge the rock? She replied that she didn't think he would use such a move. He asked, really? It's the same with the Elder Knight. He pointed his finger at her and added that she just had to wait for the signal. It would definitely work. He thought that a small gap in his defenses should be enough. In the present, he used the Dragon Hunter technique, advanced form, Thunderstep, Silent Gate. All started looking around and said, that's Zeke's technique. He looked sharply to the side and held his sword in front of him, blocking the protagonist's attack. He said that he better be on guard. The next second, energy hit the light bulb in the room. All wondered why the light went out. Sure enough, she was using the pure-blooded Awakens ability, Mana Dispersion. They then jumped apart and the protagonist continued to strike. All moved back, blocking his attacks. He thought, what a stupid idea. They just decided to block his view. Then he swung his sword and wondered, did they really think such a basic move would help them defeat one of the senior knights? Then he felt energy from the side and wondered what this strange feeling was. In this darkness, where he could barely make out silhouettes, he moved completely freely. At that moment, the protagonist, moving sideways, thought that now was the perfect moment to try out the dragon's new skill, and all was clearly not one to beat around the bush. Then the system announced that the dragon skill, Dragon Claw, had been activated. At that moment, all blocked the attack and wondered, could a first-year cadet really be capable of such a thing? It seemed this fight had long since gone beyond the bounds of a simple training duel. Zeke has long since outgrown the academy level. Reina clearly can't move as well in the dark. He tries not to show his true strength, but that's only if he's on par with his opponent. The next second, the fight continued. Sparks from swords flew in all directions, and MC thought he was moving almost the same as before the light went out. Had he gotten used to the darkness already? Then he noticed energy to the side. All swung his sword and frowning thought it had disappeared. He couldn't figure out where he was. It was like shadow boxing. Then the protagonist appeared behind him. All swung his sword and wondered if that was a mana lamp. And at that moment MC was climbing over the light bulbs on the ceiling, and all thought Zeke was masking his presence with the sound. Then he noticed a weapon approaching him. He blocked its attack. The protagonist looked at him with a smile. After that he shouted, "Reina." He threw the object to her. Bonin had just looked at the notes and said the material structure was quite simple, but this thing would only last for one use. What kind of magic was he planning on putting into it? He then shouted in surprise, "Impossible."
En explosion spell?
No, of course not. A flash and a loud noise would be enough. The next second, a bright light filled the entire room, and the protagonist thought, "Reina, now." He hid behind his sword and covered his eyes and ears. All gritted his teeth and also began to shield himself with his hands. He thought he seemed caught off guard. He was mistaken when he thought he wouldn't fight at full strength. At that moment, Reina and the protagonist both leaped at him with an attack, and the protagonist used the Dragon Hunter technique. Chapter 4, First Strike, Full Moon Strike. All delivered a powerful attack. Afterwards, the healers came to collect the wounded students. The man approached all, saying he had done well, after which a Storm Knight called him a fool for almost killing someone else's student. All bowed his head in greeting, and he remarked that he was still as boring as ever. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked how his student was doing. The man remained silent and remembered that at the moment he had saved the blow, he had decided not to attack but simply defended himself. He could have counterattacked, but why didn't he? Was it because the goal was not to win, but only to pass the exam, and he simply decided not to use more force than was necessary for the desired result? He looked at his hand and told the Duke that he felt he would not be able to fully appreciate his abilities. Afterwards, the Academy Transfer Committee met to make a unanimous decision, and no one objected. Reina and Zeke were promoted to 5th and 3rd years, respectively. After that, he decided to keep a low profile, and once Duke taught him all the storm techniques, Andre took his place. He maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but their interactions became less frequent after he transferred to work at the Royal Institute of Magic and left the academy. Fortunately, he was no longer embroiled in the intrigues of the great families. But the most interesting thing was that all sparred with him every quarter and afterward locked himself alone in the training hall. 2 years passed, and at the age of 15 graduated from the academy. Decker hastened to congratulate him on this. He was the youngest person ever to enroll in Valhalla. He was sure the Lord would be pleased. MC reviewed the documents he was currently working on, and Decker delightedly noted that the director never gave anyone a personal recommendation. Zeke thought his attempts to blend in had been futile and said there were 3 months left until the initiation ceremony. He needed to visit Atlas. The man was very surprised and wanted to ask him about it, but he didn't give him a chance to say a word, saying he wanted to be alone and didn't want anyone to bother him. Did he understand? Decker didn't dare object, but he figured the Kesser ruins were located in the area of a giant mountain range. Under the pretext of relaxing, he wanted to explore this place with the Argos Kingdom's Travelers Guild. There was no need to tell anyone about his plans. There was a knock at the door. Liam had arrived. He immediately bowed his head to him in greeting, and with a smile, he reminded him that he had told him there was no need for all this, that he should just relax. Decker decided to leave, and MC asked him to report to Valhalla about his plans. After which, Liam asked what had made him summon him here. He told him that he had heard that he had been transferred to a special class, and he couldn't ignore the news. He had prepared the answers to all the tests and the guides for all the exams. Everything he would need during his studies was there. He handed him a thick notebook and told him to go to the Breath of Fafnir and show it to them. Then they would give him everything he needed. In his 4th year, he would also need a sword. He could get that from the Breath of Fafnir too. He had already paid for everything, so he wouldn't have to worry about paying for it, and he hoped that everything would work out for him. Liam almost burst into tears from such kindness. He immediately fell to one knee in front of him and exclaimed that he would never let him down. He smiled and pointed out that he had just told him not to treat him so formally, and he had asked for his forgiveness, promising to do better. The kingdom of Argos is located in the northernmost part of the central continent. Along with Delphia, Tibia, and Valencia, it is one of the 4 great kingdoms of the continent. The gigantic mountain range separating the monster lands from the rest of the continent is filled with numerous dungeons attracting a large number of travelers. Therefore, the first king of Argos decided to make this feature the basis of the kingdom's economy. The entire mountain range was divided into hundreds of zones. Major transportation arteries and guard posts were created. Thus, the Argos Travelers Guild, famous throughout the continent, was founded. Soon, Zeke was already there, registering with the Travelers Guild under the false identity of Zeke Murray. To make traveling easier, he changed his appearance, donning a wig and magic lenses. The name Draker would have attracted too much attention. He left the guild and looked around, wondering if it was time to start treasure hunting. After that, he came to the wagon station and set off. He thought he was very lucky to have managed to find a place in the middle of the traveling season. At one point, one of his fellow travelers called out to him and asked if he was traveling too. He seemed very nervous. Was this his first dungeon? Another guy sat down next to him and invited him to join them. He pointed at his friends and said that they might not look it, but they already had many dungeons under their belt. Dungeons were quite dangerous now. If he traveled alone, he could easily become dinner for a monster. The party you take to your first dungeon will determine your whole future life. He'd heard of that, right? MC immediately realized that they weren't just bothering him. There were plenty of idiots like that everywhere. They fed newbies to monsters or sold them into slavery. He remained silent and looked around, and after a while, told him to shut up and walk to the other end of the cart, leaving the guy perplexed. He asked him to wait and explain what happened, but he ignored him and knocked on the wall, attracting the driver's attention. He informed him that there were monsters 500 meters to the left of them, most likely a horde of orcs. Do they often appear here? The man asked, confused, what he was talking about. This is a safe zone. Meanwhile, the guy laughed and said that the kid was already scared. He should have known that this route is controlled by the kingdom. Not only monsters, but even wild animals cannot penetrate the safe zone. Zeke asked, then who is that behind him? Immediately after that, a huge orc pounced on the cart and struck, breaking it into pieces, and soon his friends joined him. The horses neighed loudly and fell. What remained of the cart overturned, and some of the travelers were already crushed by the orcs. The same guy was crushed under the cart, and while he was trying to get out, one of the orcs headed straight for him. And when he saw the club above him, he began to plead for help, and then a scream and the characteristic sound of a blow were heard. MC, meanwhile, was hiding behind a tree and watching them. If the orcs were able to penetrate the safe zone, then the guard post's operation was disrupted. He walked a little further, and as he thought, the guard post was destroyed, and he noted that this was very strange. Even the kingdom soldiers couldn't hold them back, and yet the guard post has enough warriors to repel an attack by most types of monsters. He noticed a long mark on the body of one of the guards, as if from a sword, and realized that not monsters, but people were involved. The bodies were horribly mutilated to create the appearance of a monster attack. But if it really had been monsters who did this, the cuts wouldn't have been so neat. They all died after the first blow, unable to offer any resistance. Obviously, whoever did this was incredibly cruel. Unfortunately, staying here for too long might attract the necessary attention. He needed to find the Kasia ruins quickly. He walked further into the forest and saw a pile of nets with skulls lying and hanging literally everywhere, which meant that this was where barbarian territory began. He checked the mini-map and thought he was almost at the ruins, but the sounds pursuing him from all sides confused him. What were the Imperial Hounds doing here? The Imperial Hounds are an elite unit reporting directly to the Emperor and consisting of the best knights, constantly honing their skills in tracking and killing. For now, only the highest-ranking officials of the Empire know about them. But during the war that the Empire will soon begin, they will become a key force. He was able to track their movements using the mini-map. It was impossible to forget for a moment how skilled their spies were. After all, they were the ones who killed him before his regression. The Duke had once told him something. This mad emperor was obsessed with the idea of immortality. He was ready to destroy the entire continent for that. Even before his regression, the emperor was obsessed with ancient relics driven by a mad desire to unite the entire continent under his rule and a thirst for immortality. Perhaps he had found the ruins of Kaiser before him? Most likely, he would have to find out for himself. He suddenly disappeared, and the hounds immediately emerged from their hiding places and began looking around, wondering where he had gone. They turned to their leader, and he carefully pulled a weapon from under his clothes. And a second later, Zeke appeared in front of him and dealt him several slashes, cutting off his arm. What he pulled out fell right next to the severed hand, a yellow flare, a signal of unforeseen circumstances. And if he carried it with him, then he was definitely the squad leader. He asked him, "Are there only 3 of them?" "They must be a patrol squad of the outer perimeter. A regular squad consists of 12 people. The other hounds shouted, "Who is he? Who ordered him to do this?" At that moment, he took the life of their leader and turned to them, saying that it seemed they did not understand something. He was asking the questions here. His piercing gaze made them nervous, and he advised them to think carefully. 2 more can speak. What if one of them dies and the other continues to resist? Then it will be his turn, so let them make the right choice. After that, they passed on information about a certain base and told him that they were the ones who carried out the massacre at the guard post. They were aiming to destroy the Imperial soldiers specifically. Perhaps the hounds had already found the ruins. Of course, he didn't spare those hounds. He laid their bodies by a tree and carved the Melkan sign on the trunk because many who tried to attack them died themselves. After that, he went to that base. One of the guards yawned and asked what kind of idiot sent troops into barbarian territory. His partner said that nothing could be done about it. And at that very moment, something flew at the man's head, and he died. And then the same fate befell him. MC entered the base at high speed, and the man who was patrolling there stopped abruptly because of the sound and asked his partner, "Did he hear that?" He confusedly answered that he didn't hear anything. And at that moment, Zeke flashed next to him and hit the man in the neck and then dealt with him too. There was also a third guy. He saw him attack them and screamed that he was an enemy spy. But MC immediately put his hand in his mouth, not letting him scream, and killed him. But it was too late. The others surrounded him, and he remembered something. During the 5-year war, on the orders of his master, he had to destroy the Pavel cartel. Then he felt the same thing. A man observing the situation from above noted that this was the blade technique of the southern thugs. Is he from Melkan or Pavel? But it doesn't matter. He can't let him get away. Let him surrender, and then he will grant him a painless death. MC looked up at him and thought, is he the one in charge? His level is no higher than the Blue Knights. Compared to the Imperial hounds from his past life, these guys are a pitiful sight. He asked, does he think this is worth saying to the one who just slaughtered all his comrades? Instead of lamenting their unenviable fate, he could have dealt with him. The man remained silent, and he said that he thought so, that the central part of the continent was inhabited by weaklings. Let him do as he wanted. After that, he attacked one of the hounds, and then all the others attacked him. Having crossed blades with one of them, he realized that something was wrong. Why were the hounds so weak, or was he so strong? But none of that mattered now. His mana reflection skill activated, and everything instantly went out. Their leader glanced at the lamp and wondered why the light went out now. While he was wondering what it was, Zeke began killing the hounds one by one, taking advantage of the fact that they were blind. Their leader at first thought he was using mana reflection, but that was not the case. He was unarmed at first and didn't use any aura at all. This guy uses a southern blade technique, so he's definitely an assassin. It's most likely a simple malfunction. He told the hounds not to panic. Everything will be restored soon. Let them focus on defense for now. After a while, the light turned on, and he saw that everyone was already dead. This made him very nervous. And when the enemy's voice sounded right behind him, he flinched in fear. MC said that the Emperor definitely has a reason to look for the ruins of King Kaiser, and he, with trembling hands, drew his sword, asked what he was even talking about. He turned sharply to strike, but no one was nearby. Zeke told him not to worry. If he didn't tell him anything himself, he would find out the information he needed in other ways, and then his hand covered his eyes. He fearfully asked him to wait and exclaimed that they didn't know anything, but MC didn't care. Having finished off the leader, he left their base and threw the blade with the Melkon symbol on the ground, ensuring that they would be blamed for everything that happened here. The Melkon Cartel, an organization he had joined in a past life to earn at least a little money. After the destruction of the Kingdom of Cusco as a result of the Civil War, its territory was divided between the Melkon and Pavela cartels. To hide his identity, he could have used dragon skills, but he decided to use the Southern Blade technique and even left the Melkon cartel's mark near the bodies. It would be better if it was immediately clear who was behind this. The Emperor will believe that the deaths of his people were the work of Melkon. Maybe this incident will force him to act, and then he will destroy the cartel, which will play into his hands. Well, judging by the letter he found, the Emperor is even crazier than he thought. He simply ordered to find the ruins. But what surprised him most was the content of the map. The map depicted not only the central continent, but also the eastern one and an unknown dark sea. Imperial hounds were dispatched to all areas containing ancient ruins. They had obviously already reached the same level of power they had before his regression, but they hadn't found anything yet. He needed to hurry. Suddenly, there was a bang. A bright red flash rose into the sky, and he looked up with a nervous grin, thinking it was the signal to begin the Heavenly Network plan. After that, the chase began. The hounds quickly found him, and he thought, have they already figured out what was going on? A red signal flare dividing into 5 parts means only one thing: destroy at any cost. They find the location from which the flare was launched, identify the target, and tightly surround it. All the hounds in that area are busy searching for targets until they are eliminated. This signal was the symbol of the Imperial Hounds and a death sentence for all their enemies. In his past life, he died after stealing one of the Emperor's most important relics on the northern continent and getting caught in the clutches of Imperial Hounds. But now he had a window into the system. He quickly drew his dagger and dodged the blow of the Hound Squad leader who appeared before him, and then he was surrounded on all sides. He immediately kicked their leader and thought he could defeat them, then parried several of their blows. After that, he broke free from the encirclement and retreated, looked at his opponents and thought that he knew it. These guys were already stronger than the ones in the cave. Another squad appeared behind him. A horde of hounds surrounded him from all sides, giving him no escape, and he scratched his head in confusion, noticing that it was a complete mess. He glanced at the minimap and thought that if he could break out of the encirclement, he could escape, but then he'd have to use the smoke traps he'd worked so hard to obtain. Apparently, he had no choice. He'd prepared them for another purpose, but there was nothing else to do. He pulled out a whistle and blew it with all his might, causing a horn-like sound to echo through the forest. The hounds immediately began looking around, thinking it was a signal, but the squad leader quickly realized something was wrong and turned to the enemy, warning the others about the smoke bomb. The sound was just a trap. He ordered them to catch him now, but it was too late. The bomb exploded and smoke enveloped Zeke, making him invisible. As soon as the smoke cleared, he was no longer there. Squad leader told them not to panic. He couldn't escape the Skynet anymore. They should stay put and watch every movement and shadow. The smoke covered the rest of the hounds as well. Everyone held their breath and waited. Their leader wondered why he couldn't sense his presence. Did he think he could hide from them just with these cheap tricks? But what was that horn sound? At that moment, a crash was heard behind him. The body of one of the hounds fell next to him, and he looked around, not understanding what was going on. And then his eyes widened in fear. The barbarians attacked his squad, and he wondered what was going on here. Had they really angered them that much? If there had been only a few of them, they would have managed. But why were they attacking with an entire squad? One of the hounds was furious that these stupid savages dared to attack them, and he struck one of them with his sword, but his blade couldn't even wound him. Then the barbarian immediately struck him on the head, instantly killing him, and the squad leader thought he had never seen them act so harmoniously. It was too dangerous to remain here. He fired a signal flare into the sky, ordering the celestial net to be rolled up, then fled with the surviving members of the squad, and the barbarians followed them. MC, who had been hiding under a pile of earth all this time, finally emerged from his hiding place and thought that everything had worked out much better than he had expected. He used a barbarian signal whistle created specifically for transmitting messages in the chaos of battle. It was a wonderful barbarian invention. In a past life, he was able to build friendly relations with the Mohawken tribe, and they taught him how to make this whistle and transmit signals with it. The signal he transmitted said, "Strangers have invaded the land of the Mother Goddess." Barbarians are considered primitive savages, but they have their own traditions, cultures, and civilization. But it's unlikely to work a second time. After that, he began searching for ruins. He climbed one mountain after another and wandered into a dungeon, but it was guarded by a descendant of dragons infected with corrupting energy. He hid behind a wall and thought, what the hell is this? Apparently, the door behind the monster is where he needs to go. He asked the system if he could open it, and it indicated that the administrator's request had been accepted, establishing a connection with the controller. King Caesar's sanctuary was open. The doors immediately began to move, causing the dragon to become enraged, and Zeke smiled nervously. Realizing he couldn't slip through unnoticed, he used a dragon hunter technique and applied form, and in an instant approached the monster, then delivered a storm strike using Skywalk. This way, he wanted to distract the dragon and quickly slip through the passage. When he was almost at the door, the monster's wide-open mouth appeared next to him, and a roar was heard. The dragon was only able to tear off pieces of his clothes. And while he was trying to figure out what was going on, MC gathered energy and struck, decapitating the monster. Drops of blood fell on his clothes, and he immediately felt a burning sensation in those places, and wondered if his blood contained acid. The system activated the healing factor, and he thought it was a monster with acidic blood and 9 heads. Even his master could barely defeat it. A 9-headed dragon, a hydra, and he was about to strike it down right now. Zeke attacked. His blade caught between the dragon's teeth, and then the monster suddenly shook its head and was thrown into the wall. He stood up and cursed, wondering what was wrong with this dragon hunter technique. Now that dragons are practically gone, the closest thing to them are dragon-like monsters, but they are completely immune to this technique. No matter how many blows he deals to this creature, it constantly regenerates. This is terrible. His strength is not enough to defeat it. He glanced at the passage behind the hydra and assessed the situation. There were about 30 meters left to the gate. He twirled his sword and commanded the system to close the gate, after which the doors began to close. And at that moment, he prepared to use the technique and applied form. Using a secret storm technique, he quickly leaped forward and clanged his sword across the floor, then swung it and struck the monster with a wind blow from a distance, severing one of its heads. After that, he ran toward the passage and thought that while he still had the opportunity to act, he could ignore the snake and simply slip into the sanctuary. But the hydra wasn't going to let him go so easily. 3 heads immediately reached for him, and by that point, he'd already reached the gate and thought he'd succeeded. But where had the hydra gone? He decided to turn around, and his eyes widened in fear. One of the hydra's heads darted past him, clamped its jaws around his arm, and wasn't about to let go. MC tried to break free, but the jaws held him tight, and he cursed, thinking it had finally gotten hold of him. He pressed the blade to his shoulder and said that since it wanted his hand so much, he would give it to it. After that, he swung his sword sharply, freeing himself from the hydra's jaws, and his arm grew back. The monster roared loudly, releasing a purple mist at him, and he, feeling pain, thought, is this mist poisonous? This monster has moves for every occasion. He decided to attack with full force and swoop down, cutting the monster in half, cutting off another head and raising dust from the impact. The hydra's other head froze, peering into the dust cloud, and seeing that the man was still alive, it pounced on him. This head was one of the last, and he realized he needed to deal with this right now. He activated the Dragon Might skill, releasing such a powerful aura that it caused the hydra to freeze. His eyes flashed, and he told the monster to disappear. Otherwise, he would tear him to shreds too. The hydra was so frightened that it trembled and immediately retreated. The path was clear. He was not attacked anymore. He sat down to rest. He didn't know that Dragon's Might would work on this snake. He should have used this skill earlier. But why did he feel so tired even after infinite energy was activated? Was it because of the poison? A system notification appeared in front of him. He managed to instill terror in the cursed descendant of dragons. Did he wish to activate the skill Dragon Domination to subjugate the target? He wondered if it was because of Dragon's Might. Could he really subjugate this monster? He decided to try it, but immediately ran into an obstacle. He did not have sufficient rights to subjugate this monster. He noted with annoyance that all his hopes were in vain. After all, it would be strange if such a skill had no restrictions. He suddenly felt ill, and the system reported that the hydra's poison had exceeded its maximum concentration, causing him to collapse immediately. The healing factor wasn't working, and he started going through his skills thinking that there must be something suitable. The Devourer skill, when activated, any substance is transformed into energy. And when confronting a monster with a draconic bloodline, it's also possible to absorb its power. This poison is very potent. It must be related to bloodline skills. He activated the skill and devoured the Hydra's body. And then the system informed him that he had obtained the head of a descendant of dragons, raising his devourer skill level from novice to expert. Lost energy was replenished by the energy absorbed from the poison. He absorbed the abilities and bloodline of the slain creature and gained immunity to all poisons. As soon as the poison left his body, he stood up and grinned. It was time to check his status window. He currently had 465 karma points, and that new skill was showing. He thought the statement about most poisons was too strong, but now he could at least not worry about that. And Devourer's level also increased, and he had almost lost hope. He managed to do this because he was able to destroy the target designated for assassination. Targets for assassination are monsters marked by the system as those that need to be destroyed. Killing them brings additional points. Since he spent too much time on the Hydra, he decided to move on and enter the sanctuary. Hero King Kaiser is a legendary half-elf, the son of a sage and a fairy queen. Like many legendary heroes, his childhood was not easy. As a result of the execution of an evil sorcerer, he was kidnapped from his parents and abandoned in the mountains. There, a sacred she-wolf took him in and raised him, and thanks to her, he was able to survive. Kaiser freed people from slavery and founded a human kingdom on the central continent, calling it Kronos. Everyone on the continent knows this story, the beginning of the legend of Kaiser. But to this day, no evidence exists of his existence, and this story remains just a legend. But there is proof that the kingdom of Kronos really did exist, and it now stretches out right before Zeke's eyes. That passage led to the ruins of the old kingdom. He looked around and thought that everything here was much smaller than he thought. He hadn't known that Kaiser's legacy was the remnants of the kingdom of Kronos. He approached the enormous gates of the main tower and thought that now he understood that he had felt a similar sensation in the Dragon Hunter's sanctuary. The gates opened and he entered. There in the middle of the hall on a pedestal was a shining crystal, the Eye of King Kaiser. The system informed him of the start of the related quest, the Ghost of King Kaiser. Warning, he cannot leave this area until the associated quest is completed. He immediately started to get indignant, and then the door slammed shut, and the system told him that he needed to find the king's remains in the ruins and prove that he really existed. There was no time limit, and he would receive the fairy queen's tears as a reward. He felt a little nervous about this task. The fairy queen is King Kaiser's mother, a being who grants people's wishes, and her tears would be the reward. He doesn't know what it is, but it's definitely very powerful. He asked the system how he should use it, and it retrieved data from the magical video camera and found 546 videos, only 12 of which matched his request. The video began playing, and it featured King Kaiser himself, a hero from legend. They asked him what a sword is, and he said that a sword is a sword. What else? Old fools who can't even swing a sword like to complicate things. They're all just a bunch of idiots. He suddenly looked into the camera and called out to Chaton, telling him not to shake it. And MC thought, Chaton is that same loyal knight of Kaiser's retinue? So he really existed? The king was asked a question. How did he become so skilled in swordsmanship? He said that it was nothing complicated. You just need to swing the sword a lot and for a long time. He took out his sword and asked, how long? They were wondering he could give them a guide. After that, he swung the sword. Zeke literally felt how his blade cut through his body. And out of fear, he fell and immediately felt his chest. After making sure that he was okay, he caught his breath and thought that his aura was so strong that he could feel it even just watching the video. This is the power of a real king. He already likes it. He asked the system to play the last video again and then a few more. The next 4 days passed in this manner, all the while training. Near the entrance were 3 rooms. The first was filled with food supplies sufficient for several months. The second served as a restroom, and the third contained books and all the necessary equipment. It turned out that this place was intended for training the heir of Kaiser. Thanks to this, he could fully concentrate on his studies. He was able to perfectly replicate his movements, but he couldn't recapture the feeling he had experienced the first time. After some time of training, the system informed him that he had unlocked a new skill, Elemental Sword, Basic Form. Basic training complete, the transition to the advanced training stage was underway, and the spirit of King Kaiser was summoned. After this, streams of energy emanated from the crystal next to him from which King Kaiser appeared. Seeing him in person, MC smiled with admiration. But when he immediately grabbed the sword, he quickly pulled himself together and blocked the blow. He nervously clenched his teeth and asked, "So straight into battle?" The king's blow was strong. He was thrown back against the wall, and he ordered him to get up. Zeke looked up at him and wondered if he had broken through his block. He felt like he was fighting a master from his past life. The king walked towards him and asked if he thought he could learn his technique with such a level of swordsmanship. The knights of the past were simply shocked by this. MC thought, why did he attack him? Perhaps, but he wants to test his skill level. At that moment, the king jumped out of a cloud of dust and immediately struck him with a blow, which he was able to block, but he was thrown back, and he cursed and thought that he was really trying to kill him. What should he do? Looking at his smile, he called him a crazy monster. After which, he closed his eyes and realized that he shouldn't dwell on this. He just needed to give it his all. He threw the sword aside and drew his own, telling the king that he was ready. Kaiser was surprised and asked, "So he's Shatten's student, or did he just pick up this technique from someone?" What was it called, Aurora? At that moment, Zeke lunged forward, but the king parried with just one swing, and he thoughtfully looked away, saying that he didn't think it was called that. Meanwhile, MC's hands began to tremble. This blow was too powerful for such a small movement. Deciding not to dwell on the name of the technique, the king abruptly approached him and said that no one cared anyway, after which he struck him, adding that as long as it gave him pleasure, they could continue and even have a little fun. He began to press Zeke, clearly enjoying this fight, and eventually he ran out of steam. He expected something like this, but he didn't think the difference between their skills would be so huge. So this is the true power of a legendary king, but he has a couple of things he could counter it with. He activated all his skills and rushed forward, then delivered a powerful blow, but it didn't even hit the king. He smiled and asked, can he use dragon skills without being a descendant of dragons? MC appeared behind him accompanied by bright purple sparks, and Khazir asked, so he also has elemental power? He grabbed the heavy sword more tightly and swung it, preparing to deliver a powerful blow, but Kaysar blocked that too. The clash of their swords created a spark, and Zeke somehow lost consciousness. He woke up on the floor completely bewildered and surrounded by debris. Kaysar, who was sitting next to him, noted that he finally woke up. As you can see, he has a couple of aces up his sleeve, the Shaitan technique, dragon skills, elemental power. He looked at him closely and thoughtfully noted that part of his soul was in the spirit world. He didn't understand what he was talking about, but didn't ask. And Kaysar said that it seemed he had to be reborn many times. This explains why he can use the power of the elements. MC still didn't understand anything and asked him to explain his words more simply. And he thoughtfully looked away with a smirk and suggested that he focus on more important things. He shouldn't act like an idiot. He wants to achieve something. He has always strived to improve his swordsmanship, and now he would like to talk about the elemental sword skill. The power of the elements is the pure force of nature underlying all life, water, fire, earth, air. The elemental sword is based on all these elements and is a derivative. Now he decided to demonstrate his mastery of the elemental sword. With one swing, he raised a whirlwind, the powerful streams of wind cutting like blades. After the demonstration, he turned to Zeke and said that these were derivatives of the air element, the power of air, and the storm blade. The source of the elemental sword's powers is a substance known as ether. MC liked this very much. He thought that apparently it was more like magic than swordsmanship. Kaysar said that it was his turn now, and he wondered if the power of the elements really stems from ether. But he didn't feel any signs that Kaysar could use ether. Maybe the whole secret is that he completely transforms it into the power of the elements. He approached him and asked how he managed to turn ether into the power of the elements. The king was even confused by such a question. He enveloped the sword in flames and smiled wryly, saying that it happens, and that's all. How was he supposed to explain it? Meanwhile, he wondered why he always had such bad teachers. He began to observe how he changed elements and thought that it might seem like he wasn't using ether, but it just didn't feel like it. You have to strain all your senses to feel even a trace of this energy. The flow of ether isn't very noticeable. He took the sword and declared that he would try to figure it out himself. And he asked, who did he even think of himself? Zeke thought that one shouldn't judge only by what lies on the surface. Kaysar realized that his most powerful blow used the power of the elements. It turns out that he too can use the power of the elements. His body and sword were covered in purple sparks, in case you're crouched down, letting out a sigh of admiration. After that, he changed the element to wind, and suddenly the king hit him on the head and exclaimed that he had told him to use the power of the elements. Where did he get this technique? Similar to the language of dragons, he grabbed the place where he had struck and asked, "What is this dragon language?" He answered that only dragons possess this technique. Only the descendants of dragons can use it. Every time he uses this power, he has to pay a great price, right? He remembered those flashes of pain, and the king said that the souls of people and the souls of dragons are simply incomparable. He can imitate the use of this technique, but he will never be able to achieve the same effectiveness. He doesn't know who created this technique, but it is simply disgusting. A technique that imitates the language of dragons. Since he thinks he understands everything, then let him try again. MC thought that he had encountered the language of dragons before. When he absorbed the heart of Bahamut in the Dragon Hunter's shrine, he received a message that he learned the language of dragons, but he cannot use it. His strongest strike is based on the language of dragons. So once he reaches the required level, he will become much stronger. Here is another incentive to speed up his development. Because he remained silent, Kaiser became angry and exclaimed, "Should I hit him again? Tell him to get up immediately." As expected, advanced training took longer. Thanks to Kaiser's guidance and endless sparring, he was able to grasp the principles of the elemental sword technique. Similar to magic activated by channeling mana and using a magical formula, the elemental sword uses ether as a medium for elemental power. Once he understood this, he realized the elemental sword wasn't such a difficult technique. During another sparring session, the king stopped and said that he had at least reached a tolerable level. Further training would be more difficult, but for now he could rest. He stepped aside, threw down the sword, and Zeke asked if he could ask him something. He lay down casually on the air current and told him to ask, and he smiled nervously and thought, so those floating objects also used elemental power? He asked when they first met. He noticed that he was using aura and called him Shaitan's disciple, right? What did he mean? He told him that aura was just a name. Shaitan believed that humans were incapable of using the elemental sword, so he created his own technique and he just used it. That's why he assumed that he was his disciple. He taught students only his technique, completely discarding it. Stupid Shaitan Draker. Hearing this, MC was surprised and thought that this was one of the king's closest associates, the creator of the aura cultivation technique. Is he his ancestor? It turns out that the founder of the Draker clan was not Terracon, but Shatan Draker. Why is there no information about this? He asked, what is the spirit world? He can sense the presence of spirits after learning the elemental sword technique, but this concept is still not fully understood by him. Kaiser waved his hand, erecting a wind wall between them, and said that technically there were some differences, but he could perceive it as the afterlife. The material world is the world of the living. Once the physical body leaves the material world and enters the spirit world, there is no turning back. It becomes a kind of wall that he can never jump over. Zeke noted that he himself had said that part of his soul is connected to the spirit world, and he himself took the form of a spirit. Kaiser snapped his fingers, creating a passage in the wall, and said that he had never met anyone like him before. But there are several ways to overcome this limitation. In his case, a dragon helped him. MC was very surprised because dragons practically don't help people, and he, as if it were self-evident, asked what he was talking about. No one helps people like dragons. Zeke stared at him in confusion and thought, is this some kind of joke? Do dragons care about people? After all, these monsters, like Bahamut, tried to destroy the world. It turns out that the relationship between people and dragons was different before. But what changed everything? He smiled bitterly at this thought, and Kaiser stood up and walked towards him, asking if he needed to explain anything at all. He himself was the explanation for everything. He touched his chest, showing him the magic circle, and asked if Bahamut had given him his heart and the tusk from which his sword was made. Hadn't he given them to him willingly? He had a pretty nasty character, but he would never refuse if you asked him nicely. MC frowned and thought that it seemed like Kaiser and Bahamut had a close relationship. He should keep quiet about going dragon hunting. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said with a smile that he wanted to thank their family for their long years of help. Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. Kaiser laughed and patted him on the shoulder, noting that they were apparently overly devoted to him. They probably had to constantly clean up his messes. Because of his fiery temper, he constantly quarreled with Kronos. Zeke thought, so Kronos is the name of a dragon? He asked, did he mean the kingdom? He had heard enough about Bahamut. So the kingdom was named after the dragon Kronos? Kaiser answered him that back then, he was one of Kronos' assistants. When he was choosing a name for the kingdom, he simply drank cups of tea one after another. Then the idea came to him to simply name the kingdom after him. MC imagined a dragon drinking tea, and it seemed so absurd to him that he thought maybe it was just a figure of speech. Kaiser continued, saying that Kronos wasn't surprised. It seemed he expected something like this, and he just wanted his name to be preserved for centuries. Now Zeke understood everything. Thousands of years ago, dragons and humans lived in harmony. But if dragons began to help people without any disguise, the balance could be upset and the existence of the material world would be threatened. Therefore, dragons suppressed their power by transforming into humans and making contracts with them. Those who made a contract with a dragon, like Kaiser, became their minions. This is the reason for the greatness of ancient civilizations. They were created with the help of dragons. But when did humans begin to be hostile to dragons? He should have studied the ancient chronicles. Kaiser, meanwhile, returned to his chair and waved his hand, asking how much longer he should wait for him. He approached him and remarked that he had to wait 2,000 years for a student. Compared to someone like him, it was nothing. The king stood up and asked how such a child dared speak to him like that. He would see how much longer he could act so arrogant. He drew his sword and said that the final stage of training was sparring with him. He might think that they've fought before and everything will be fine, and so he wants to introduce a new rule. MC immediately noticed how the atmosphere changed, and then Kaiser punched the wall, barricading the entrances to other rooms, and said that now he will have neither sleep nor food. The fight will continue until he decides to stop, and he must use only the elemental sword. He asked, what if he breaks the rules? Immediately after that, Kaiser burst into bright flames. It was his fire field technique, fire dance. Zeke was able to block the blow, and he seriously replied that if he considers himself immortal, he can try to break the rules. The elemental sword technique is divided into 4 chapters according to the number of elements. The first of them is based on the element of fire, the chapter of fire. This allows you to create intense flames and heat representing a powerful destructive force. The fire completely covered Zeke, but he survived thanks to his healing factor. Next is the chapter of earth. Kaiser leaped and delivered a powerful blow, crushing the floor. This technique provides suppression and restraint by controlling the density of weight. Despite this great pressure, MC stood firm, and now for the next chapter. Before he could take a step, a cut appeared on his face, and then streams of wind lashed out at him, cutting like blades. This chapter is based on the element of air, the chapter of wind. He swung his sword, parrying the blows, and then moved behind his opponent. Wind is weaker in power than fire, but it provides greater flexibility in combat thanks to quick attacks and lightning-fast movements. And finally, the chapter of water, defense, offense, suppression, and support. This element is suitable for everything. It is a balanced force as flexible and fluid as water. Now teacher and student clashed using the same technique, except Kaiser was stronger. Zeke was thrown aside, and he, feeling the burning sensation from the wound near his shoulder, thought, what's wrong? He's stronger than him in all stats. Why such a big difference? Some time ago, when he just managed to replicate the water technique, he brought down a huge waterfall in front of him and was overjoyed at his success. But the teacher had immediately brought him back to his senses with a blow to the head. He called him an idiot and said that it was the power of the waterfall, not water. And he'd asked if it wasn't enough to simply learn to use the element's power. He told him that was how the other chapters worked. He could simply swing his sword and the power would flow through him. But how many times did he have to tell him the water chapter is about gentleness? Gentleness defeats strength. Had he heard of such a thing? Let him try again. He frowned in displeasure and thought, what kind of nonsense is this? In his past life, he died because he wasn't strong enough and couldn't defend himself. To survive, to fulfill his dream and protect what was dear to him, he promised himself to become as strong as possible. And then he hears that gentleness defeats strength. He'll never believe that nonsense. At the moment, his blade collided with his teacher's weapon again, and he pulled himself together, wondering why he was so lost in thought in the middle of a sparring match. He blocked Kaiser's strike, was thrown back, and he thought that after 15 days here, he had stopped counting. This frantic training had begun at least a month ago. No food, no water, only endless sparring. Thanks to this, he realized something. The power of the energy recovery skill is also not limitless, especially in a battle with an opponent who surpasses all his abilities. Noticing that he was attacking, he prepared himself, and then their swords clashed. But MC could no longer hold his sword. His arm barely moved. His feet also slipped because of the water, and then a huge splash of water appeared in front of him. Despite his fatigue, he still managed to parry this powerful blow, which made him very happy. He remembered the words, "Softness conquers strength," and smiled. Now he understood it. When he had no strength left to hold the sword, no strength left to stand, no strength left to do literally anything, he understood what Kaiser meant. His training, his attempts to control the sword's movement, and the form he used were restricting his movements. He needed to break these chains, simple and free movements like a stream of water forcing its way through. He rushed toward the king and remembered feeling something similar in a past life. When the line between him and the sword was erased, he was able to feel one with it. It was eerie and at times incredibly beautiful. Right now, they were both spinning around the hall, parrying each other's blows. And at one point, Kaiser stopped and exchanged a smile with his student. Then he swung his sword, the entire hall filled with water, and Zeke increased the distance between them and prepared to attack. Kaiser was doing the same now, and then their swords clashed again, a water technique, a cut through the horizon, and then a deafening roar and splash. The blow cut through the ceiling, and sunlight now filtered into the hall, illuminating the falling drops of water. Kaiser looked contentedly at his unconscious student and recognized him as a worthy successor to the warriors of the past. After some time, MC finally woke up. He grabbed his head and thought that this was the second time he lost consciousness. The first time had happened during a sparring match with Duke. That time, he'd overused his dragon skill, causing him to lose consciousness, and this was the first time he'd fainted due to physical exertion. He looked around for Kaiser, and seeing the fallen crystal, thought that he'd obviously returned to the spirit world. What about the quest itself? It seemed he'd finally unlocked the full potential of the water field. A system window appeared in front of him, followed by a few seconds delay by a dozen more. The side quest had been successfully completed, and the bonus had been added to the rewards. He received 500 karma points and 3 random skill cards. The bonus was an increase in administrator rank and the unlocking of new features. The entry-level quest book was upgraded to a mid-level quest book. The number of slots was increased and the portal minimap was activated. Increasing the administrator's soul level partially unlocked the Heart of Bahamut. Currently, 90% of it was locked. He thought this was pretty good. Took him quite a while just to read all of this. First, he should check the heart's lock level. When he had just absorbed the heart, it was 95%. He tried to unlock this skill, but the system blocked it again. Of course, he knows what happens when you use power beyond his capabilities. Now he can only safely use 10%. Even dragon language cannot be fully unlocked with karma points, just like domination. That too is apparently too powerful a skill. Now it's time for the reward. 3 boxes contained meteorite iron leg armor and greaves, as well as crystal earrings that increase the wearer's mana regeneration rate by 15%. They look great with red clothing. Zeke was overjoyed. These earrings are a real stroke of luck for a mage. Besides the gloves, he now has leg armor and greaves. He's almost completed the entire set. Now all that's left are random skill cards. He received the C-rank skill Static Electricity, which generates electricity upon contact with a target. The C-rank Flash Bomb skill was unlocked, releasing a directed stream of energy that blinds the enemy. The C-rank Stun skill generates an unpleasant noise that stuns the enemy. He was disappointed with the rank. He thought he deserved more powerful skills for all that suffering. He decided to test the Static Electricity, and sparks appeared on his blade and hands. He smiled contentedly and thought that it looked pretty good. He could use it in a variety of ways. If he activated the flash bomb and stun, he could create more powerful combinations than the ones he used in the Academy transfer exam. Furthermore, he was able to unlock new abilities. Now the number of slots has been increased and he can use items in the slots just like skills. He found this interesting and could be quite useful. Since he has infinite energy and a healing factor, he can fill the slots with things other than potions. A thought occurred to him. Even the most perfect skills have their weaknesses. There's no guarantee he won't encounter someone like Kaiser, and then infinite energy won't be enough. He didn't know the limits of a healing factor before. He should always have a backup plan, so he acquired the top-tier healing potion, Resurrection Potion, and placed it in the slot. It's a creation of the genius Jabir Ibn Hassan, and it heals the most serious injuries. Note, due to its incredible effects, this cannot be used more than once. The side effects are also little understood. He thought that was obvious. In a pinch, this should help him if his infinite energy and healing factor weren't enough. And now for the main reward, the Fairy Queen's tears. A tear shed after King Kaser's death due to the betrayal of an evil sorcerer could summon the Fairy Queen from the spirit world. He was very surprised by this. According to legend, she can grant people's wishes. And if all this is true, then could she fulfill his wish? Unfortunately, there was only enough potion here for one sip, and he had no way to test how it worked. He looked at the vial doubtfully and decided to put it aside for better times. Perhaps he would have the chance to use it soon. After that, he exited the ruins, and the magic circle teleported him directly to the outpost for travelers. He looked around and thought that the portal system was now available to him. It's a great thing. He just needs to select a point on the map and pay for the move. Apart from the cost of travel, there are no restrictions. If he had enough points, he could travel between continents. This way, he can escape from any pursuers, which will help in his future plans. He passed by a tree and noticed that it was blooming, and this confused him greatly since it was winter now. The bushes had taken over not just one tree, but an entire field, which surprised him greatly. He went to Valhalla Academy and immediately went to the rector. He said that in his 10 years as the head of the academy, he had never seen anyone like him. He was a whole month late for the start of training. Zeke apologized to him in his thoughts. He didn't think he would be stuck there for 4 whole months. The addition to the letter of recommendation stated that being late for the entrance ceremony could lead to trouble, including being summoned to the head of the academy. He couldn't wait until next year. He urgently needed access to the Terra Kondraker archives. He must resolve this problem at any cost. He bowed to him and said that, in fact, he really wanted to improve his weak points. So he went into a trance and lost consciousness for a very long time. The rector turned to him and asked with displeasure, was that an excuse for skipping the ceremony? The rector of Valhalla Academy, Flaubert Borges, had long served as captain of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Tibia and was one of the most respected knights on the continent. Arthur Draker had offered him the position of head of the academy 3 times. Honor and principles were paramount to him, so any unnecessary displays of emotion would only make matters worse. He said he knew nothing justified such tardiness, but he was telling him the truth. The rector measured him with a glance and, after a short pause, said that achieving a trance was indeed difficult. If it had been another student, he would have ordered him to stop talking nonsense, but he had received a recommendation personally from the headmaster of the Draker Academy, so he would make an exception. He would review what he had learned and whether it was truly worth missing a month of studies at Valhalla. And if the results satisfied him, he would forgive him. MC thanked him and thought that even though it was incredibly annoying that Howard himself had spoken for him, he didn't have to worry about justifying it now. After that, Flaubert called his subordinate and said he needed any available training hall. He should order the professors to conduct an additional entrance exam. He agreed and left, and after a while Zeke was brought to the training hall. Looking at the teacher, he became nervous. As he thought, all the academy professors were the most famous knights on the continent. Flaubert took his seat and said that now that everyone was gathered, he should show them what he had learned. He took the sword and wondered what he should show them. Perhaps he shouldn't demonstrate the power of the elemental sword. He prepared himself and felt the pressure emanating from the professors. It was too great. These people train the strongest knights on the continent, so some mediocre technique wouldn't impress them. Then he decided to take it seriously and released powerful streams of energy. He was about to demonstrate some kind of strike, but he stopped when he heard the professor's admiring exclamation. He said in surprise, "It's simply incredible. Could that really be an aura blade?" Another professor asked, "He's only 15, and he's already reached the level of the Blue Knights." His colleague said that before that, the Knight Abel at 19 had reached this level before anyone else, which is why he's called the Golden Awakened. MC cursed in his mind and remembered what Kaiser had told him when he asked him what he thought about aura. In his opinion, it was for weaklings. After months of training with Kaiser, he'd already forgotten that he needed to control his aura. The only thing that would help him was that they thought he'd reached the blue level. Before meeting him, his aura was indeed at the level of the Blue Knights. But after learning the wind field technique and the elemental sword, his aura reached the red level. The main difference between the Red Knights and the Blue Knights is their ability to control their aura blade. Blue Knights can create and maintain this blade, while the more powerful Red Knights can change its shape, increasing its destructive power. Because of the aura blade, he feels even more exhausted now. The rector's enthusiastic voice pulled him out of his thoughts. He said that it was simply amazing. It was definitely worth a whole month of absence. Something like this could be waited for not just several months but several years. He mentally noted that he had become a completely different person. After which he put away his sword and bowed to him, apologizing for being late. He laughed and told him not to worry, then turned to the professors and asked their opinion. Did anyone object to accepting him into the academy? They noted that he truly was a unique talent. There were no objections since even seasoned knights could not boast of such an aura. What they saw was quite enough. Flauber turned to Zeke and said that they had made a decision. He was now a student at Valhalla Academy. After that, he went to Atlas, the capital of the kingdom located in the center of the Middle Lands. Valhalla, the best academy for training future knights, is also the city of the 4 seasons of the Draker clan. Moreover, this city is the permanent residence of the Drakers and their closest associates. It is a true stronghold of the Draker family. He looked around his estate and was amazed by its scale, then headed inside, thinking that perhaps this was too much even for a black card holder. As soon as he opened the doors, confetti shot into his face, and the voice of Duke was heard congratulating him on entering the academy. He and instructor Andre had come especially to surprise him and even dressed as clowns. He was very surprised by him, and Duke, patting him on the shoulder, said he was crazy. It was the first time he had seen anyone skip an entrance ceremony. Since the main star has arrived, they can begin. After arriving at the Atlas estate, Duke and Andre decided to throw a party in honor of the entrance, and he couldn't understand what the teachers from the academy were doing there. Duke received an invitation from the head of the Draker family, and he returned to Atlas. He began managing the estate about a month ago. Andre apparently also decided to follow him. He sheepishly said that he got a job as an instructor in Valhalla, so they might as well congratulate him too. After that, he and Duke laughed, and MC, looking at them with disgust, thought, what are they doing here? They didn't even ask him? That night, the party finally ended. Andre and Duke slept, and Zeke went to some bar. He gave the bartender a coin and asked him for a dark beer and a meeting with Key. And Key, seeing the emblem on his glove, was very surprised. After that, all the patrons in the bar fell silent and took out their weapons. Seeing this, the MC chuckled, then threateningly showed them the gauntlet and advised them not to interfere. Seeing the Draker family emblem, they immediately calmed down and returned to their seats, and the bartender awkwardly apologized, saying he should have stopped them. He pulled a special bottle from the shelf, revealing a secret passage, and invited him inside where the branch leader was. He led Zeke through a long corridor, and he assumed it was a secret door hidden by protective magic, which was obvious. Before the regression, there were 2 most influential organizations on the continent, the Draker Darkness and the Imperial Mind Guild. However, there was another lesser-known organization, the Syndicate. Initially, it was simply a group of smugglers, but one of its low-level members, Key, created an entire information network based on smuggling routes. At this time before the regression, he had already been expelled from the academy and joined the McLean cartel. He managed to survive and make a name for himself as a professional assassin. Then Key, the branch leader at the time, approached him. He asked him to clear out one of the main routes. Key then took control of these routes and made the Syndicate a third force in addition to the 2 aforementioned organizations. Thanks to his knowledge and skills, he completely seized power within the Syndicate. And when the Empire stripped him of everything, he brought him information about the artifact the Emperor was seeking and warned him that it would not be an easy task. He actively helped carry out his revenge. Even if he simply wanted to use it to increase the Syndicate's power, without it, he would never have gotten his hands information as power. Indeed, the future can change at any moment. The bartender led him to the end of the corridor, knocked on the door, opened it, letting Zeke into a spacious room with a table and Key in the middle. He lit a match, and when MC took the seat opposite him, he lit a cigarette and the light came on. Key turned out to be a woman, and she asked what the genius of the Draker family wanted from her. He suggested that they get straight to the point. He wanted to cooperate with the Syndicate. She smirked and noted that he had managed to reach the level of a Blue Knight at the age of 15, and was also a purebred awakened Draker. Why would he suddenly join the Syndicate? He frowned and thought, so she already knows what happened in Valhalla? Her abilities were truly impressive. He said that apparently, she wasn't very interested. And what would she say to that? He put the earrings on the table and said that it was a valuable artifact. Let her try them on. She would like them. She looked at them thoughtfully, then tried them on and asked, do these earrings speed up mana recovery? Nothing special. It's a fairly common ability, but the power of these earrings made her take her words back. She even let go of her cigarette in surprise and thought, does mana recovery speed up by 10 or even 15%? Most artifacts speed up mana recovery by only 1%, and the most powerful ones speed it up by 3%. It's incredible. If such artifacts really existed, she would know everything about them. Where did he get them? Maybe he created them himself? She looked at him suspiciously, and he asked if she was now interested in cooperation. She agreed, and he told her to open a new account. He would give her the details. He has already prepared everything. She can pick up these earrings at the northern branch of the Atlas Bank. She looked through the papers and thought that she expected something like this. He sells artifacts of unknown origin. The commission is 10% of each sale and an additional tax on every 10,000 gold. This deal really is bigger than she thought, and this guy already knew she was a mage. Even an idiot can see that he is quite smart. A player like him should not be underestimated. She put the documents in a folder and said that she would count on him. She was about to leave, but he still had a question. Is her ghost ship fully operational? Her face immediately darkened, and all this time, the hiding syndicate members appeared before him with weapons in their hands. He warily asked how he knew about this. He shrugged and said that he was just curious. Why was she so scared? It sounds threatening, of course, but is she afraid that he will betray her? Because of his piercing gaze, she was terrified to the point of trembling, and all her subordinates too. She cursed nervously, wondering if she misunderstood something. Zeke Draker had reached the level of the Blue Knights before anyone else. Even if the entire Atlas branch, no, the entire syndicate were against him, they couldn't defeat him. He offered her a change of location, and they went to the Atlas branch headquarters. He read the contract she'd given him and noted that a blood oath was quite typical of mages. A blood oath, a contract often used by mages to ensure complete devotion. The process is simple. One only needs to sign in blood instead of ink, but the power of the contract is absolute. After the contract is concluded, a mark appears on the wrist of each participant. If one attempts to harm the other, both will die. If one attempts to harm the other indirectly, for example, by arranging a murder, the mark on the betrayed party's body disappears, allowing them to exact their revenge. Key waved her hand, saying she was glad he knew everything, and now let him sign it. He understands that safety comes first, right? Maybe he was already planning to kill her. He cut his hand with a smirk, then signed the contract, and the magic activated. He said that if this could earn her trust, he would sign whatever she wanted. After that, she signed, and marks appeared on both of their wrists. MC said that he was now officially her business partner. Maybe then, they could get back to their conversation? She delivers Soma using her ghost ship, right? She warily touched her head and said that she didn't know how he found out about it, but it was true. She delivers Soma from Melkon. He said that Soma is banned in most kingdoms, but on the southern continent, after the Civil War, it became a major source of profit. This is all thanks to a decree issued by one of the most influential families, Ishtar. She noted that even the Melkon cartel would be reluctant to become embroiled in a conflict with this family. The only route connecting the central and southern continents lies in the desert and is controlled by the Ishtar family. But several years ago, their clan blocked this route, completely cutting off the southern continent from the central one, ending trade between them. There is no longer a land route, so travel is by sea through cartel territory. And if he is willing to pay handsomely, he will always be a valuable client. Melkin and Pavila are the two most powerful criminal organizations controlling the entire southern continent. The border between them runs through the jungle in its center. Melkin controls territory in the north and Pavila in the south. Melkin transported Soma by land, and Pavila, unable to break this monopoly, adapted to transporting it by sea. But after the Ishtar family blocked the passage, Melkin had no choice but to try using the sea routes, but they were already under Pavel's complete control. He wondered why he was so interested in her ghost ship, and he figured that the Syndicate's ghost ship was created using a technique that completely covered the ship with invisibility magic. The ship could hide from both pirates and the Navy. It was one of the Syndicate's main sources of income, and no one had been able to reveal its secret. He couldn't say that she taught him in a past life, could he? He smirked and asked if she thought he was a spy trying to unravel the mystery of this. Maybe she should focus on Pavel's offer. She was surprised that he knew about this and said that Pavel had actually contacted them. They offered them to switch sides if things got really bad for Melkin. The leadership was still considering it. He told her to give it up. The syndicate believed that this was Pavel's way of limiting Melkin's growing power. If they left Melkin, they would have no channels left to deliver Soma. But then Pavela will show her true colors and completely destroy the pirate fleet. She stood up indignantly and waved her hand, exclaiming that Pavela values honor above all else. They are not the type to break oaths. He shrugged and said that this was just their image. In fact, they want to take possession of the only sea route available to the syndicate. Unlike Melkin, who is unwilling to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, Pavela will immediately try to uncover the ship's secret and take it under her control. She exclaimed that, but they always thought that the southern pirates had nothing to do with Pavela. Where did he get this news? He interrupted her and said he wanted to pay for all this information. He only wanted one thing, a meeting with the head of the Melcham cartel, Don Juan. In gratitude, he would make her the head of the syndicate. She was interested in this offer, and by the time Zeke left the headquarters, it was already night. He thought Key already wielded considerable power, but it wasn't enough. Before his regression, the fastest way to increase the syndicate's influence was to completely seize power on the southern continent. The spark he struck would turn into a flame that would consume Don Juan. After some time, the protagonist walked into the courtyard of Valhalla Academy. Looking around, he said that compared to the cradle or the academy, this place really does feel more freeing. Then he thought the principal told him to wait here for the guide. Then he heard, "Hello." He turned around and noticed a guy who asked, "Is he Zeke?" He extended his fist and smiling offered to take it. Then he put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said, "Okay, fine." He'll give him time to get used to it. Then the protagonist pushed his hand away and asked, "So is he the one giving him a tour of Valhalla?" He asked, "Come on. Why is he so serious? Don't look at him like that. He needs to relax." "Okay. If it makes him feel better, then yes." The principal asked him to give him a tour. He thought, does he ever shut up? Then he apologized and said he forgot to introduce himself. His name is Diego Villa, a representative of the new wave movement combining hot southern rhythms and melodies from the central continent. "Diego Villa, nice to meet you, brother." The protagonist then turned and replied, "Yes. Very nice to meet you, Diego." He looked after him in surprise. Then coming closer, he asked, immediately remembered his politeness. "Right?" And he walked on and asked, what on earth was he imagining? He turned slightly and thought, "Knight of Rhythm, Diego." Apparently, he's called one of the 5 greatest knights. The 5 greatest knights, they showed the greatest valor during the war even before his regression. Knight of Silence, Bishop Kastic, Knight of Battle, Jeffrey Solmar, Knight Osti Elatov, Knight of Lightning, Reina, and Knight of Rhythm, Diego. So all 5 greatest knights studied in Valhalla? Perhaps we should find out. If all goes well, he'll be able to level up quickly. Then Diego caught up with him and said he was already hungry. How about trying some delicious southern food? He replied that, unfortunately, he didn't have the best memories of it. He said he just wasn't in the right place. That's the whole point. After a while, the protagonist took a small bite of the dish and said it was delicious. Diego sat across from him and shouted, "Of course. This restaurant is famous even among students from the southern continent. They use dragon shark meat which can't be found anywhere except Valhalla." He said, "Yes, excellent. Even better than in the south." Diego asked what? He'd been to the southern continent? He replied, "Yes. Just a figure of speech." After a while, the protagonist asked, "By the way, how did a student from the southern continent end up in Valhalla?" He replied that it was a long story. Basically, his parents ruled a small kingdom there. He thought this guy was royalty. The southern continent was a union of small kingdoms centered around the kingdom of Kuska. After the civil war in Kuska, many kingdoms expanded their territory. Then Diego smiled and added, "Well, he's a prince. Nothing more, nothing less." MC thought, and it didn't make any sense. He would never have thought that a representative of such noble families would end up in Valhalla. Then he said that it was all because of those nasty old men who wanted to preserve the family tradition of wielding a two-handed sword. A genius like him had no other choice. Then he gave him a thumbs up and smiling, added that he loved music much more than this fumbling with a sword. The protagonist smiled awkwardly looking at him and thought, well, what did those who sent him here expect? Then Diego asked, since they'd already met, maybe he could join his music club? In response, he declined and thanked him for the invitation. After a while, they entered the auditorium. MC asked if they could just get into a senior lecture. He replied, "It seems like he still hasn't recovered from the academy. This is Valhalla, bro. here can go to any class he's interested in. And today's class is unusual. It seems like something incredible is being prepared. The protagonist thought, when will he shut up? He followed him and then looked away, hearing whispers. Is that him? Exactly. Zeke is the youngest person to ever enroll in Valhalla. He's from the main branch of the Draker family. He even managed to defeat the instructor. Incredible. Then they went to their seats where Diego, turning to the protagonist, was surprised. What? So he's from the Draker family? And he was surprised. Of what? He showed him the glove and asked who he thought he was. He replied, damn. Then the protagonist indignantly added, idiot. This is the armor and symbol of the Draker family. He was surprised of what? What the hell? He didn't take it off even while eating. He thought it was some kind of joke. Damn. That's pure blood armor. He wasn't thinking. Then MC smiled looking at him and thought that he had come all this way to get to the academy and he couldn't even recognize this armor. It seemed like a normal reaction when meeting a pure blood awakened. He should just calm down. After that, Diego raised his index finger and said, so that's why he's acting so strange. Unbelievable. He looked at him and thought, this guy. Then Diego threw his hand on his shoulder and said, if he really is Draker, then he should have paid for their lunch. He's joking, he thought. Instead of calming down, he became even more intrusive. At that moment, the principal walked into the audience and clapping his hands said, everyone's attention. The audience looked at him, and MC thought, no wonder there are so many people here. This is a special lecture given by the rector himself. He delivered the speech. Judging by the number of students, everyone was waiting for this event. At this point, Diego, having taken a few notes, looked at the protagonist and asked, by the way, what does he think of this song? In his opinion, the rhythm is simply perfect. He replied that if he had decided to drag him here, he should be kind enough to pay attention to what is happening. Then Flaubert Borges said, okay, they'll move on to the main topic. After that, Duke came on stage and said that he was very excited. And Flaubert said, the Dark Knight of the Draker family has returned. MC smiled and thought, so he really has returned to Valhalla. He thought he preferred to avoid publicity. Then he walked on stage and whispers were heard in the hall. The Knight of the Storm, the Dark Knight who disappeared into the night. I think he heard that he helped the 4 greatest knights. Is that true? After that, Duke adjusted the microphone and said he was pleased that they remembered someone who hadn't fought in battle for so long. It was an honor for him. He hoped this lesson would contribute to their development. He would tell the story of his journey from the academy to the rank of Black Knight. The protagonist thought, wow. He didn't know he was such a good speechmaker. After some time of his monologue, the MC thought, he's been talking for 2 hours now. He can't stop. Blaubert came up on stage and said that he told him not to draw out his speech, and Arthur did. Then he turned to the students and added that he saw that they were interested, but they were limited on time. And at that moment, the protagonist silently thanked him. After that, Flaubert looked at his watch and said that they all already knew their second guest, and there was no need to introduce her. She was able to come here despite her important duties as a guard knight. The protagonist thought that Draker knights were divided into several types. Common knights, mid-ranking knights, senior knights, and guardian knights. Guardian knights wield power comparable to that of the Council of Elders. That's why the number of guardian knights doesn't even reach 10. So the second speaker would also be a very famous person. Then Flaubert looked at his watch again, and at that moment Khalid entered the stage. The protagonist thought, silver hair, white armor, he can't figure out who this is. Then he heard whispers around him. He's so glad he entered Valhalla. He's so happy too. He can't believe he's about to see a silver knight. Then MC thought in surprise, what? This is the first of Draker's direct descendants. The silver knight Khalid Draker. The main seaport of the central continent is Isan. Not only does it connect the Republic of Dorda and the southern continent, but it's also a key point for trade routes from the eastern continent. Therefore, its significance is enormous. But just a few decades ago, things were very different. It was a backwater town overrun by pirates from the southern continent. Khalid began defending these lands from pirates immediately after officially becoming a knight. Within 5 years, there were no pirates left in Isan. Under the protection of the Draker family, Isan became a major port city. The surviving pirates fled to the Sea of Death on the southern continent. For her services, Khalid was rewarded and became the youngest guardian knight. Even Abel, who had achieved almost everything before his regression, could not have dreamed of such a thing. The protagonist thought that he had expected anything but the appearance of his older sister. Before the regression, she had been Abel's main rival in the struggle for power. It's not surprising that he didn't recognize her. Before the regression, Khalid already the next second, she walked up to the podium and tapping her finger, shouted for everyone present to shut their mouths. A powerful energy spread around, and the students trembled with fear. MC wondered, why yell at him like that? She's a guardian knight after all. And then she said, they can't even show respect to an instructor. In her time, Valhalla students weren't so dissolute. Their ancestors are probably turning over in their graves. They think peace was so easy, but it's built on the blood of those who came before them. Simply remembering it isn't enough. It's important to express that memory in your actions. The protagonist thought, finally, then she added, only through persistent training and strict discipline can they become worthy of the title of knight. He thought, what a speech. After a while, everyone went outside. Whispers could be heard around them. It was harsh, wasn't it? He already misses Diego's lectures. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and thought that this was very valuable advice, but he thought it would be quite difficult for beginners to follow. By the way, Diego, he remembered how he smiled and said, I apologize, brother. This 5-hour composition ignited a real fire in his soul. He gave him a tour and now he had to go. He didn't think he'd leave so easily, but maybe it was for the best. He had a lot to do in the future, so now was the perfect time to study the Terracondraker library. Then he walked forward and said, well, he'll begin. The next second, he heard his name and stopped abruptly. Khalid approached him and asked, can I have a second? After a while, they reached the Valhalla training hall. Khalid swung her sword, and MC looked at it and thought, the mithril sword of the Holy Kingdom? The Holy Kingdom suffered greatly due to the abundance of pirates in Isan. So for clearing Isan of pirates, Khalid was awarded a sword and armor made of mithril. Because of the color of this armor, she became known as the Silver Knight. Then she said that she hoped he would show her his strength. In response, he silently began to stretch his joints and thought that he was prepared for anything, but this offer still caught him off guard. Judging by the fact that she activated the aura blade, she knew his true level. Then he drew his sword from its sheath and considered showing his full strength. He concentrated and said, all right, he agrees. He thought he was apologizing, but he wasn't going to do that. She wasn't the only one who wanted to see his true strength, and he wasn't going to show it to everyone he met. In the Draker family, only the strongest survive. Reaching the level of the Blue Knights at 15 was already an incredible achievement. If everyone found out he had already reached the level of the Red Knight, the Zimmons would do everything to kill him, and the head of the family would try to take complete control of him at any cost. He would only reveal his true level when he could surpass the head. He would only show a fraction of his strength. He didn't want to attract undue attention. The next second, their swords crossed and sparks flew in all directions. The protagonist looked at his sister in surprise, and then she swung her weapon, pushing his sword aside. After that, a wound appeared on the protagonist's nose, and the system reported that the administrator's request had been completed. The class skill healing factor was temporarily disabled. He thought his opponent was a guardian knight, so she couldn't replace his healing factor. He would not make the same mistake he made in the battle with Duke again. The next second, they continued their battle, raining attacks on each other again and again. The next second, MC kicked off the ground and aiming at his sister prepared for a strike. And then she abruptly jumped to the side, and he, landing on the ground, noticed an open wound on his shoulder. He thought it really was a red level, limiting himself to a blue level. He was barely able to deflect her blows. The next second, she kicked off the ground and jumped to attack, but the protagonist held his sword out in front of him, blocking it. Clouds then rose above the arena, and Khalid said, a normal sword would have broken long ago. It's an excellent blade. MC, gritting his teeth, continued to hold back her blows and wondered what it would be like to hold back his aura in a fight with the Red Knight. Then she looked at him and asked if he'd decided to relax after creating some distance between them. He looked at her in surprise, then smiled, thinking he'd completely forgotten. Before earning the name Silver Knight, she was known by another nickname given to her because she could use her aura to significantly increase the size of her sword, a gigantic blade. At that moment, a long weapon came toward him, and he gritted his teeth, noticing it. Powerful energy spread around, destroying walls and ceilings. The protagonist's sword sank into the ground, and Khalid said, damn, I think she overdid it. Then she looked ahead in surprise, noticing the protagonist emerge from the hole in the wall. He placed his hand on the wall and thought it had turned out well. So is she satisfied? She sheathed her sword and said, "Not bad, Zeke." He managed to parry her blow, which she hadn't expected. At that moment his body began to tremble, and then she added, actually, she wanted to ask him something. But suddenly he fell to the ground and she cried out in alarm. "Is he okay?" She ran up to him and lifting him by the shoulders thought, "Damn. The internal injuries are pretty serious. Did he use his aura too much?" Then she reached for her bag, opened it and pulled out a vial. She began pouring the contents into the protagonist's mouth, saying that this was the best healing potion and that he should drink it. The next second, his body began to recover, and the system reported, "The administrator's request has been completed, and the class skill healing factor has been reactivated." Khalid thought this should be enough, right? MC thought the activation of the healing factor happens in stages. Apparently, he didn't hold back enough to create the illusion that he had just reached the level of the Blue Knights. But after such a blow, he couldn't do anything to counter it. For some reason, there was a slight delay before the blow was delivered, which is why everything went smoothly. He allowed Khalid's aura to penetrate his body despite the fact that he himself cannot use aura. That's why it caused internal damage. Now Khalid is confident that he can use aura. She thinks his injuries were caused by overusing aura. After that he sat up, clutching his head, and she asked, "Is it better now?" He replied, "Yes, Miss Khalid. It's better now." After that, she bowed and told him to simply call her sister. He looked at her in surprise. Sometime later, an alley on the outskirts of Atlas. They were in a carriage, and Khalid holding cups of drink said that she heard that he liked tea, so she brought some. He came to them from the eastern continent. She hoped he would like it. In response, he looked at her and said, of course, he was grateful. He thought that in their family they liked to say something like that. Had this story really spread that far? Then he asked, "Is all this inside the carriage?" He would never have thought so. And she said that it was ordinary camouflage. The carriage and the guard knights attract a lot of attention. He thought first the duel, now the strange ride. He asked, perhaps she wanted to talk about something in private? And then she said, the Blood Knight. He must help her stop Abel. He asked why. Abel is the second son of the Draker family. And she said that she apologized for not explaining. She suggested starting over. Now Abel has decided to violate one of the most important principles of their family, maintaining neutrality. He entered the conflict between the Empire and Elencia on the Empire's side. After that, the protagonist took a sip of his drink and putting the cup on the saucer thought, Abel, has he already started acting? Then he asked what the Order thinks about this. She answered, nothing. They are simply inactive. Now the Order is in a state of schism. Some on the Council of Elders decided to support Abel and the Empire. He asked, does she mean that they were bribed? She said, some still remain neutral. He said, maintain neutrality. It's a matter of time until they do something wrong. She noticed a fair point. They are trying to figure out how he was able to influence the council and are waiting for Abel to make a mistake. If they do nothing, then everything that is happening will be the beginning of a major war. MC looked at her and thought that she was absolutely right. Almost 3 years had passed since his regression. 7 years from now, the Empire will wage war against the Draker family, engulfing the entire continent. Countless lives will be lost, the skies will darken, and the earth will turn red with blood. Afterward, Khalid declared her decision. She needed to build a force strong enough to stop Abel. He was gradually establishing control over the higher-ups of the Draker family, believing that those below him would automatically follow his lead. But true knights cannot be won over by force alone. They have stronger moral principles, so she wants to rely on the lower-ranking knights of the Order. But she wasn't forcing him to join her. As a purebred awakened, he had a bright future ahead of him. He took another sip of his drink and thought that he was beginning to understand what kind of person Khalid was. She had strict principles, but she was willing to bend them for the greater good. A truly noble woman. The fact that he had gotten off easy during the massive sword technique was because she was worried about him. Like any Draker, she was strong and straightforward and at the same time very noble. Then she added that if she failed, she might be called a traitor, so he should think about it. He then set his cup down and thanked her for her suggestion. After that, he rose from his seat and said that he had already made up his mind, sister. He dropped to one knee before her and added that even though he had little experience, he hoped she would allow him to join her, and she smiled and thanked him. Sometime later, the Valhalla research facility. The protagonist walked forward looking at the system window and reflected that in his past life he had received information from the family, thanks to Kai. But now he was convinced that the rot had begun to spread in this one even before the war. The reason he had tried to leave the family as soon as possible was to prevent Abel from interfering with his gathering strength for the coming war. But now that there was someone who shared his intentions, he had no reason to leave. It was the perfect solution. If he remained within the family, it would be easier for him to monitor Abel's actions, and he wouldn't be under such intense pressure. All he had to do was assist Khalid in everything. Despite being a guardian knight, she was neither pure blood nor a member of an influential house. Therefore, in her past life, she had been unable to convince Draker to abandon the war. But if he assisted her, she would have much more influence. Fortunately, he had served as a knight before, albeit briefly. Afterwards, he looked at the system window and said, "By the way, they're almost there." He approached the central library of the Valhalla research complex. The main reason he came to Valhalla was to search for the Terracon archive. After some time, he walked inside, and the system announced that he had arrived at his destination. He asked, "Is this the secret archive?" He had imagined it to be something more grandiose. With these words, he ran his hand over the bookshelves and thought, "It turns out that only useless old books are stored here." This place was marked by the system. He had expected something more grandiose here, like the heart of Bahamut, and then he scratched his neck and asked, "So has he wasted his time?" After that, he took a step forward, and the system announced that new data had been received. He was surprised noticing a bright light in front of him. A tall bookshelf appeared in front of him, and he cried out in surprise. "What the heck?" The system reported that the external administrator is synchronizing the update of the Terracon's secret archive. He thought, an external administrator? So Terracon was using the system the same way he was? He said, "If this shelf only responds to system input, it's no wonder no one had discovered it before." The system told Administrator Zeke to grant access to the Terracon Administrator's secret archive. Now he can access the Terracon archives at any time. Cataloging is being performed to speed up access. The first is a skill manual. The second is a manual for using the Dragon Hunter Technique version 5.21. The third is links. The fourth is training literature. He said, "Okay, he'll figure all that out later. There's nothing interesting here yet. The system should find something that will help him level up faster." The system reported that the administrator's request has been accepted. A book matching the administrator's request has been found. He said, "Wow. What's this?" He picked up the book and asked, "A manual for the true dragon sword technique? Strange." He'd never heard of such a technique. I wonder who the author was. At that moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and he wondered, King Kaiser's closest follower, Shaitan? Before explaining the essence of the true dragon sword technique, he, Shaitan Draker, must explain why he had decided to create it. The friendship between dragons and humans began during the time of King Kaiser, thanks to whom humans were able to form contracts with the supreme beings, the dragons. But dragons didn't help humans for noble reasons. They aided humans only because humans were the weakest of all races, and the dragons felt pity for them. The number of contracts with dragons multiplied, and their owners began to create entire civilizations on the continent. This couldn't help but worry him. He feared dragons. If these creatures decided to help them out of pity, then what could stop them from turning against them at any moment? And if one day his fears became reality, humans would be left completely defenseless and completely exterminated. He began searching for ways to counter the dragons. At first, he considered using magic, but the fact is that magic was bestowed upon humans by the dragons themselves. Humans couldn't use mana themselves, so the dragons gave them special rings. Trying to use magic against dragons was simply foolish. After that, he considered using King Kaiser's elemental sword against the dragons, a sword that even they feared, but this power was only available to those with his blood in their veins. He devoted all his efforts to finding a way to counter the dragons that would rely solely on human strength. He studied the ancient swordsmanship techniques of the north, the mystical powers of the east, and the most amusing thing is that the dragon who helped him most in his search was Kronos, with whom King Kaiser had a contract. He decided to help simply for fun. After some time, he and Kronos discovered an aura. It was a power that had nothing to do with the elements or mana. He continued his research into the aura after King Kaiser passed into the spirit world. Soon his efforts bore fruit. He was able to formulate the principles of aura use and a special sword technique. Thus, he created the true dragon sword technique. But in a world where it was possible to form contracts with dragons and level up much faster, no one took his technique seriously. Fortunately, by this point, he had already lost his fear of dragons, but he knew that his technique would come in handy one day. If he was reading this, he should try to study it as thoroughly as possible. Then the protagonist looked in surprise at the system window, which said that a new quest had been received. Heir of Chatan, he must learn the secret sword technique of Draker, the true dragon sword technique. Time limit 3 months. The reward, the coordinates of the treasures of the Chronos Kingdom, he said, just in time. He put the book back on the shelf and added, the treasures of the Chronos Kingdom must be artifacts like the ones in there he had never seen before. He thought the problem was that he only had 3 months. Perhaps learning this is even more difficult than the elemental sword. He will have to completely focus on learning this technique for some time. Then he spoke, but it was obvious that Shane was right. He thought that he didn't know exactly how much time had passed since the death of King Kaiser. But as he feared, the dragons had turned against humans, leading to a terrible war. Then he asked System, is there no more useful information in the archives, Terrakan's diaries, or something similar? The system reported that the administrator's request had been accepted, and one suitable match had been found, reproducing a magical diary, Terrakan Draker's diary. The next second, the space around him began to change. The protagonist thought it was exactly like that during training. Where is he? He looked around and thought, it seems this place was created by the system. Then he noticed a bright light behind him and took a step to the side, and a huge dragon erupted from the ground next to him. The system reported that the class skill Unrivaled Mental Defense has been activated. The protagonist smiled and thought, the level of realism is simply incredible. It seems like a true pinnacle of creation, a dragon. Then he heard it, Bahamut. He thought, so this is him, the ominous dragon Bahamut. He didn't believe it. Then he felt a presence behind him and thought about its existence before it appeared right in front of it. Didn't look like the Bahamut he'd heard so much about. He walked right through him. So this really is a recording and recorded here? Could this really be the final battle between Terrakan Draker and Bahamut? It has begun. The legendary battle of legends. The next second, the dragon lowered its huge paw to the ground and said, what is he waiting for? Terrakan. And he said that he was disappointed in him. Apparently, he made a contract with him in vain. At that moment, MC thought in surprise. What? Terrakan had a contract with Bahamut? Like Kaiser and Kronos? Then what do the legends say? Then he frowned in surprise and looked ahead, noticing the static all around him. He shouted, why is everything so quiet? He thought, damn, I can't hear anything. Then he said, System, can anything be done about this? The system window said, unable to complete administrator request. He clenched his teeth and then looked ahead in surprise. He quickly glanced at Terrakan and remembered how Kaiser had asked not long before, what? Could a dragon harm someone with whom it had a contract? He had laughed and added that it was the most absurd thing he had ever heard. A dragon cannot betray a human. It was more likely that the human would turn against the dragon. After that, the protagonist thought Bahamut's body had been turned to dust. He quickly looked to the side and thought, that's Bahamut's heart and a dragon's fang. But after a dragon's death, its body turns to dust, leaving practically nothing behind. But if the armor of purebreds is made of dragon skin, then Bahamut wasn't an ordinary dragon? Then he was surprised to notice a bright light. And the next second, he found himself in the library. He looked around and asked, is that all? Then he sank to the floor and bowing his head said that he didn't understand anything. Okay, time to return to reality. After a while, he thought, now that his visit to the Valhalla library had synchronized the system with Terrakan's archive, he could access it at any time. He immediately reviewed Terrakan's diary. Unfortunately, the lag returned towards the end, and he couldn't hear what they were saying. Of course, he wasn't left empty-handed. He still managed to glean a few nuggets of useful information. It turned out that the true dragon sword technique was the precursor to the dragon hunter technique. Terrakan had simplified a very difficult-to-learn technique, but at the cost of significantly weakening it. Contrary to its name, it couldn't cause fatal damage to dragons. However, with slight modifications, it could still be quite effective. Therefore, even with reduced effectiveness, this technique could still be useful. But something else is more important right now, the difference between Terrakan's description in Legends and his diary. Common knowledge describes Terrakan defeating Bahamut and ushering in an era of human prosperity, a typical fairy tale of which there have been many throughout history. and everything written seems to generally correspond with what was in Terracon's journal, but no one mentions their contract. This isn't just a random omission. After some time, he glanced at the letter, which said, "Haven't heard from him in a while, partner." She doesn't know why he's suddenly drawn to old tales, but she studied every dragon hunter legend on the continent. Even the rare materials that haven't been translated into modern language, she found nothing about contracts with dragons or that Terracon or Kaiser made such contracts. It wasn't in any book, but one thing struck her as very strange. All the sources said the same thing as if they had been carefully vetted. She decided to dig further, but his glorious family sent them a warning. Therefore, unfortunately, she can no longer help with this matter. The syndicate does not benefit from a conflict with the Draper family. The next second, the letter caught fire, and the protagonist throwing it to the wind thought it confirmed everything. His family wants to hide the truth about Terracan. But why? This man made their family truly great, making it one of the 3 great families. And now the Draker family is hiding all information about Terracan and Bahamut. He doesn't know why they need this, but that's the way it is. It seems he's missing something. He needs to study the archive again. After that, he approached the building and said, "System." He went inside and began to look around. He went even further and thought that today was the day off for all the staff, including Decker. And Duke and Andre were absent for work. Then who is this? System. This should activate the minimap. The system reported the administrator's request has been completed. MC looked at this and thought, one outside, one inside. Had the Imperial Hounds been following him this whole time? He hadn't used his sword this whole time. Even if they had been hounds, it would have been very difficult for them to track him. What mattered now wasn't who they were, but who ordered them to come after him, most likely. The next second, he jumped onto the window and asked, "That's Abel, right?" Leroy looked back in confusion, and the protagonist jumped down from the window and wondered if Abel had said assassins after noticing he'd made an alliance with Khalith while everything was coming together. After that, he reached for the weapon in his inside pocket and said that he didn't have to respond. It was just as well. He then leaped to attack, but Leroy held his weapon out in front of him, blocking his blow. MC said he had many ways to find out the truth. After that, their fight continued. They struck again and again, also continuously repelling each other's attacks. At one point, they stood facing each other, and the protagonist thought, well, now he understands something. He can hide his face behind a mask, but his fighting style is much harder to hide. This technique is used in the Gorka Kingdom located on the northern continent. The Rangers of the Gorka Kingdom are some of the best warriors on the continent. Their favorite weapon was the curved kukri blade, and they were often used for the most important missions on the central continent. In any case, if this really was a ranger, Abel wouldn't have hired him. They prefer not to get involved in such slippery matters. And for a ranger, he focuses too much on defense. Even in moments when he wasn't bothering to defend himself, he didn't even try to use it. He's strong enough for this, but he decided not to do anything. Obviously, his goal is to take him alive. At that moment, a projectile flew at the protagonist. He thought, the guy hiding outside has finally entered the game. He cut the projectile in half and thought he was going to knock him out with a sedative. The next second, gas spread around, and the protagonist, starting to cough, thought it was probably mandrake extract. Then the blade fell from his hand, and he thought he should show what he could do. The system reported that the substance had been identified, mandrake root extract. The skill immunity to 1,000 poisons had been activated. Then he fell to the ground, and Leroy threw him over his shoulder and approached another guy. The protagonist glanced away and thought that it definitely wasn't Abel, but whoever had kidnapped him had an unpleasant surprise in store. A house on the outskirts of Atlas. MC, who was chained to a chair, said, well, he didn't think he'd be the client, Cliff Reinhardt. He said that since he knew who he was, things would go faster. The protagonist thought he had connections with him in a past life. The Reinhardt Trading Company was one of the 10 most successful companies based in the Kingdom of Valencia. Naturally, if events continued as they had, Abel and the Empire would unleash a continental war, which would primarily engulf Valencia. Back then, Cliff Reinhardt had been just as fiercely opposed to the Empire as he had been. However, after passing on vital information that could have dealt a critical blow to the Empire, he had somehow returned to his doomed kingdom where he met his end. And after all the difficulties of escaping, no less, whether it was patriotism or something else, he personally thought it was foolish. Then Cliff waved his finger and said, be that as it may, he apologizes for the rudeness of his escort. The guild will convey a formal apology for the discourteous treatment, so he suggests they discuss this matter at their leisure. In response, the protagonist, freed from his chains, rubbed his wrist and said he didn't care, but they needed to get down to business. What did he want? Cliff thought. Draker will be Draker no matter how young. Even seasoned knights would be uneasy in such circumstances, and there wasn't a hint of anxiety from the start. He'd orchestrated this whole thing to control the negotiations, and in the end he'd seized the reins. Then he said, "Okay, before he makes his demands, could he please look at these documents?" He handed him a folder and said it was a list of patients affected by the new epidemic sweeping through the south-central continent. The protagonist looked at the documents and asked why he was showing them to him. Then he noticed one page and thought, Elena Stone. That's the mother of his first subordinate, Liam. She suffered from scarlet flower fever, but recovered thanks to his recipe. Then he placed the documents on the table and asked, "So what?" Cliff said the disease was called scarlet flower fever. It was horribly painful with a 100% mortality rate. However, Elena Stone is the only one who survived it and recovered, and her attending physician refused to say a word. Did he know anything about it? The protagonist smiled, thinking, so he must have sniffed out something right away and come to check him out, a real huckster. So he'd arranged all this for exclusive access to the scarlet flower cure, a plausible motive given the fever's lethality. It was worth raking in money from across the continent. And yet, at least the man he knew understood that he was rational. He wouldn't risk kidnapping the heir of a transcendental family just for money. So he said, of course he knows. After all, he was the one who gave her the medicine. Cliff looked at him in surprise, then abruptly stood up from his seat, throwing his chair back, and shouted that he was asking him to sell it to him. He only had to name the price no matter what it cost, but the protagonist smiled and holding out his hand asked why he was so excited. This was not at all businesslike of him. Cliff frowned and thought that he was not here for the money. After that, the protagonist said so they should make a deal like businessmen. He thought that he wanted to save someone's life. After that, he asked, was he asking for 3 favors in exchange for the medicine recipe? He replied, sounds simple enough? He asked, could he please elaborate on these favors? The protagonist replied, not yet. He was going to use it depending on the situation. He shouldn't worry. He wouldn't demand anything his guild couldn't handle. Cliff replied, as long as they could clearly define what was reasonable. After that, the protagonist signed the document and handing it to Cliff, told him to simply follow these instructions. He said, here it is. After that, the MC snatched the prescription back and added. But first, he had a personal question. He asked, who is it? Who is in such desperate need of this medicine? Cliff, becoming visibly nervous, asked, what do you mean? The deal was simply for his company to receive a valuable commodity. The protagonist said he sent the Northern Rangers to kidnap a member of a transcendental family, and yet he's still acting completely unreasonably. The famous Reinhardt Guild doesn't usually act like this, do they? After that, he lowered his gaze and said, a member of the royal family of Valencia. He asked, who exactly? He replied that he couldn't say, and the MC asked, what? Does he even understand how many of them there are in Valencia? At that moment, he remembered how he had asked. Was he going to return to Valencia? No point. It was the end of both the kingdom and his guild. He would return and die. Fleeing north would be the best solution. Then Cliff had said he was grateful for the offer, but he was already tired. He just wanted to spend his last days at home. He was changing. In the present tense, he said he couldn't say more. The protagonist looked at him seriously and thought that his gaze was completely different from when he was barely alive. Someone close to his heart, right? Be that as it may, the kingdom of Valencia still stands against the empire. The border is already in chaos due to disputes over territory occupied by refugees of various races. And the monarchy is weakened, so a power struggle is surely in full swing within. But apparently, there is still time before the Continental War begins. Forming a connection with the royal family of Valencia now could be useful later. After that, he handed over the recipe again and said, okay, if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to say. Then it's a deal. At that moment, Cliff's hands began to tremble. He pressed the recipe to his heart and then the protagonist said he apologizes. He didn't mean to interrupt such an emotional moment, but would he mind if he asked for his first favor right now? He answered, of course not. He can ask for anything within the company's power. He said, great. Then first, he needs to find him a job in the guild. Cliff asked, a job? He wants to start his own business here? He answered, not exactly. He just needs a fake identity, one that he can safely use for a while. He asked, and that's it? He doesn't think he would get involved with them just for that. He answered that he was right. He plans to use this identity on the southern continent. This place is known for being literally teeming with all sorts of criminal elements and bandits of varying degrees of recklessness. Therefore, a poorly made fake identity will be exposed very quickly. But his trading company, Reinhardt, even deals with cartels from time to time. Right? He replied that they weren't particularly proud of that part of their history, but he wouldn't deny the obvious. Okay. Now he understood what he needed. Perhaps he could pretend to be one of his nephews. It was unlikely they would dare to undermine such a man. In response, MC smiled and said, great. He would also need transportation and a fairly large storage facility. That was the first part of his offer, but there was more. Oh, and since they had kidnapped him, they would also arrange for his passage home. Right? Cliff smiled and thought, what a shameless man. Then he said, okay. When everything is ready, he will let him know. His security escorted him. He thought that he found it hard to believe that Reinhardt had agreed to such a thing so easily. After all, even a fake identity requires a hefty fee. After that, Cliff and his entourage headed for the exit, and Leroy, turning to the protagonist, told him to follow them. After that, they approached the horse. The protagonist said, it's a fine horse. He'll take good care of it. He then mounted the horse, and Leroy said that they had completed everything they were assigned. The protagonist asked so he could consider the contract with Reinhardt fulfilled. Leroy asked, does he speak the dialect of the Gorka kingdom? Did they really teach that at the Draper Academy? He replied that they could consider languages a hobby for him. But since we're on the subject, how would they feel about him hiring them? Leroy asked to extract someone from the Melkon cartel. Then he looked at his comrade. The protagonist asked, is something wrong? Hasn't he offered enough? He replied that that wasn't the problem. Essentially, the conditions were the same as with Reinhardt, but the problem was his personality. Their king discourages working on the family bike. He was surprised. What? Was that really all it was? Reinhardt had prepared a fake identity for him. He simply had to use his fake name to formalize the contract. He replied, well, it was unlikely they'd get caught. The protagonist said, right? They still had some unfinished business, right? Neroy looked at him, and then the protagonist plunged the blade into the ground and thought, for the rangers of the kingdom of Gorka, a kukri is more than just a weapon. Only those recognized as warriors have the right to wield one. You could say that a kukri becomes a sacred object for a warrior valued no less than life itself. Therefore, if someone dares to take a kukri from a warrior without its owner's knowledge, it only means one thing. Such a person could easily take their lives just as he took their weapon. He said that this is his revenge for the kidnapping gentleman. At that moment, Leroy thought he was showing them the difference between their abilities. He said, damn demon. And MC said, there are no pushovers either. See you later, guys. After meeting with the Reinhardt representative, he officially began his journey to find new allies. His goal is to find those who will one day become 5-star masters. If he can establish relationships with them now, it will make his work much easier in the future. Thanks to Flauber, he was able to confirm that the rumors he'd heard were true. They all hailed from Valhalla. His only limitation is time. Bishop Kastik, a Knight of Silence, has joined the Tibetan Royal Guard. Jeffrey Salmar, a Knight of Mist, is in his final year of training and is currently engaged in field training. Osti Elatov is still studying but constantly skips classes due to insomnia. The protagonist thought that Reina wouldn't start training until next year, but she's family, so he'd have plenty of opportunities to recruit her. So the only option left would be Diego. Right? After a while, the MC sat at the drums while Diego sang a song. He thought, what the hell is going on? He seemed to have come here to talk to Diego, but not long before, Diego put his hand on his shoulder and made him bump fists. He said, bro, we had a great time. He should listen. They've been looking for a drummer for a long time. Doesn't he want to join them? He was surprised. What? He's just before he could finish speaking, he asked, he just wants to make music, right? Bro, he understands him like no one understands. Welcome to the best music club in the South. During rehearsal, the protagonist thought, screw it. He's just going to enjoy this moment. After a while, he went out into the yard and said, Diego's music is something else. After some time, he entered the room, and his subordinate bowed and said, welcome to my lord. He then stretched his shoulder and told him to prepare the training room. He must make sure no one would disturb him. After some time, he sat next to his sword, looking at the book. He said, I should pass the aura through the small circle to improve the blood flow, then continue moving it from the small circle to the large one. He asked, what does it all mean? Most of the words mentioned in the book he had never heard before. He thought, that's it. But after seeing it all in person, he began to slowly understand why Terracon had decided to transform this art into a dragon-slaying technique. Each technique used in this art is unique based on the ability to quickly compress a huge amount of aura energy. And this sword is designed not for duels, but for slaying dragons. He believes that this is precisely why its power is comparable to that of elemental swords. After that, he picked up the sword and thought, in the art of dragon slaying, the sword style was modified to allow the fighter to make large thrusts, such that would be enough to inflict damage on an opponent as large as a dragon. This technique explodes the aura to the limit and then releases it like a spring. At that moment, he began training and thought, my God, the heavenly physique technique is simply something. The system window that appeared said, Heavenly Physique Technique improves the body's physical characteristics, increases speed, and also the conductivity of aura throughout the body. He thought he could see the true path like a map, the movements that would allow him to complete this technique. He felt that this moment was near. The more often he repeated the techniques, the faster he would master this art. The next second, he delivered a powerful blow and thought, what was this? He had just left the red level and touched a new realm once again. Was he really close to the black level? But they say that if you develop too quickly, each subsequent rank will become increasingly difficult. But Bahamut's heart resonated with the true technique of the dragon sword. It seemed to urge him to continue working the blade, to strike again and again, to never let go of this feeling. After that, he continued striking and thought, even if he could only manage one more blow, he must strike it. Then he felt a powerful energy and a pattern appeared on his chest. After that, he put his hand to his face, which was covered in veins, and a system window appeared in front of him, which said, Bahamut's heart is entering into resonance with the technique used. The memories sealed in Bahamut's heart are being played, he thought. Bahamut's memories. Then he found himself in a new space and looking around, thought, it's so dark. He can't see anything. He looked back and thought, someone's coming. The man hiding behind the hood said, Bahamut, Lord of the Night. He wants to ask him for help. He reached into his inside pocket and said that he wants him to preserve the true dragon sword technique he created. In response, the dragon said that he, of course, knew he was a scoundrel, but he didn't think he was crazy, Shaitan. The protagonist thought, Shaitan. So it really was him. The dragon asked, did he really entrust this technique to the dragon? He replied, that's right. Even Kronos agreed with that, and he, Bahamut, knew the reason better than anyone. Then Bahamut stepped forward, baring his sharp fangs and shouting, Kronos has failed as a mediator. He succumbed to human machinations. The next second, a sharp weapon flew at Shaitan, and he pulled his hand back. Bahamut screamed. His crazy prophecy means nothing. He doesn't believe it. Powerful energy flew around him. Blades flew forward with incredible speed, but Shaitan drew his sword and tried to deflect every weapon aimed at him. He continued again and again. And watching what was happening, the protagonist thought, this is the true pinnacle of creation. Dragon magic. The power of it is simply incredible. He could only have deflected one or two such attacks, but Shaitan deflected them all.
Impossible.
This monster defies classification. Then Bahamut shouted, he must get out of here, Shaitan. Otherwise, he will destroy Kronos' kingdom. And he asked, is he sure? The karma for that would be too severe. He shouted, karma? He shouldn't make him laugh. What do they humans even know? He concentrated energy in his paw and added, no matter how many worms like him, he will destroy. He will not suffer for this. After that, Shaitan thrust his sword into the ground and said, in the end, everything happened as Kronos said. He took out his watch, and Bahamut looked at him in bewilderment, then created a sword aimed at him and shouted, does he think Kronos' power can harm him? The huge sword moved forward, but Shaitan opened his pocket watch, and a huge magic symbol appeared underneath it. MC thought in surprise, has Bahamut stopped attacking? No. Shaitan used magic to stop Bahamut? What a strange spell. Perhaps its power was contained in this watch. And the dragon shouted, is Kronos' power really greater than his? The protagonist thought, judging by Bahamut's previous reaction, part of Kronos' power was stored in this watch. Then he grabbed his head and thought, did he just neutralize the spell's power? The dragon dug its claws into the ground and shouted, "Shaitan, is this an illusion?" He answered, "That's right, this is Kronos' prophecy." Now he understands why he shared the information about the dragon sword technique with him. He said, "Damn. Making contracts with humans was their biggest mistake." He replied that he agreed. Humans should have used their own power. Then the dragon said, "Okay, it's time to finish. This dragon slaying technique is the true dragon sword technique." The next second, the huge book began to turn its pages by itself. Bahamut said he really did create a terrible thing. Shaitan said that it was necessary to protect the world. He replied, "That's nonsense. He doesn't want to protect the entire world, just people. He'll use it anyway. What if the prophecy doesn't come true?" Then the dragon pressed its claw to the book that appeared, and it began to dissolve. He said everything would be fine, and Shaden turned around and said that even without this technique, people would still start using aura one day. The dragon laughed and said that if that day came, he would personally incinerate all of humanity. Such power shouldn't be used by such insignificant creatures. And he said, "It's funny. Even though he feared dragons so much that he created this technique, he still trusted both Kronos and him." Kronos liked to repeat that one day he would have to share his heart. He would find someone to make a contract with. At that moment, Bahamut thought, will he find someone to make a contract with and give him his heart? No way. That would never happen. Meanwhile, MC returned to the training grounds, crouched on the floor and looked up. He thought he hadn't understood a word, but it was obvious that Bahamut distrusted humans at all. After absorbing Bahamut's heart, he was able to understand this feeling. But because of this, he couldn't understand what had driven him to form a contract with Tarakan. Simply didn't fit. After reviewing his memories, he began searching for answers. But all he could figure out was that the Draker family had always tried to hide information about Tarakan. But at the time Tarakan formed a contract with Bahamut, the dragon was considered absolutely evil. Naturally, no useful data was found, so he decided to spend his time training his true dragon sword technique and searching for other sources of information. Then he received a message from Reinhardt informing him that his first request had been fulfilled. He said that he had asked for a new identity to be created for him that would not raise questions, but perhaps the identity of the head of the Reinhardt Company's branch on the southern continent was too much. After that, he looked to the side and noticed a dove outside the window, he said, and Key finally made a decision. Sometime later, the hotel is a mysterious garden controlled by one of the branches of the syndicate, the VIP room of the hotel. The protagonist went inside, and Key said, "Welcome, partner." He sat down on the sofa opposite her and said, "Finally," she started calling him partner. "This is some new feeling." Then he looked to the side, and Key looked at him in surprise. He thought that he hadn't been in Atlas for quite a while, so he wasn't used to this view yet. Much more often, he saw it destroyed as a result of a brutal war. Then he closed his eyes, and Key began pouring drinks into glasses. He said that he didn't even know that Atlas had the place he was in now. He asked, was he so struck by this view? This hotel is just one of their syndicate's businesses, and those who are sometimes forced to conduct dirty business need a place to talk without prying ears. He said, "Okay, just no alcohol." And she giggled and asked, is he embarrassed to drink in front of his elders? He's such a cutie. He said it's fine. He just doesn't like alcohol. He thought he tried to drink something at the Valhalla entrance party. But because of the 1000 poison immunity, alcohol is immediately recognized as poison and immediately neutralized. Before the regression, he never refused to drink, often getting completely drunk. Then the system reported detected alcohol. Thanks to the 1000 poison immunity effect, the poison will be immediately neutralized. He thought, if he can never feel the effects of alcohol again, he'd rather drink tea. Then Key smiled and said, "Great, so he doesn't like drinking? Okay, this won't be a long conversation. She just wants to show him something." He thought she wasn't listening at all. Then she handed him the documents and said, as he'd said, the Pavella cartel was indeed involved in piracy. Once she started looking into it, everything became obvious. She couldn't even understand how she'd missed it before. It turned out that the Silver Knight's defeat of the pirates coincided with a significant increase in Pavella's influence. Finally, she learned something completely unexpected. Joaquin Fernandez, known as El Menho, the Melcan cartel's second-in-command, who, it turned out, was secretly dealing with Pavella. This information was so shocking that she hadn't yet reported it to the syndicate's leadership as it could cause chaos. Sometimes it's better to keep things secret. Afterwards, the protagonist took the photograph and Key added, "Yes. And here's the artifact he asked for." Then she was surprised when the protagonist said she was smart. Now he could carry out his plans and make her the head of the syndicate. Sometime later, the protagonist was walking down the street, sheltering himself from the rain with an umbrella, when the system announced portal activation in progress. He said, "Excellent. All preparations are complete." He thought that using the portal function required a lot of karma points, but no one would be watching him this way. Even among the 3 great families who used magic, the ability to teleport was quite rare. And to transport between cities, he would need at least the Mage Tower portal. He couldn't let even the slightest thing ruin his plan. Then he smiled and said, "It's impossible not to laugh at the thought of that old man." After that, he walked forward and added, "It's going to be a hot day today, Don Juan." After a while, people screamed in fear, "There's a fire. We need to call for help quickly." The fire spread, and people continued screaming. At this rate, the fire would soon spread to the neighboring buildings. They still haven't found the owner? Where's help? At that moment, Key, lighting a cigarette, thought he was just an ordinary jerk like all Drakers, but that turned out to be wrong. He really is crazy. Not long before, she cried out in surprise. "What? He really wants to burn down all the Melcham cartel warehouses on the central continent." He answered, "That's right. She just needs to tell him where it's located." She replied that only the cartel, the top officials of the syndicate, and she have this information. If he tries anything, he'll be caught on the spot. And he said, "Great." He wasn't trying to hide. He wants to make sure everyone thinks El Menjo is involved. The fewer people know about the warehouses, the better. Then he pointed at the photo and asked, "Is she saying that no one knows Pavila is connected to pirates, right?" She answered, "That's right. She hasn't reported it yet." Then she added in surprise. He wants to say, before she could finish speaking, he said, "Well done. She's a quick learner." But that's right. Without lifting a finger, they'll finish off both Melkan and Pavila. They'll also finish off the syndicate's top brass who serve as the middleman between them, and then they'll pin the blame on Don Juan. Then she trembled with fear and, perching her lip, asked if he even understood what he was saying. He replied, "Of course," she screamed. "That's impossible." He knew what could happen to an informer. Then he slammed the table and shouted, "After the top brass is completely destroyed, no one will care who started it all. Does she really want to spend her life cleaning up shit that wasn't started? Doesn't she want to be in charge of everything herself? Okay, enough chatter. So does she agree or not? She has to choose." She put a trembling hand to her chest. The protagonist thought he knew it. She didn't join the organization to do dirty work all the time. Thanks to her incredible intelligence, she was able to figure out what the Pavela cartel was really up to. Thanks to this, she was able to find unknown ancient ruins and get her hands on a huge number of incredibly powerful artifacts. Knowing all this, he believed that he should definitely cooperate with her. He held the bottle, and then she put her hand on his and snatched the bottle, and he thought, but why was she scared when she heard about his plan? After that, she took a few sips and put the bottle down on the table with a loud bang. She shouted, "Is this all he has? If they lose, they die together. This is the biggest bet of her life." "Well, all or nothing." He asked, "Is she ready?" He will do everything so that she does not regret it. In the present, she continued to smoke, and her hand was shaking. She put her other hand to stop it and thought, "Zeke, she is ready to put everything on the line too." A newspaper lying on the table reported a series of devastating fires across the continent. Coincidence or malicious intent? Last night, a series of fires broke out almost simultaneously across the continent. After an investigation, given the large distance between the fires and the lack of evidence, it was concluded that the fires were the result of careless firefighting. Meanwhile, Don Juan sat in his chair and said that he didn't know who did it, but he wouldn't let them die a natural death. After a while, the protagonist tapped his finger on the table and said the semester was almost over. It had been 6 months since everyone learned he had reached the rank of blue. He knew this day would come sooner or later, but now that he had received an invitation to the promotion banquet, he was quite excited. The promotion banquet. It was a celebration for the young members of the Draker family who had been promoted from the rank of Yellow Knight to the rank of Knight. Reaching the level of Purple or Blue Knights usually occurs around age 20, so this event is often called a debut. He hasn't seen the head of the family for almost 3 years. He hopes everything will go well. Sometime later, in the spring garden of the Castle of the Seasons, people gathered around. Arthur chatted with the guests, and then Abel walked forward and said that he was glad to welcome the head of the Draker family. He looked at him and said, "He has arrived, Abel." He asked, "Is everything all right, Lord?" He had never seen so many guests. Arthur agreed with him. Indeed, he is the youngest Blue Knight on the continent. Everyone wants to meet him. At this moment, Abel frowned and thought he knows Zeke has already surpassed him, but he still says it. Then he added, "Their Zeke should arrive soon. They need to finish the preparations. It's a pity they didn't get to talk longer." And he bowed and said, "Everything is all right, Lord." Arthur smiled and told him to enjoy the banquet. He thanked him in return. After Arthur walked further, he glared after him. After a while, MC walked into the corridor and, adjusting his clothes, said he was breathing heavily. He barely managed to find time to meet them, and Duke walked forward and told him to shut up. They don't let him rest properly at all. They dragged him out of his well-deserved retirement and drove him like a dog. Sometimes he can't even get home. Because of this idiot, Arthur has a lot of work, and now he has to accompany him. A master must accompany his student, they say. The protagonist thought, no wonder he looked so bad. He was just tired. Then he asked, so they were going to the spring garden? He answered, right. This is the only place in the castle where outsiders are allowed. But the protagonist thought the castle is divided into 4 main sections. The spring garden is where most of the events take place. As the Duke said, this is the only place outsiders are allowed. Summer Peak, this is where the head of the family's office is located. Autumn Hall, this is where closed ceremonies such as knightings are held. And finally, the winter storage, a place where artifacts collected over more than 1,000 years are kept. He had only heard about this before and was only now getting to see it in person. In his past life, he had already been expelled from the academy. After that, they approached the door and the Duke said, here they are. From here, he will go alone. This is the entrance for honored guests. He put a hand on his shoulder and added, he has business, so he will not stay for the banquet. He must try to act confident. Then MC bowed, closed his eyes, and thought, well, however, someone is worried about him. After that, he said, Master, he's still worried about all sorts of trivial things. In response, he laughed and said that he hoped that this is the most he has to worry about. After this, the knights blew their trumpets and announced, the guest of honor is Sir Zeke Draker. The protagonist began to descend the stairs, and those present began to whisper, wow. So it was him, the 15-year-old Blue Knight, golden-blooded, no doubt about it. Even though he didn't expect to break Abel's record, how could he not have heard of it? He even surpassed Sir Abel's achievement. Wow. This is truly incredible. After this, the protagonist knelt before Arthur, who said that Zeke would now take his first steps as a knight. He placed his sword on the protagonist's shoulder and said, for the sake of Zeke's future, who will become a great knight, he blesses him in the name of their family, the protagonist thought, and he said he was officially declaring him one of them and bestowing the title of knight. The others watched in bewilderment and began whispering, a knighthood at 15? Isn't that too much? MC frowned and thought, House Draker only grants the title of knight to someone who has achieved something, performed some deed, or otherwise distinguished themselves. Thanks to their excellent aura, Draker awakens very early, so reaching the purple or blue rank is not surprising. Personal achievements for the good of the house and country are far more important than the rank itself. Even Abel, the youngest Blue Knight before his arrival, had to wait 3 whole months for initiation. This demonstrates the importance of having real achievements, but it seems Arthur has gone against the rules. Of course, the head of the family stands above such conventions, but what was he planning? Arthur waved his hand and said that on this day, he was happy to introduce his son to them. Zeke was able to fully realize his potential and become the youngest Blue Knight. He believes that someday he will surpass even him. He doesn't want to sound like a pompous turkey, so perhaps he'll stand here. He took the glass and added that he would like to finish with a toast to talented youth and to peace on the continent to Draker. With these words, he raised his glass, and all the guests present followed him. The protagonist, watching what was happening, thought that in his past life he didn't say a word even when he was expelled. But when he developed talent, he began to play the loving father. Then he heard his name being called. He turned around and said, yes, sir. And Arthur suggested that they step aside. He wanted to talk to him alone like a father and son, just him and him. After that, the guy said, his face is gone. Can he remove that sour expression? He doesn't think an older brother should react this way to the success of the younger one. Abel asked, where is the prince? He replied that he said he would arrive after the ceremony. He replied, then we need to hurry. He agreed with him. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked out into the corridor and looking at the coin in his hand thought, a coin that allows one to obtain an item from the family treasury. Why did his father decide to give it to him of all people? Then he scratched the back of his head and said, well, this gesture doesn't necessarily mean he's being sarcastic. Maybe he shouldn't worry about it. He doesn't even know. Then he thought the main problem is how to endure a banquet that lasts several days. That's what he should worry about. He asked, how can people celebrate something for several days in a row? High society is a very strange thing. Then he heard his name being called. He turned around, and Melissa was standing behind him. She bowed and said that this was their first meeting. She is the first princess of the Kingdom of Valencia, Melissa Valencia. MC looked at her and thought, Princess Melissa is one of the main contenders for the throne of Valencia. As regent for the gravely ill king, she significantly eased the lives of the common people and received their full support. Because of this, she often had conflicts with the nobility. But the fact that she is the heir to the throne forces high society to maintain good relations with her. However, in her past life, after the conflict with the empire escalated, she suddenly ceased all public activity and disappeared without a trace. Rumor has it that she was killed by the empire. But with the fall of the kingdom, it was no longer possible to find out the truth. Zeke thought he didn't particularly expect to meet her after the regression, but her appearance suggests that nothing serious. A second, it can't be. Zeke bowed and said, it is an honor to meet her princess. He has heard a lot about her, and he is very glad that she attended this banquet. Melissa asked in surprise, so he knows who she is? MC answered, of course. He had heard a lot about her wise rule. Melissa remained silent in response, and MC said, some may think that this is simply a desire to gain support from the people, but they do not understand how many tedious little things have to be controlled. Melissa looked at him in surprise and thought, as she expected, he was different from the other knights. MC looked questioningly at her slightly embarrassed face and asked if his careless words had offended her, Her Highness. Melissa answered, everything is fine. She just did not expect that anyone would be able to understand her, and she was glad. She apologized and said that she had to leave. It was a pleasure to meet him, Sir Zeke. MC asked, was she leaving already? Melissa answered, of course. She would like to talk longer, but she believed that it would violate etiquette. Zeke thought, yes. Even if no one says it directly, but they have already garnered so many stares that the conversation really needs to be interrupted. Melissa told him there is no need to be so upset. Zeke looked at her questioningly, and she smiled and said, she is sure they will have another opportunity to meet. After a while, MC bowed and thought he hopes he has already greeted everyone. He can rest a little. Social events are very tiring. It would be better for him to train with Kaiser. He heard a sound and turned around. MC thought, those sounds of armor. Who in their right mind decided to come to a banquet in full armor? The man said, so. Who do they have here? He thinks he is the main star of this evening. The youngest blue knight in history, Zeke Draker. He is right? MC looked at him and thought, Karis, the fourth prince of the Rom Empire. After all, it was he and Abel who started the war in their past lives, right? Karis extended his hand and said, I am the fourth prince of the Empire of Rom, Karis Nerva Constantinus, at his service, young man. Zeke bowed and said, it is a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Thank you for coming to the banquet. Karis looked displeased at MC, who did not return his handshake, and then smirked and grabbed MC by the shoulders. He said, come on. No need for such formalities. He invited him to go and have a drink. He loudly ordered wine to be brought to them, to Karis, the most beautiful man on the continent, and to Zeke, who will become the greatest knight. Such a meeting should be celebrated with the finest wine. Karis took the glass of drink and handed it to Zeke. He said, here you go. The prince of the empire himself is treating him, so refusal will not be accepted. Zeke began to drink it, and the people around him began to whisper among themselves. He immediately listened to the prince. No matter how promising a knight he was, due to his age, he was still a child, and the prince was quite arrogant. Perhaps he is crossing the line. Considering the influence of the Draker family, such rudeness could backfire on him. Karis cried out, excellent. He already likes him. They will drink until they drop. Abel approached them and said, Your Highness, he is glad to greet the rising sun of the empire. Karis looked at him and said, Abel, will he join them? Abel replied he would be glad to, but he had urgent business. Karis asked again, business? He told him to speak. Abel replied, there are too many ears here. Maybe they should go somewhere. Karis replied, if it is more convenient for him, then fine. MC looked at his reflection in the bottle and frowned. Karis asked Zeke to forgive him for not being able to continue their fun. Next time, in the soft moonlight, they will sing the best songs about Dragonslayers. He turned and began to leave accompanied by knights. Everyone around started shaking and whispering in fear, and they call him the Prince of the Empire. And the Empire of Rum itself, in fact, is not in a particularly advantageous position. The debate about the legitimacy of their power continues, but Sir Abel's manners are still impressive. It's no wonder he has such a good reputation. MC thought everyone is praising Abel again, and that's not surprising. To anyone who doesn't understand everything that's happening, it might seem like he simply got his younger brother out of an awkward situation. In any case, Karis and Abel met much earlier than before the regression. It already seems like they are quite close. The war could start much sooner than he thought, and he practically doesn't have time. Zeke looked at the token and thought that for this token, he could get a report from one of the family members. After a while, in the office, Arthur asked, so is there any progress in becoming the best on the continent? Judging by the fact that he was the main star of the banquet, he supposes there is. MC replied, it's all thanks to him, sir. Arthur said there was no need to be so formal. In private, he should just call him father. Zeke frowned and thought these words were similar to what Kali had said to him. He thought he understood everything now. Abel was making rather bold moves, gradually winning over the members of the Council of Elders. Kali noticed this and began to prepare to confront him. But Arthur, the head of the family, seemed not to notice anything at all. Turns out he understood everything but still preferred to ignore it. Is he really going to influence him, or is it just a coincidence? Well, he wouldn't be surprised even if he found out that the head of the family is in league with Abel. Zeke replied, yes, father. Arthur smiled and said, father, he likes the sound of that, and he wanted to give him something to support him. MC looked questioningly at his hand, which Arthur placed on the table. He removed his palm and said, this token will give him the opportunity to get one artifact in the Winter Vault. MC's eyes widened in surprise and thought, the Winter Vault. This place is not so easy to get into. The whole continent knows that the rarest and most valuable artifacts are kept there. Arthur told him to remember one thing. There are truly powerful artifacts there, but there is also all sorts of junk, good only as pretty trinkets. Zeke replied, yes, he understood. After a while, he stood in front of the doors of the Winter Vault, the Vault of Dragonslayer artifacts, and thought, he doesn't know why he needs this, but he will try to make the most of his chance. The girl said, they were waiting for him, Sir Zeke. Before he goes inside, she will briefly explain to him what treasures are kept here. Let him come this way, please. Their vault contains 17,000 artifacts collected by the Draker family. The number of artifacts he can get is equal to the number of tokens he has. He has no time limit on staying in the vault, but if he goes outside, he won't be able to return. Let him remember that. Zeke said that for a place that stores such rare artifacts, there is very little security. The girl replied that it is not needed here. The protective magic here is similar to the magic in the head of the family's office. In addition, magic is also used to count all the artifacts. This makes it impossible to steal the artifacts from the vault. MC thought, therefore, what he can see is not all that is really here. The girl pointed to the hole with her hand and said, so let him place his token in the hole. Zeke lowered the token, and the door shutters slid apart. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the contents of the room. He went inside and thought that the inside of this vault is much larger than the outside. He expected nothing else. The girl said perhaps she should go. MC walked on and looked around thoughtfully. He said checking the functions of all these artifacts would take him a very long time. System. Can he classify these artifacts according to the criteria he needs? The system window reported the administrator's request has been accepted. The functions will be classified using the Dragon's Eye. Please let him select the artifacts that need to be classified using the Dragon's Eye. MC asked again, Dragon's Eyes? He thought he understood what that meant. He flexed his hands and asked, well, shall they begin? The system window reported Dragon Skill, Dragon's Eye. This allows for more complete information about the target. When requested by the administrator, it displays information about the selected object. Zeke pushed himself off the floor and rushed forward. He moved very quickly from place to place, examining everything in the room. He asked, is that enough? The system window reported that the selected objects will be displayed on the minimap. Objects found, 17,138 items. MC said there were more than he thought. The system, have it exclude all items that are not artifacts and can only be used once. The system window reported item classification according to the administrator's request. Objects found, about 10,000. Zeke said that's still too many. The system, have it exclude all swords weaker than the black sword. He looked at the system window and thought, all the swords are gone. Perhaps the black sword really is the most powerful of them all. He looked at it thoughtfully and asked, what? Why is there no information about this item? He walked past the shelves and muttered, it should be somewhere around here. The system window reported that he had arrived at the point specified by the administrator. Zeke looked at the artifact and asked, is this a bracelet? He paused, wondering if it looked quite ordinary despite the lack of information about it. He froze and looked questioningly at the system window. It reported that this item corresponds to the title heir of Terracon Draker. Zeke wondered if this meant that this was Terracon's legacy. He picked up the bracelet and looked at it carefully. The system window reported Sacred Guardian Stone. A bracelet with this stone allows you to summon allies. Its unique effect is the user's soul. Note, the blessing of the Fairy Queen is contained within this stone. The Sacred Guardian Stone is now available to the administrator. With it, he can summon allies. MC shouted, stop. He didn't confirm the choice. Is there any way to cancel this? The system window reported. The administrator's request has been accepted. That artifact is associated with the title heir of Terracon Draker. The choice cannot be cancelled. Zeke thought, oh my god, he hasn't even finished examining the vault yet. This has ruined all his plans. Okay, he needs to think positively. If this truly is Terracon's legacy, then it must suit him best. MC commanded the system to activate this artifact's unique effect. The system window reported, administrator's request accepted. The Sacred Guardian Stone has been activated. A bracelet appeared on his wrist and a bright seal appeared beneath it. The system window reported, due to the blessing of the Fairy Queen, the artifact's level has been increased. A spirit beast compatible with the artifact's owner's soul has been found, summoning a spirit beast. A bright glow illuminated everything around, and a creature appeared in front of Zeke. The system window reported, spirit beast summoned a dragon horse. MC thought, is this a spirit beast? This is simply incredible. He looked at the bracelet and said, the heart and horn of Bahamut, and now also an artifact that summons a spirit beast. I wonder if Terracon had other things like this. The horse placed its head on MC's forehead, and his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, so that's what compatible with the owner's soul means. Zeke placed his hands on the creature's head and thought, this is the first time he's seen this creature, but it feels like he's met an old friend. He said, yes, he likes horses too. He thought he even felt a certain sense of closeness. A system window appeared next to Zeke, and he asked, what? The system window said he needs to name the spirit beast, and he can summon it at any time with the Guardian Stone. He looked at the horse and said, name. How about the name Bucephalus? The horse quickly began nodding its head, and Zeke smiled and said, I'm glad the creature likes it. The system window said, Bucephalus, a dragon horse with an auspicious aura. Unique effect. Does horns allow it to use thunder? Note, a top-ranked dragon horse. It's the king of dragon horses. MC thought, even if it really is the king of dragon horses, this is his first time seeing it, so he doesn't know exactly what it's capable of. MC looked at Bucephalus, who grabbed him by the cape and lifted him into the air. Zeke shouted, Bucephalus, what is he doing? The horse placed him on its back, and MC asked, does he want him to ride it? He thought about it. Apparently, this is the whole point of a spirit beast. He simply read his mind that he wants to understand what he is capable of. He shouted, excellent, Bucephalus. Zeke ordered him to gallop as fast as he can. Bucephalus quickly rushed forward, and MC thought, despite the fact that he is galloping so fast, the clatter of hooves is almost inaudible. This is truly an incredible creature. MC's eyes widened in surprise when Bucephalus jumped. He laughed loudly and shouted, Bucephalus, he is great. After a while, the carriage was driving along the road, and MC remembered how the girl asked, is he sure this is what he wants to take? Zeke looked out the carriage window and thought about how the vault keeper had been so condescending when she'd learned he wanted to take the bracelet. He remembered Arthur's words. There were some truly powerful artifacts there, but there was also some junk, good only for pretty trinkets. Zeke thought Arthur had meant junk, something like this bracelet. After all, even the system hadn't provided any information about it until it reacted to his title. That's why they hadn't been able to understand its true value. He previously thought he could only find the Terracan legacy in the dungeons the system sent him to. Fortunately, it hadn't turned out to be that difficult. MC said, in any case, he's glad he got his hands on this thing. Excellent. He thinks he can rest a bit after the banquet today. After a while, MC entered the palace and heard a voice congratulating him on being promoted to knight, Sir Zeke. MC said, such formalities are very annoying. Cliff Reinhardt. He replied he became a knight, so he should address him more formally. Zeke sat down on the sofa and said, well, he would be grateful if he didn't appear so suddenly again. If anyone found out about their connection, all their plans could go to hell. Cliff apologized, but someone really wanted to meet him. He pointed to the chair in front of MC where the person was sitting. The girl removed her hood and asked to allow herself to be introduced again. She is the head of the Reinhardt Guild. Melissa, the first princess of the Elencia kingdom. Melissa Elencia sat in front of MC, her hand on her chest. MC frowned and said, the first princess of the Elencia kingdom, Melissa Elencia. So she is the real head of the Reinhardt Guild. She smiled and asked, he had already guessed everything? Not long ago, Princess Elencia's public activity had decreased, but she unexpectedly appeared at the last banquet, and the timing coincided with him giving Cliff the medicine for one of the Elencia royal family members. Zeke thought if he knew about this, he would be smart enough to put these facts together. He said, yes, that's right. Melissa said, great, then they'll get straight to the point. She decided to have this meeting because she needed his help. MC asked again, help? What did she mean? Melissa asked him to first look at what she brought. Red blossom fever is spreading throughout the kingdom. Judging by the research results of the Nirvana family, Zeke picked up the research results and started reading them. His eyes widened in surprise and asked, is what's written here true? Red blossom fever? Was it created with magic? Melissa replied, this analysis was done by members of the family most versed in magic, so there should be no mistake. MC thought about it, so this disease was artificially created, and it's spreading much faster than before his regression. Does that mean his regression changed something in this world? Melissa said, that's not all. He looked up at her. Melissa picked up some pins and started marking areas on the map. She said, this disease first appeared in a village on the border of the Rom Empire and the Kingdom of Valencia. However, not a single case of the disease was recorded in the empire. It was spreading only in the Kingdom of Valencia. MC spoke up, she wants to say. Melissa interrupted him and replied, yes. That's exactly what she means, Sir Zeke. The Rom Empire created the red blossom fever and they infected their country with it. MC wondered if the reason why the Kingdom of Valencia fell so quickly to the Empire's blows before the regression was the red blossom fever. Now he understood why she was asking for his help. MC picked up some sheets of paper and said, does that mean she wants him to let her start mass-producing the cure? Melissa replied, yes. That's right. According to their last agreement, he only allowed them to produce this medicine. Distributing it nationwide requires additional permission. MC said he's sure the terms will be attractive, but even so, he doesn't want to break the agreement. Melissa said, of course, she doesn't want that either. Obviously, for the dealer, revealing his true intentions is tantamount to failure, but the opportunity to collaborate with him can't be called a failure. MC smiled and thought, not bad. He expected nothing less from her. It's no wonder the Reinhardt Trading Company is among the 10 most influential trading companies. Melissa said she plans to use the medicine as humanitarian aid, so there's no risk of the recipe leaking. And, of course, she'll pay a fair price. She's willing to give him 20% of their company's income. Zeke's eyes widened in surprise, and he considered the matter. The Reinhardt Guild is one of the 10 largest on the continent. If it isn't destroyed along with the Kingdom of Valencia, it will only grow. It's already 20% of their income, which is several million in gold. And if he manages to avoid war, that amount could increase to 10 million. He paused thoughtfully, then said, it's definitely a tempting offer. But first, he'd like to ask her a few questions. Why did she tell him everything? He could have been on the Empire's side, and why is she willing to pay him such a large sum if he plans to use the medicine for charity? Melissa said thoughtfully. She'll answer each in order. First, Sir Zeke. She was sure he wasn't cooperating with the Empire. Besides her status as a princess, she had some advantages. Thanks to personally managing the Merchant Guild, she was able to develop excellent observation skills. After they said goodbye at the banquet, she didn't leave. She decided to observe him for a while. It was almost imperceptible, but she realized he treated the representatives of the empire quite coldly. What struck her most was that he declined the handshake of the prince of the empire himself. To others, it might have looked like common courtesy, but she realized that he instinctively didn't want to interact with him. From these observations, she concluded that he wasn't affiliated with the empire. MC looked away and thought, this is very creepy. Melissa said, the answer to the second question is also very simple. 20% of the company's profits is a small price to pay for saving the lives of her subjects. Zeke looked at her in surprise and remembered the past. A cry rang out in his past life. Alicia, he's asking her to stop. Even if they defeat the empire, the queen's death will be too high a price to pay. She replied, he's right, Zeke. Retreating really would be a good idea. Zeke spread his hands and said, yes, he knows. That's why. The girl interrupted him and replied, but Zeke, if she needs to give her life to buy time for her people to retreat, shouldn't she do it? Currently, he clutched his head, and Melissa looked at him questioningly. MC thought, a nightmare. He wanted to forget this so much, and she started talking just like Alicia. He said, okay. He agrees? Melissa asked again, really? He definitely won't regret it. MC asked her to please let no one know his identity. Melissa promised him. 2 weeks later in the underground training hall, MC was practicing, swinging his sword. He quickly moved from place to place, cutting chunks of stone from the platform. Z created a magical vortex, then stopped and closed his eyes. A system window appeared in front of him, informing him that he had successfully learned the true dragon sword technique, rank S, beginner. Zeke said, finally, it's been almost a month. The system window reported that all quest completion conditions have been met. Heir to Shetton. The quest has been successfully completed. A time bonus has been added to his rewards. Reward, coordinates of the Kronos Kingdom treasure. Title, Heir of the Sacred Sword, 500 karma points. 2 random boxes. Status, mid-rank administrator. Name, Zeke Draker. Class, Immortal, Unique. Title, one who has received the blessing of the ancient dragon. Heir of Terracon Draker, heir of the sacred sword. Authority, dragon dominance. Physique, heavenly durability, poison resistance. System functions, inventory, 100 slots, minimap with portal functionality, mid-level quest book. Class skills, healing factor, calm mind, infinite energy, heightened senses. His mana is about 1,100. Zeke asked 2 random boxes. That way, he'll soon recover the karma he spent burning the Melkon cartel warehouses. So he wants to see what's in the first box, the coordinates of the Kronos Kingdom's treasure. The system window reported the administrator's request has been accepted. A red warning system window reported reading the coordinates is currently impossible. To activate the reading, you need to find the seals. You need to collect all the seals and activate the reading. The locations of the seals will be displayed on the minimap. MC looked at the map and thought, 2 in the center, 1 in the south, 1 in the north. They're all far apart. Collecting them all will take quite a while. Zeke looked away and said, so that's why it wasn't displayed. The system window reported a related quest, Treasure of the Mythical Kingdom. You need to find the seals of the Kronos Kingdom and collect them. There is no time limit. Reward, title, Heir to the Kronos Kingdom. MC looked at the system window and asked, what? The only reward is a title? The system window reported a related quest, Treasure of the Mythical Kingdom. You need to find the seals of the Kronos Kingdom and collect them. There is no time limit. Reward, title, Heir to the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke asked, so the treasure found after collecting all the seals also counts as a reward? Or if artifacts react to certain titles, then receiving the title will unlock new features. He put the artifact away and said, I think he'll put this off. There is no time limit, so for now he can take care of more urgent matters. He left the training ground and said, by the way, Key just contacted him. Will he really meet those merchants from the southern continent again soon? Sometime later on the southern continent, the port of Galpa, MC thought the scent of the sea mixed with the smell of blood. The air on the southern continent was always like this. The knights shouted. It was an honor for them to accompany him, the head of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Guild. He waved his hand and said, yes, they are also well done. They shouted, see you later. MC mentally asked them to calm down. Everyone was already looking at them. He looked around and thought it was not only the smell of the sea that had remained unchanged. They must not let their guard down under any circumstances. The guy waved his hand and said, Murray. He looked at the guys and thought he was just in time. He remembered the guys' faces and thought, the Northern Ranger. MC said, the merchant's clothes suited them very well. The guys thanked him. He asked, have they familiarized themselves with the operation plan? Leroy answered, of course. After they create chaos, they'll need to rescue a girl from a Melkin cartel prison. MC punched him in the chest and said, great, but they need to remember that they'll need to escort the target to safety, so they should be ready at all times. Leroy replied that he understood everything, but he had one question. Zeke asked again, what? Leroy replied that he assumed he hadn't specified what kind of chaos awaited them for the sake of secrecy. Will it be some kind of festival? MC smiled and replied, no. The chaos will be much larger. On that day, the Melkin cartel will be completely destroyed. Leroy looked at him puzzled when suddenly a voice came from the side greeting him, the branch leader. He asked to be excused. It seems he interrupted. MC turned and asked, a guide from the trading company? Everything is fine. They are already finished. Let him lead them. The guide replied, okay. He will take them to the pre-prepared cargo. They moved forward a little and he asked, is he going to fight the Melkin cartel? Zeke waved his hand and said, it's just a joke. No need to pay attention. The way he speaks makes it sound like a joke. The conductor replied he agreed. After a while, a voice was heard. Did they check the house? Someone answered, of course. It looks shabby from the outside, but inside, it is quite well kept. There is also a very spacious warehouse. A cart was driving along the road and MC was sitting inside. He said, that's good. He asked to be reminded of the plan. Today is Don Juan's birthday. He said, however, there will be not only a celebration, but also a meeting of all the main people in the cartel, where they will discuss future deals. MC said, Key, of course, will be there, and her assistant, Zeke Murray too. Right? He answered, yes, he is right. MC asked how many times she had repeated their plan to him. At least the fifth. Even any local inadequate would have remembered everything by now. He screamed. She can't help herself. She's not as cold-blooded as he is. Of course, she is worried. He got her into this himself. He can't leave her. MC thought she was acting unusual. So Key asked, what if they find out they were the ones who burned down Soma's warehouses? She heard that as punishment for betrayal. They inject you with paralyzing poison and throw you right into the jaws of shark dragons. No, they'll never find them again. Zeke looked at her frightened face and thought that she was fussing so much that he wanted to tease her. He asked Key not to worry. She was a mage. No one would dare do that to her. He asked again, what do you mean? MC smiled and said that on the southern continent there is a belief that a mage's body can bring a curse. That's why they won't feed her to the dragons. Her body will be dismembered and scattered all over the southern continent. He was very scared by what she heard and screamed. So these Melkin cartel necklaces, aren't they fake? Are those real fingers? She laughed and asked. She wonders, how many necklaces will her fingers be enough for? If it came down to it, then let him collect her body parts and bury them somewhere. Wait, how did he even know all this? MC looked out the window and thought, how could he not know this? In his past life, he was the key to the rise and fall of the Melkin cartel. That's why no one knows the southern continent better than him. His relationship with the cartel began when he was expelled from the academy and ended up in the hands of a slave trader. After that, he was sold to Soma's farm. This farm didn't just grow this plant. Sometimes, the farm workers had to act as human shields in cartel wars. He was the only one who managed to survive. At that moment, he was simply glad to be alive and didn't ask unnecessary questions. Now he realizes that he unconsciously used a healing skill. After he managed to survive all the wars, the cartel began using him as an assassin, and they were right. This role suited him perfectly. By lulling the enemy's vigilance and using poison, he managed to deal with even the Purple Knights. But the Blue Knights were completely different. No matter how he concealed his presence, he was still discovered. Even if they were wounded or poisoned, thanks to the use of aura, they managed to heal. However, they were still ordinary people. He learned to find their weak points, after which he began to deal with even them. By the time the number of Blue Knights killed exceeded 10, he became the Melkin cartel's most advanced assassin. He played a key role in the destruction of the Pavel cartel and continued to increase his influence. He even became Don Juan's adopted son and received a promise that he would inherit the entire cartel. But on the night when all the cartel's top officials gathered, he killed them all, including Don Juan, and escaped from the cartel. MC smiled and thought, okay, that's all in the past. He continued to talk very loudly, but Zeke didn't hear her because of his thoughts. She screamed, "Partner?" He looked at her in surprise, and she asked, is he even listening to her? What if he's a cartel spy? He's using her to take over the entire syndicate. Zeke looked at her and then turned back to the window. He asked, that's not true, is it? She loudly ordered him to say something already. MC smirked and thought, unlike her state before the regression, Key is still inexperienced now. So sometimes it's fun for him to tease her a little. After a while, reception was being held at Don Juan's estate. A voice rang out. Don Juan, this is Key, the field agent he told him about. He bowed and said it was an honor to meet him. MC looked around and thought, money really does work wonders. Not only cartel assassins but also hardened criminals and even rangers agreed to take part in this diversion. Many people gathered around the table in the secret meeting room behind the banquet. Don Juan said, welcome, Key. He didn't expect such a girl to be a mage. A beautiful mage is the best treasure. He can't wait to hear what wise words she will tell him. She can begin. Key sighed and asked, did he remember the Soma warehouse that burned down a few months ago? Everyone stared at her in surprise, and Don Juan put out his cigar and replied, of course he remembers. It's simply impossible to forget. But why did she suddenly bring this up? Key looked at him in fear and said, because one of those here was recruited by Pavel's cartel. It was he who set the warehouse on fire. The guy screamed, is she an idiot? What is she talking about? Let her be taken away immediately. Don Juan slammed his fist on the table and asked, could she answer for what she just said? Key nodded her head in response, and Don Juan waved his hand and told her to continue. Who dared betray the cartel? Everyone stared attentively to the side where MC held a knife to Joaquin's throat. He said, it is an honor to meet him, Don Juan. He is Zeke Murray. He believes he can help him sort out this problem. Don Juan said, Zeke Murray, he's glad to meet him. He didn't expect that instead of a birthday present, he would bring a sword to his house. Zeke grabbed Joaquin by the hair and said, he didn't understand. This is the gift. Don Juan lit a cigar and asked, does he mean to say that his dear brother Joaquin turned out to be a traitor? MC replied, yes, that's right. Joaquin, also known as El Menjo. He himself should understand the situation he's in. Maybe he'll tell you everything? Joaquin frowned and thought, how did this guy manage to find out something that even the boss doesn't know? He looked at the guys and shouted, useless idiots. What are they looking at? He ordered to do something. The guy replied, they can't do anything anyway. Unfortunately, they have no way to get to him. If they try, he'll just use Mr. Joaquin as a shield. He must be a spy sent by Pavel. MC said he expected something like this. But he is a real spy, but he is trying to divert suspicion from himself. Joaquin smirked and said he finds it funny. He's just hiding behind it. Zeke said that this is extremely short-sighted of him. They think he would make such serious accusations without evidence? Joaquin's eyes widened in fear, and MC turned to Key. She put her hand forward and activated the seal. A document appeared in front of Don Juan, which he looked at questioningly. Don Juan took it in his hands and began to read, frowning deeply. He said, this is truly interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only did Joaquin betray them by allying with the syndicate, but the members of the Pavel cartel turned out to be real pirates. MC smirked and thought, as expected, the mention of pirates immediately changed the atmosphere. Nobody likes pirates, but the hatred of the inhabitants of the southern continent is especially great because the pirate fortresses have been located right under their noses for years. MC thought, besides, Don Juan's entire family died at the hands of pirates, and he won't tolerate any cooperation with them anyway. What will happen next? Joaquin looked at the photo in the documents and thought, what a nightmare. Where did he get this photo? In this report, it contains his secret agreement with the Pueblo cartel that they would burn down Soma's warehouses. Now everything is too obvious. Don Juan said, good job, Zeke Murray, but he thinks this will make him doubt his own brother? MC thought. He didn't believe it. He thought so. Well, he didn't want to use this method, but he would have to.
A whisper del Nenjo.
He whispered something in his ear, and Don Juan said, if this is all the evidence he has, then he can't believe him. Joaquin said, boss, it's all true. He really did deal with the Pueblo cartel. Don Juan got up from the table and said, I see. He never thought he could betray him. He has no choice. He will have to be punished. He grabbed an axe and threw it towards Joaquin. He flew back, leaving a trail of blood behind him. MC looked at him and thought, this is a pitiful end for the second man in the Melcon cartel. The inhabitants of the southern continent are truly a very curious people. Some time ago, Zeke whispered in Joaquin's ear, El Menjo. If he admits that he is a traitor, he swears to God that then they will not harm his family, which he hides from everyone. MC thought he hoped that it would not come to an oath even though he had no intention of doing anything to his family. In any case, he did not expect this from the leader of such a large criminal organization. Don Juan still did not believe that El Menjo was a traitor, but he could not help but execute him. The damage caused by the fire at Soma's warehouse was too extensive. After Key said the traitor was connected to the Pueblo cartel, after he confirmed that El Menjo was the traitor and revealed that the Pueblo cartel members were pirates, Don Juan still managed to maintain his composure in the ensuing chaos. However, his subordinates were unable to do so, and at that moment El Menjo himself confirmed that he was a traitor. After that, he could no longer be left unpunished. Otherwise, discipline in the organization would be shaken. His calculating mind did not waver for a second. Don removed the sword from his body and looked around. He said, but because Joaquin really betrayed everyone, it turns out that his dear friends from the syndicate were also traitors. The men looked at him in surprise, and Don Juan plunged the axe into a stack of documents and said, it says here that before contacting the Pueblo cartel with Joaquin, they burned down Soma's warehouse. If they confess themselves as his dear brother did, then he will grant them a painless death. The men screamed. They were set up. The man pointed his finger at Key and screamed. They would never do such a thing. It was all her doing. First, let him interrogate her. An axe flew towards him and blood spattered Key. She widened her eyes in fear and looked away. Don Juan asked, what does this all mean, Zeke Murray? MC replied, he only helped him deal with the traitors. He himself executed the traitor, Joaquin, and his friends from the syndicate were not loyal to him either. He simply carried out justice. Don Juan frowned and thought he could not understand what he was achieving. So he wanted to deal with the syndicate with his own hands? Lowered his head and said, yes, justice, that is certainly good. Let him tell him one thing, Zeke Murray. Was he sent to him by the gods to save him or by the devil to destroy him? Zeke smirked and answered, neither one nor the other. He simply wants to offer him a deal. Don Juan asked again, does he want to become his partner? MC replied, exactly. He completely shares his views, boss. He wants to get rid of the syndicate. However, as long as the Order of Ishtar exists and the Pavla cartel controls all trade routes, the syndicate is the only way to transport Soma. He understood this perfectly well, boss, which is why he doubted whether to execute the traitors. Don Juan thought he speaks as if he has known him all his life. MC asked him not to worry. He was handling all the processes of delivering Soma. He laughed fearfully, and Zeke said that now he and Key are separating from the syndicate and will handle the transportation themselves. Don Juan sat down in a chair and said, if everything he says is true, then this is a very tempting offer. Business should be built on trust. But how can he trust such an important part of this to those he meets for the first time? MC answered, he is absolutely right. Dingwan asked, and what will he do? Zeke took an axe from a stack of documents and threw it back. He scattered the sheets of paper and grabbed his knife. He stabbed it into the image of the pirate and said, Paulo Santos. He will destroy his domain. Paulo Santos is also known as the coward Paulo. They called him that because he put personal safety above all else. That's why his authority in the Paulo cartel is extremely low despite his high position. The boss knows everything about him, including his nickname and position in the cartel. In any case, for now, it's to his advantage. Don Juan said, well, if he does this, he can trust him. Of course, he appreciates his courage, but this place is still too dangerous to go there alone. So he will send their best killers to help him. Zeke thought help, of course, but rather to finish him off when the opportunity arises. Don Juan said, and while he is busy, this girl will be under the protection of the cartel just in case. MC frowned and thought he decided to take her hostage. He replied, okay. He said, just let them make sure she is okay. After a while, the Pavlo cartel, a Soma processing plant run by Paulo Santos. MC clenched his fist and said, attention. Manuel, the leader of the assassination squad, thought. Even though he was the leader of the squad, he still subconsciously waited for orders from him. However, it was difficult for him to disobey. He had twice the energy as they did, and he thought he knew the entire jungle of the southern continent by heart. But what surprised him most was his close combat skills. It was so skillful that the kid could defeat the best mercenaries from the wolf tribe. He was a real monster. MC ordered the squad to wait here. Manuel said, but Zeke replied, they are here to observe, not to help. The farm was best seen from here. He jumped down and Manuel screamed, Mr. Murray. He froze and asked, what are they going to do? Someone answered. It's as he said. They were just sitting and waiting. There was no point in them getting into the thick of things. MC ordered to take up defensive positions. We need to camouflage ourselves well. There was an explosion at the factory, and Manuel turned around and said, it's getting hot. A bright fire blazed over the factory, and human corpses lay on the ground. The man screamed, there's a mage among the enemies. They can't handle it on their own. They need the mage's help. MC gripped his sword and said, this is a common reaction to the elemental sword. The man saw him and screamed, he found him. Zeke said, this is what he expected from the Melkon cartel's main enemies on the southern continent. They reacted pretty quickly. The guys rushed towards him, but MC quickly swung his sword and created several streams of fire. The elemental sword turned the ground into a field of fire and a phosphorus bomb. MC rushed forward and after a while looked around and said, this is too easy even for a warm-up. He looked to the side and said, coward, Paolo. The barrel of a tank was pointed at him, and MC asked, he even kept magic tanks here. How much money did he spend on this? Regular mercenary mages would have been much cheaper. The tanks fired and huge missiles headed his way. Zeke jumped and deftly dodged the attack. He smirked and said that even though he was a criminal, he still wouldn't dare compete with the cartel. He used the elemental sword and created a wind field and then the storm sword. He attacked the tanks and thought that before the regression, he wouldn't have dared to face a magic tank, but now everything was different. He went down to the basement and dealt with the mercenaries. Zeke spoke. Now he definitely has to show himself. An arrow was aimed at MC's body, which he definitely caught right next to his head. He squeezed it and released the poison. The system window reported black mamba venom detected. Immunity to 1,000 poisons neutralizes the poison's effect. The arrow fell to the floor and the system window reported the administrator's request has been accepted. Class skill healing factor temporarily disabled. He thought, here it is. Paolo asked, what's everyone looking at? Why was he allowed to go so far? He walked towards Zeke and said, it's poisonous gas. Even an aura user can't protect themselves from its effects. If he tells who hired him, he'll give him the antidote. Alright? Paulo Santos, one of the leaders of the Pavila cartel, held a flask of antidote in his hand and said, this looks like sabotage, but it was too poorly prepared. He believed his accomplices had long since been neutralized. Let him agree before it's too late. MC thought he was trying to tempt him with something that didn't even exist. He really was a complete idiot. Any resident of the southern continent knows that there's no antidote for black mamba venom. An ordinary person dies within minutes. Exposure to this poison has severe consequences even for Blue Knights. However, with immunity to 1,000 poisons, it's completely harmless. He remembered the information on the system windows and smashed the flask with his sword. Paolo screamed, you idiot. He broke the vial with the antidote. Is he completely tired of living? He widened his eyes in surprise, and Zeke said there was no need to worry. The poison had no effect on him. By the way, they had already destroyed all his henchmen. Paolo asked in fear. What? He screamed. That's impossible. They were the cartel's elite and they had magic tanks. Zeke said he could see for himself. There you go. Paolo screamed. Who were they? Who sent them? MC replied he thought he knew it himself. Really? Paolo frowned and asked, could it really be Melkon? Zeke replied he was right. Paolo continued screaming, of course. Only they could afford to treat them so meanly. Until that moment, they had tried to maintain at least some boundaries. So why did he do all this? MC asked, doesn't he understand anything at all? Paolo asked, what the? Zeke replied, respecting these boundaries. They were simply waiting for the right moment to seize their neighbor's possessions, but now they have crossed the line. This is enough to declare war. The head of the Melkon cartel declared that he will stop at nothing to destroy the Pavel cartel. These dirty pirates must be expelled from the southern continent. Paula was about to run away and thought, so he already knows that they are connected with the pirates. He screamed nightmare. MC rushed after him and screamed, he can't escape. After a while, Zeke looked around and thought, where did he even end up? This place doesn't look like the mine he saw before. There are a lot of traps here. He decided it would be better for him to go there alone, but traveling through these ruins turned out to be very tiring. These traps, this wasn't originally part of the ruins. They were installed very recently. What idiots! What were they doing here? He walked forward, and a guy was watching him from around the corner. He grabbed the sword and swung it, and Zeke quickly dodged the attack. He grabbed the guy and asked who he was. The guy swung his sword again, but MC swung the blade and quickly attacked him. The guy fell to the floor, and Zeke looked around and thought, wherever he goes, he always runs into these guys. Imperial hounds. The mercenary captain stepped forward and said, this is why he hates working with those idiots from the southern continent. They should have dealt with him from the very beginning. How did they let that rat get this far? Either way, he won't get out of here alive. MC looked at him and thought, he clearly remembers that the ruins of the southern continent were marked on the Imperial Hound's operations map. So one of the artifacts the Emperor is hunting is located here. The guy said that this blade seems ordinary to him, but when he swung it, powerful currents of air are noticeable. Let them be careful with it. The guy answered, okay. The leader frowned and thought, is this a magic scroll? He turned around and shouted, a magic scroll? Hurry. Don't let them let him use it. MC said there was no need to be so scared. It was just a protective spell. It wouldn't harm them in any way. No one would be detected here for the next 30 minutes. There was no need to worry about being interrupted. It's not often. You get to try out new techniques, so you should take full advantage of such opportunities. He took out his weapon and asked, isn't it? The guy frowned and thought, is this a pocket dimension? His weapon materialized out of thin air. This was very unusual. He had never seen a mage wield a sword so well. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw mana spreading through MC's hands. He thought, is this an aura blade? Is this the Blue Knight? Zeke swung his sword and made a bright mark. This is the true art of the dragon sword. The first chapter, the first verse, the heavenly slash. It attacked the guy, after which the barrier was destroyed. Zeke thought that burnt corpses were harder to identify, and it will look like the Melkon cartel hired not only knights, but also mages for this operation. This will further ignite the conflict between Melkon and Pavella. But why is Pavella working together with the Empire? If he is right, then they want to find the ruins. This did not happen before the regression, although he visited this place 3 years later. Perhaps they have already found the artifact. MC said, in any case, everything ended well. Even if accidentally, he managed to disrupt the Emperor's plans. He turned around and said, we can go back. He felt something was wrong and turned around questioningly. The knight said it was very difficult. He felt an ominous aura, but suddenly it evaporated, so he decided to check what it was. He thinks they have an uninvited guest here. MC turned around and thought, disarmor. Isn't this the magical armor of Herschen, which is said to be given exclusively to the Red Knights of the Roman Empire? It is imbued with countless auxiliary enchantments, including relief and recovery magic. An unrivaled artifact, this is Herschen. Only this appearance is slightly different from the standard for the Empire. MC asked, who is he? This armor looks like Herschen. Is he a Red Knight of the Empire? Zeke's eyes widened in surprise as the opponent created his sword and swung it. It flew backwards through several walls and then crashed into this. The knight jumped and swung his sword heading towards MC. Zeke looked at it, and then there was an explosion. He blocked the attack and thought, oh my god, this is inhuman strength. So Herschen is enchanted with enhancement magic as well. The knight struck and started to walk away when he suddenly turned around, noticing a silhouette behind him. The system window reported elemental sword, steel force field skill activated. A stone dome formed above him, and the knight began to try to cut it. Stones flew in all directions, and the knight turned and saw it flying towards him. He released mana, and the system window reported the skill flash is activated. Zeke approached the enemy from behind and swung his sword. He thought he was caught. MC made a long swing with his sword and tried to attack, but his eyes widened in surprise and thought, did he reflect his aura blade? He jumped back and looked at a piece of red armor. The system window reported dragon skill. Dragon scale armor is activated. MC jumped and dodged the enemy's attack. The knight said, and he has a wide range of non-obvious abilities. You seem to ask who he is, right? Since he is capable enough to fight him, he thinks he can at least say his name. He is Cain Hymens Constantine. MC wondered if he wasn't just a Hymens, but also a Constantine. Constantine was a surname reserved exclusively for the heirs of the Roman imperial line. Moreover, middle names were only allowed to be retained by electoral families, noble houses with the right to elect the emperor. So that should mean that House Hymens, the influential Draker family, was an elector of the Roman Empire. Mana coursed through MC's body, and the system window reported that miasma had been detected. He would receive additional points if he defeated a target carrying miasma. MC wondered. Miasma? He had no idea what it was. Cain's mana was spreading in different directions, and MC thought, but he could definitely tell it was dangerous. Cain said he never imagined he would meet a knight capable of opposing him in such a remote place. Therefore, he would show him due respect by fighting at full strength, and he would grant him an honorable death. MC frowned and thought he wouldn't stand a chance against this with normal techniques. His skills aren't refined enough to parry something like this even with an elemental sword. In that case, the only way out is this. He kicked off the ground and used True Dragon Swordsmanship Chapter 8 Verse 2, a scale-piercing thrust. Zeke thought, and even that's not enough. Physical enhancement, the ability to reflect aura, excellent defense, and then there's regeneration. As long as he has Hershin, it's impossible to land a fatal blow. He needs to at least bring it down to his level. The system window reported that the mana reflection skill was activated. Cain thought, what? Hershin suddenly stopped functioning. He looked at MC and asked, what did he just do? Zeke asked, what was he talking about? He had no idea. Cain laughed loudly and shouted, how interesting. He doesn't want to answer. So great. He continued releasing mana and shouted, understanding the enemy's tricks yourself is part of the joy of battle. MC pushed off the ground and charged. Their mana clashed, causing it to spread across the entire area. After a while, everything around was in a terrible state, and MC was sitting on the floor saying, a nightmare. The system window reported that the miasma decomposition process had exceeded the permissible limit. The effectiveness of the class skill healing factor has been reduced. He said it turns out it's really dangerous. Cain approached him and said, as expected of the Draker clan, impressive abilities. MC asked how he knew. Cain replied, the only ability that can even temporarily halt Hershin's functions is Draker's mana severance. He also mentioned the technique he used in their last clash, which was reminiscent of the art of a Dragonslayer. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought true dragon swordsmanship is the root of Dragonslayer arts. So it's only natural that they're similar. Only the scale-piercing thrust he just used appears in the final section, which is strictly forbidden to reveal to anyone outside the family. The fact that Cain, a knight of the Empire, knew about this means that the Hyman idiots have already passed on the secrets of the Empire's Dragonslayer arts. Blood poured from Zeke's mouth, and Cain asked, isn't the decomposition quite advanced? It must be painful. Leaving him like this would be unworthy of the opponent who so bravely confronted him. MC looked at him in surprise, and Cain pointed his sword at him and told him to rest in peace. He pierced his body and turned to leave. Cain said that it had been a long time since he had fought such a worthy opponent even if he was his enemy. At that moment, a blade flew past him, and Cain turned around in surprise. He saw that the spot where Zeke had just been was empty. He screamed, how? MC swung his sword and attacked him. The system window reported he used a top-tier healing potion, Salvation. Health and wounds significantly restored. Zeke killed Cain and then landed on his knees. He coughed and thought, if he hadn't thought to put this potion in his quick access slot, it would have been a disaster. Salvation is Jabir ibn Hassan's masterpiece. It instantly heals fatal wounds and restores stamina. Special properties. Due to its outstanding effect after the first use, it no longer affects the same person. Unknown effects are present. MC thought he almost died, and it still couldn't fully heal his internal damage from the aura. The system window warned that he had used too many skills. Overuse of skills had driven his exhaustion to a dangerous level. Zeke wondered if he'd collapsed right in the middle of enemy territory. The system window reported that the administrator's consciousness would be shut down for his own safety. MC thought, no. That's impossible. He must recover. He looked at the potion and thought, now. Anyway, Z cast Gluttony and pounced on Cain's body. The system window reported that the Dragonkin skill, Gluttony, had been activated. He had absorbed a cursed demon imbued with demonic energy. Health, stamina, and mana had been restored. He had absorbed the absorbed demon's hereditary ability. The active skill C-rank static had evolved into a rank thunderclap. Zeke lay on the floor and then let out a loud scream. He rose and said horror. He thought he was already a corpse. If he hadn't remembered about gluttony, he saw armor in front of him and asked, "Is this Kane's armor?" The system window reported, "He has received unknown armor. Should he register himself as the owner of this armor?" MC asked, "Is the name not shown?" He pressed the yes button on the system window. The system window reported, "The owner of the armor has been registered. The armor's shape can be changed according to the owner's wishes. Of the 28 higher magic circles inscribed on the armor, 3 are available for activation." Zeke happily said, "This is very light armor with such characteristics." He wondered if he started walking around in this now, the people of the Empire might suspect something. It would be better for him to hide it for now. He would put it on later once he had changed his appearance. More importantly, now he needed to get out of here. He turned around thoughtfully and thought, "That smell, is that the smell of blood and corpses?" After a while, Zeke went down to the basement where he smelled the smell. He thought, "They're experimenting on people here. Terrible imperial idiots." He saw magicians minding their own business. A magician noticed MC and shouted loudly, "Intruder." Another magician ordered to capture him. Zeke said, "They're experimenting on people." So the system window reported, a magically synthesized poison was detected. The concentration of the poison exceeded the poison resistance. A poison state was inflicted. MC took out an elixir and the system window reported that he used a top-tier antidote. He said that they need to be prepared to die. After a while, Zeke picked up the papers and thought, "I need to collect data on their research. This Imperial lab may be related to the development of the scarlet fever." A voice was heard behind him. "Is it him?" Zeke turned around, and the old man asked, "Is he the one who destroyed his lab?" MC tightly grabbed the hilt of the sword and rushed to attack. The old man said, "Aura blade." He created a magical seal, and Zeke quickly attacked him. The old man teleported to another location, and Zeke thought, judging by the shape of the spell and the crest on his robe, he must belong to the Desert Scorpion clan, the ones who practice forbidden magic, a Sixth Circle officer. What a hassle. The Empire works even with idiots like him. The system window reported that the mana reflection skill was activated. The old man attacked him and screamed, "Damn it, a purebred Draker?" In that case, he broke the seal and summoned the creature. MC thought a synthetic chimera. The old man laughed and ordered them to look at his greatest masterpiece. "Even Draker can't handle this." The monster extended its huge paw towards MC, who quickly swung his sword. It tried to attack the creature, moving from side to side. The old man sank to the floor and MC used storm art's invisible steps. He quickly chopped off the monster's tail, but a cut appeared on its cheek. Zeke thought, it has no weak points at all. He looked at the monster and thought, he didn't plan on wasting time here. He began to quickly swing his sword again and strike the enemy. He thought, if he hung around here too long, reinforcements would arrive. MC's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the system windows. The system window reported the unique power dragon command can be activated. He wishes to subjugate this dragonkin. Zeke rushed to attack and thought, dragon command. Does this really work here? He mentally ordered it to obey. The system window reported the dragonkin skill, Dragon Majesty, has been activated. The creature headed towards Zeke when it suddenly stopped. The system window reported he caused fear in a low-ranking dragonkin. The effectiveness of Dragon Command has been increased. MC thought, judging by how Dragon Majesty and Dragon Command were affecting him, they must have stuffed some dragon traits into this chimera as well. The system window asked, activate Dragon Command and subjugate the target. Zeke replied, yes, subdue. The creature's body began to be shackled with chains, and the system window reported that the low-ranking draconian had been subdued. MC thought, this is excellent. He reached out to the creature and said, this creature is surprisingly obedient. The old man asked fearfully why his chimera stopped obeying him. MC looked at him and ordered the chimera to bite the old man. After a while, the old man lay on the floor and MC asked, Gurafal Ramaini? He thinks he was the second most important in the Scorpion clan. A nightmare, and why would they need it? He looked questioningly at the system window, which asked, would you like to name the subdued draconian? A named draconian can be summoned by its master at any time. Zeke asked, does it want a name? Okay. From now on, it's Gurath. The system window reported the summoned creature is registered. He looked at the creature's displeased face and asked, "What? The creature doesn't like it? It's too late. All that's left is to accept it." After a while, Don Juan clapped his hands and said, "That's impressive. This is truly impressive. Zeke Murray. He really dealt with that cowardly Paolo." MC nodded his head and said, "He always keeps his promises." Don Juan said, "Really? He's proven his worth, so there's no choice but to trust him. He's a brave warrior who deserves respect. He cherishes mighty warriors like his offspring, and he'd like to start treating him the same way." Zeke chuckled and thought, "Offspring? He means those offspring he uses as he pleases, and he even dares to say that to him. You idiot. One day he'll finish him off with his own hands." Don Juan asked Zeke Murray to look at it. "This is his gift to him." MC looked at him carefully, and Don Juan asked, "He said he wanted to be his business partner, didn't he? So he had to prove himself worthy of that level of trust." MC picked up the box and thought he had no doubt those dimensions and weight. He opened the box and remembered the guys. He thought, "These are syndicate lieutenants." Don asked, "Did he like it?" MC grinned and answered, "Of course, boss." He thought, "Great as planned." So they dealt with the entire syndicate top brass. "The last thing left is to put Key in charge," Don Juan said. "But did he see there was one problem?" MC asked again. "What was it?" Don Juan sat down in a chair and said, "Apparently, Pavila realized that the attack was their doing. They started talking some nonsense about knights and magicians." MC thought, "Well, it certainly could have seemed that way." Don Juan said, "So he thought this is the perfect opportunity to send those dirty pirates a clear warning. McCain rules the southern continent." MC thought, "Does that mean he wants him to strike Pavila again?" He answered, "He agrees." Don Juan asked again, "What?" MC replied he would go to Pavila and deliver his message clearly, but he had a request. Please let him grant Key power and his support so that she could become the new pillar of the new syndicate. Don Juan frowned and then replied, "Okay." He would personally become her patron. And what about him? He would give him the cartel's best hitman along with a squad of fighters. The mercenaries quickly appeared in the room out of nowhere. MC turned and looked at the guy, and Don Juan said, "They will serve him well." Zeke wondered, "Him? Pavila's cartel. Paula Santos's territory." William followed Abel saying, "The investigation is complete. The Empire's Intelligence Bureau has already checked everything. There are no clues left. They've already gotten everything they could, haven't they?" At least one squad of knights and mages entered the clash. Abel crouched down and touched the floor with his fingers. William asked, "Abel?" He replied, "No. It was just one person." Fannin stared at him in surprise and asked, "What? What do you mean? Just one?" "There are marks of swords and magic everywhere," Abel replied. "It was someone of at least the level of a red knight, and it was he who dealt with everyone." William looked at him carefully, and Abel said, "There are also traces that the Intelligence Bureau hastily cleaned everything up here, which means they want to hide something from them, and he must find out what exactly." William ran after him and told him to wait. He wants to question the Intelligence Bureau itself, and has he thought about the consequences? Abel stopped and said, "William." He turned around and screamed. He absolutely cannot turn a blind eye to what happened here. His instincts are literally screaming that something important is buried here. He understands perfectly well, doesn't he? How much he wants to take over both the Draker family and the Empire. Sometime later, in a bay controlled by the Pavel cartel, the man looked down and asked, "What? A boat? Wait, where did this come from?" MC quickly jumped onto the pier and attacked him. He rushed forward. The guy fell and Simon shot him. Zeke looked at him and thought he had done everything so quietly that not even the splash of water could be heard. He told Simon that he could get up. Simon nodded in response. Simon Zapatero, in a past life, taught him the art of assassination and the fighting techniques of the southern continent. In the Melkon cartel, he was the only one he could trust. And even after the regression, they interacted perfectly. He hoped he could win him over to his side. MC said the city was filled with enemy warriors. Simon asked if they could somehow get to the city center. MC answered, "Of course. This territory used to belong to the Holy Empire. That's why the underground passages leading there still exist." Simon extended his hand to him and said he wanted to try to find his way through this underground labyrinth. Zeke replied that he didn't need to worry. He knew what he was doing. The system window reported that a route was being plotted. Underground catacombs, Mateo's office. MC thought the minimap is in navigator mode. Thanks to this, finding the way won't be a problem. He thinks there's a well-armed SWAT ahead. They need to find another way, and it seems to him that warriors who are Red Knight level and above aren't shown on the map. They need to be careful. That's why he ran into Kane. Zeke said they were almost there. He suggested that the guys split up. They need to place as many bombs as they can, and he will deal with Mateo, the second in command. MC replied, okay. He quickly ran in the right direction but came across a dump. He climbed into the sewer and said that if he killed Mateo, Jenger, the head of the Pavel cartel, would be furious. This would lead to a war between Melkon and Pavel. Zeke quickly tore off the grate and climbed into the pipe. He thought, but why did Don Juan send him on this mission if he knew it would end in war? After all, this man is ready to kill even his own subordinates in order to maintain stability in the organization. Most likely, he thinks that everyone he sent here will simply die. Don Juan wants to stage this raid as a warning and show that losses don't matter to him. Zeke walked through the pipe and thought, but things won't go according to his plan, Don Juan, because he will really kill Mateo. He broke free from the pipe and the pirates cried out, what? Who is he? MC swung his blade and began to quickly attack them. He looked around and thought, strange. The Pavel cartel is allied with the Empire. Why aren't there any Imperial soldiers here? They're not even visible on the minimap. Suddenly, a bright light blinded him, and Zeke thought, were they hiding? Someone ordered to grab him. The knights rushed towards MC swinging their swords. Zeke jumped and clutched the blade in his hand. He somersaulted and moved behind the knights, quickly attacking them. The guy put his hand forward and said, a squad of magicians. He created a magic seal and screamed, fire. The system window reported, an elemental sword. ZK pushed off the ground and ran towards them. He used a wind field and cut the air with his sword. MC thought, these guys, they're too weak for the Imperial soldiers. Did the Empire send them just to pretend to help? MC stopped and said, they've lost. He'll give them another chance. The system window reported that the skill dragon supremacy was activated. MC said that if they leave, he will spare them. Otherwise, let them be prepared to die. The mages looked at him carefully. And after a while, Zeke looked around and said, nightmare. What is the Empire counting on here? He saw a stream of dark mana and looked up. The man in the robes said how much damage one little idiot can do. Dempsey wondered where he came from. He didn't even feel him approaching. He frowned and asked, who is he? The guy released even more mana and launched it into the bodies of the dead knights. They started growling and the guy ordered them to take him. He will personally pull the soul out of his body. Zeke thought, zombies? Where are so many of them coming from? Obviously, this is a high-ranking dark mage, but such a powerful mage can only belong to the Scorpion clan. Then why can't you sense his aura? MC swung his sword and screamed, vile idiots. The system window reported that he had defeated a zombie knight afflicted with demonic energy. Received 10 karma points. Zeke looked at this and said, 10 points. That's not bad. He continued fighting monsters, and the system windows reported receiving karma points. MC swung his sword and attacked the last zombies. He looked around and asked, is that all? The man who was standing on the balcony quickly disappeared. MC asked, what? He escaped. Okay. He'll deal with him later. Anyway, it's time to finish. Mateo's office is not far away. He walked towards it and thought, he thinks he'll arrive soon. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of him, and Zeke said, he was waiting for him, Simon.